It all begins in the peaceful town of Aldia. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appears out of nowhere, shouting that she has finally found the person she was looking for so desperately. She grabs the young man's arm and insists that they get out of there as fast as possible. Right then, another red-haired young lady appears right behind her with a smile on her face, rushing them both to hurry up. Tired of all the nagging, the young man simply lets out a heavy sigh. Sometime later, on another day, the young man is trying to unwind at a local tavern, quietly enjoying his food and drink. However, his peace is short-lived when a young lady dressed as a nun sneaks up behind him, saying she has finally tracked him down. She holds his arm and begs him to come with her to her family's estate. To the young man's absolute dismay, another nun pops up right behind her with a smile, making him sigh in frustration at yet another unexpected demand. On another different day, a little blonde girl approaches him out of the blue and demands that he play with her. The MC tries to dodge the request by saying he is very busy today, which leaves the little one completely throwing a tantrum. Refusing to accept his excuse, she starts pulling hard on his cape, complaining that she finally has some free time. To make matters worse, an older blonde woman shows up to back the girl up, insisting that the visit will be quick. Completely exhausted from being constantly chased by multiple waifus, the young man wonders how his life turned into such a circus, realizing he needs to rewind time a bit to explain this entire mess. The story then flashes back to a forest, where everything actually started. That night, a very unfriendly-looking man barks out a command, calling for the rookie of the group. This rookie's name was Kai, also known as our MC. Back then, he worked as a public executioner, and he answers the man's call with a startled look. The man warns him that the crew is going to sleep, and orders Kai to keep watch, reminding him that he is being paid a pretty penny just to escort the hostages from the town of Wafer. He even mocks him, asking if the kid can handle such a simple task, and tells him to rough up the prisoners if they start making noise. The mercenary walks away saying he doubts the victims have any strength left to cry out, leaving the young man all alone in the camp. Kai then begins to reflect on the bizarre situation he has found himself in. He starts to panic, wondering how on earth things could have ended up this way for him. His last memory of his real life is a terrible traffic accident that ended up involving another person, where he most likely lost his life right then and there. Right after that, the next thing he remembers is suddenly waking up in this new body and this completely unfamiliar place. However, as he looks up at the sky and notices two crescent moons shining together, a powerful wave of familiarity hits his mind. He realizes with absolute shock that he is in the universe of Fancy Roomy Fantasy, the RPG he used to play non-stop in his past life. Nevertheless, the young man notices he has much more urgent problems to worry about, since, judging by the surrounding environment, he is clearly working for the villains of the story. He deeply regrets having the terrible luck of reincarnating right on the bad guy's side. Suddenly, a strange noise coming from a nearby wagon cuts off his thoughts and puts him on high alert. As he approaches to investigate the sound, he is shocked to spot a locked iron cage nearby. Looking closely inside the cage, Kai realizes to his surprise that the hostages captured by the mercenaries are the exact same girls who were chasing him at the very beginning. He remembers that in the game, all the disposable, useless villains ended up being brutally wiped out, which means staying there as an accomplice would be an obvious ticket to his doom. Knowing this, the young man immediately concludes that the best thing to do is to make a run for it as fast as possible while everyone is fast asleep. To ensure his survival, he decides to swipe some cash and a map from the mercenaries themselves, thinking that stealing from bad people shouldn't be that big of a sin. As he analyzes the map of the Kadia forest, he relies on his previous knowledge of the game to manage an escape from that region without any major trouble. But just before leaving and putting it all behind him, guilt gets the better of him, and he feels like he can't just abandon the prisoners to their fate. He then walks back to the cage with a lantern in hand, startling the three prisoners with his sudden approach. Trying not to make a sound, the young man whispers to the girls and proposes that they all escape from there together that very night. However, the young ladies remain utterly terrified and weakened, staring at the young man with deep suspicion. The red-haired girl questions the confusing offer, while the white-haired one trembles with fear in a corner of the cage. Distrustful, the redhead tells him to stop playing games and accuses him of just trying to trick them into some cruel trap. The white-haired young lady speaks up too, demanding at least a single reason to trust one of their captors after everything they have suffered. The young man is left speechless for a moment, realizing it won't be easy at all to convince them of his good intentions with just ordinary words. Noticing his hesitation, the redhead mocks the situation, pointing out that he can't even answer and that his plan to trick them has completely failed. Thinking fast, Kai lies, saying it took him a long time to infiltrate the enemy crew, offering a sincere apology for taking so long to come save them. Even though he knows he just lied through his teeth from start to finish, Kai focuses only on making them believe he truly is an ally to win their trust as soon as possible. He urges them to hurry up, warning that if the other mercenaries wake up and find out what he's doing, he's a goner. The red-haired girl timidly confesses that she wants to run away, but explains that her leg is injured and she can barely stand up. The white-haired young lady adds that she would also be a burden in the escape, since she is completely blind and cannot see a thing. To make matters worse, little blonde Remy is totally exhausted and very sick, lacking even the strength to lift herself off the cell floor. The girls fear that even if they manage to get out of there, they will all end up passing out from exhaustion and collapsing along the way. The redhead thanks Kai for his attitude, saying that knowing he isn't a cruel enemy is already enough to bring them a little peace of mind. Faced with all that suffering and the young lady's resignation, the young man stands in silence for a moment. At that moment, little Remy begins to groan in pain, while her tiny hand trembles from the cold against the wooden cage. The little girl begs for help in an almost inaudible whisper, leaving her companions even more distressed because they are helpless to do anything. Hearing that child's desperate plea touches Kai's heart deeply, and he decides he simply cannot leave them behind. He clenches his fist tightly, refusing to accept such a cruel fate for the girls. The young man insists that running away is still much better than staying there waiting for the worst, promising that he will carry them if they can't walk. The redhead is taken aback, unable to understand why this total stranger is willing to go to such lengths for them. Kai reassures her, saying he has a solid map and knows this entire forest region like the back of his hand, guaranteeing that they will make it out safely. He reaches out his hand and tells the other two girls to hold on to him tightly so they can begin their escape. Carrying two of the young ladies at once while carefully guiding the blind girl, Kai begins to move swiftly into the deep forest to get them out of danger. Along the way, he notices to his surprise that his new body is incredibly strong and muscular, looking nothing like his old, weak physical shape from the real world. However, he quickly shakes his head to brush off any distractions and keep total focus on the perilous route. As he pushes forward under the moonlight, the young man breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that, at least for now, none of the criminals have noticed their disappearance or started chasing them. He then begins to analyze the information on the map he swiped from the mercenaries before taking off. Noticing that the region on the map bears the exact name of the town he had chosen back when he played the game, Kai realizes that the original game data still works perfectly in this world. This discovery sparks a glimmer of hope in the young man, making him feel much more confident about moving forward. Thanks to this invaluable game knowledge, he manages to pinpoint with precision the exact path they need to follow through the darkness. After a long and grueling trek, the group finally arrives in front of a cozy treehouse hidden among the foliage. Unable to see anything, the white-haired young lady asks with curiosity and fear exactly where they are. Still carrying the girls, Kai calmly explains that this place is a secret hideout. He prepared himself for emergencies. Right after that, he comes across a mysterious stone tablet glowing with magical inscriptions right at the entrance of the refuge. The young man then carefully sets the girls down on the ground and asks them to wait there for just a moment. Racking his brain to recall his gamer days, he brings his hand close to the glowing stone to conjure the magic circle using the activation keyword. A massive blue magic circle glows intensely at the entrance, unlocking the door to the treehouse. Stepping inside, Kai confesses to himself that he didn't think the hideout would actually be there, though he regrets a bit that everything is covered in dust. They settle in and lay down little Remy, who keeps groaning softly, suffering from a fever that just won't break. Impressed by the magic and the secure location, the redhead asks suspiciously if the young man is really just an ordinary henchman for the mercenaries. The white-haired young lady is also marveled by the place, surprised that someone managed to build such an incredible sanctuary in such a dangerous area. Kai timidly changes the subject, pretending it is no big deal, though deep down he is just as shocked as they are that his plan actually worked. The relieved atmosphere quickly vanishes as the girls begin to express major concern over Remy's health, which seems to be getting worse by the minute. Trying to find a solution, the young man tries to remember if he had hoarded any valuable healing items in this hideout during his gaming sessions. The redhead then asks if there is at least anything they can give the little girl to eat so she can regain a bit of her strength. Kai opens a large chest to rummage through the old supplies and see what he can dig up to feed her. To his joy, he finds several mysterious potions lined up, confirming that the game system's inventory did indeed manifest in this world. Holding one of the potions, he says he has medicine, but the redhead tells him to stop joking around as ordinary medicine would never work on someone so weak. That is when he holds up a vial containing a glowing purple liquid, leaving the girl completely speechless with surprise. Kai calmly explains that this is no ordinary medicine, which is precisely why it should work perfectly to cure the little one. Noticing the mystical glow and intense color of the potion, the redhead immediately realizes she is looking at an extremely rare and powerful elixir. Observing the vial, the young man comments that it really does seem quite rare, feeling proud of himself for being such a dedicated gamer who only kept top-tier items in his stash. This special potion is capable of instantly curing injuries, fatigue, hunger, and any negative status effect, being an item that was extremely difficult to craft even in the original game. With a small smile, the young man extends the valuable elixir toward the two girls, who are still staring at him in total shock. He thinks to himself that since he has over 100 vials of that exact same medicine left, money definitely won't be an issue in his new life. The redhead gets suspicious and starts wondering who this mysterious young man really could be, since no ordinary grunt would have access to such a priceless item. Noticing her inquisitive look, Kai realizes he needs to maintain his cover to avoid tough questions. He then hands the potion over to the young redhead and advises that, for everyone's sake, it's best she doesn't ask any more questions about it. The young man quickly shifts topics and says the other two young ladies should also take the elixir to recover. He jokes around, saying he wants everyone cured quickly because he is not in the mood to carry 3 people on his back through the forest ever again. Quite emotional, the white-haired young lady asks with a trembling voice if that miraculous elixir really exists, and if there might be a dose for her too. Kai gently confirms this and places one of the glowing vials directly into the blind girl's hands. She holds the vial against her chest, crying tears of relief at finally seeing a beacon of hope after so much suffering. Next, the young man approaches the bed where little Remy is resting, praising the little girl's resilience as he readies her dose. Very carefully, he helps the weakened girl drink the glowing magical liquid. As soon as she swallows the potion, Remy's body begins to emit a soft rosy aura, instantly bouncing back from the fever and extreme fatigue. The young man watches in fascination as the rosy glow envelops little Remy, who starts to mutter, showing clear signs of improvement. She slowly opens her eyes and offers a timid thank you. Kai smiles with relief and advises the little girl to rest, explaining that even the most powerful elixir can't cure mental exhaustion right away. As Remy closes her eyes to fall into a peaceful sleep, tears of gratitude silently fall in the room. Right after that, the young man tucks away the empty magic potion vials and begins to plot the next steps of his journey. Looking back, he notices that the bodies of the other two girls have also been completely enveloped and healed by the powerful energy of the elixir. Kai begins to daydream ambitiously about what kind of hefty reward he could ask from their wealthy families after the rescue, but his thoughts are interrupted by loud crying. The blind young lady is weeping uncontrollably upon realizing she has completely regained her sight, while the redhead celebrates in tears that she can now stand up and walk perfectly fine on her own. Awkwarded by the emotional scene, the young man lets out a sigh of relief for managing to cure such severe physical conditions that had plagued them for so long. Thinking of their well-being, Kai decides to step away for a bit, giving them space to celebrate and hug it out as much as they want. The next day, a serious conversation begins in the hideout when the young man finds out that the young ladies were taken by force from a town very far away called Aldia. He gets pretty worried upon realizing that their hometown is more than 2 provinces away from where they currently are. With a disappointed sigh, the young man realizes that the escort trip to take them back home is going to be extremely long and draining. Annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm, the redhead snaps back, saying he should go complain to his old mercenary buddies since this entire awful situation is entirely their fault. Kai then naively asks if any of them know how to use teleportation magic to take a shortcut, but the redhead replies that if they had access to that kind of legendary spell, they would have escaped a long time ago. Faced with her argument, the young man just chuckles awkwardly and agrees that the girl makes a very good point. He thinks to himself that if he had reincarnated as his maxed out, overpowered main character from the game, teleporting the three of them would be a piece of cake. But his current body has pretty average stats, equivalent to a mere low-level treasure hunter. Nina, the white-haired young lady, mentions that according to the historical records of this world, there was only ever one single person capable of mastering the legendary teleportation magic. Kai agrees, feeling a bit tense, and decides to quickly change the subject so as not to drag out this talk about magic that is completely out of his reach. He then asks directly how the two of them are feeling physically after taking the miraculous potions. With a radiant smile on her face, Nina thanks him emotionally and says that although she is still getting used to seeing everything again, she feels fantastic. Karen, the redhead, looks away a bit embarrassed and confesses that her injured leg was completely healed by the elixir, expressing her sincere gratitude. Then, she regains her noble posture and formally asks him to stop addressing her so casually, proudly introducing herself as Karen Dior Aldi. Taking advantage of the moment for formal introductions, the other young lady reveals that her full name is Nina Qualier Ansage. They also point to the little blonde girl still fast asleep on the double bed, introducing her as Remy Trelia Oblera. Hearing all those massive, complicated aristocratic names leaves the young man confused and desperate over the difficulty of memorizing all of that. Kai tries to focus on the main problem of mapping out the route back to Aldia, but Karen cuts him off, demanding a promise that he will protect them if the mercenaries ever find them. To her surprise, the young man replies with absolute seriousness that he cannot promise or guarantee something like that. Karen is indignant and in total shock at the cold reply, demanding to know the reason why he doesn't want to give them that guarantee of protection. With a firm, realistic look, Kai explains that in the real world of combat, no matter how strong a person is, the word guarantee simply does not exist. He reflects that, unlike a game, this is a real world where real blood is spilled and lives are on the line, which requires extreme caution from him. Karen gulps as the young man realistically explains that they have no clue how many enemies are lying in wait or what their power level is. Nina listens intently as the young man advises that if they truly want to survive this journey, they must avoid direct combat whenever possible. The two girls hold hands, quite frightened by his seriousness, as he reminds them that everyone there only has one single life, and death is permanent. With this cautious mindset, the young man reaffirms that he will do everything he can to plot a peaceful route focused purely on a low-profile escape. Karen then takes the initiative and asks if he already has a practical plan structured to get them out of that forest. The protagonist scratches his head sheepishly and admits that it is hard to give a definitive answer when she puts him on the spot like that. This evasive answer instantly breaks his dramatic pose, leaving the two girls with expressions of utter disappointment. Trying to redeem himself, he quickly explains his line of reasoning, pointing out that the captors are probably watching the entry points to the town of Wafer. Pointing at the map, the young man deduces that the mercenaries will assume he fled to Wafer since it's the closest town and the place where he originally came from. His strategy consists of ignoring the north and heading toward the south of the forest to a tiny village where they can use cash to rent a safe wagon. Karen bites her lip worriedly and reminds the young man that none of them have so much as a single copper coin on them to help cover expenses. Kai flashes the bag of coins he stole from the criminals and guarantees there is more than enough to pay for transportation and even buy new clothes so they can pass as wealthy travelers, avoiding any suspicion from the locals. Nina looks at him, deeply moved by so much dedication, and timidly asks the reason why he is trying so hard to help them. She points out that he used extremely rare elixirs on them and even put his own safety on the line by revealing that he was acting as a double agent among the criminals. Cornered by her extremely logical questions, the young man stammers, not knowing exactly what to make up to dodge the truth. He tries to improvise, saying it's all part of his professional duty as an espionage agent, but internally admits that he is a terrible liar. To drop the subject once and for all, he says they should thank their influential parents because if he hadn't received direct orders from his superiors, he would never be helping them. However, little Remy, who is lying quietly in bed, stares at him intently with a judging and highly skeptical look. Feeling the pressure of that piercing blue gaze, Kai awkwardly asks if she is already awake and why she is staring at him like that. She replies in a sarcastic tone that she has been wide awake for a while now, making the young man mentally regret taking so long to notice. He stretches and decides to bring focus back to the plan, instructing the girls to go wash up in the nearby river only after nightfall so they don't run the risk of being spotted. Nina timidly speaks up and reveals that she knows how to use purification magic, which would make things a lot easier without needing to go to the river. Relieved by the revelation, the young man suggests that Nina use the spell on the three of them while he goes to bathe in the river alone, as he prefers not to bother the young ladies. Karen comments in a mocking tone that she finds it very strange for an elite secret agent like him not to master such a simple and practical utility spell. Kai snaps back seriously, saying that using convenient magic all the time is the easiest way to get detected by enemies, which makes Karen even more convinced that he is no ordinary guy. As he steps out, Nina begins to channel her purifying magic, enveloping herself and her friends in a magical light that cleans their clothes instantly. Once at the river, the young man takes advantage of the bath in the running waters to relax and soothe some of the built-up tension from his chaotic day. A short time later, with everyone properly cleaned and refreshed, they gather around the map once more to go over the crucial points of the escape plan. With everything properly settled, the young man throws on his black hood and announces that it is finally time to start the journey towards safety. Donning his full metal armor with a horned helmet to completely hide his face, the young man guides the three girls out of the refuge and begins the trek. 1 week later, in the bustling town of Aldea, the guards are running around frantically to send urgent reports regarding the search for the young noble ladies. Arriving at the gates in his horned helm, the protagonist observes all that military hustle and bustle and notices that the place is much more frantic than usual. Despite the hardships, the group finally reaches the town gates safely, bringing immense relief to the three young ladies who returned in one piece. Upon spotting them, one of the guarding knights rushes over to them, crying tears of emotion at seeing that the young mistresses are safe and sound. Karen thanks him for the welcome, but makes sure to point to the mysterious armored young man beside her, crediting the entire success of the rescue to his bravery. The soldier immediately gives a dramatic bow and thanks Kai from the bottom of his heart, leaving the young man quite embarrassed behind his metal visor. The guard then requests that the girls wait in the entry guardhouse for a moment, letting them know that an official elite escort is already on its way to pick them up. While they wait for the escort, Nina hesitates for a second and timidly asks her savior what he intends to do from now on. The young man answers bluntly that he just plans to rent a room and spend some time resting in that very same town. Karen quickly corrects him right after, explaining that she was referring to his career plans or his next strategic objective. She asks if he shouldn't report immediately to his superiors at the Secret Intelligence Agency after completing such a long mission. Realizing that his previous lie created a massive misunderstanding, Kai gives a forced smile behind his helm and decides to keep playing along with the bluff so he doesn't get busted. The knight insists on taking him to receive an official reward, but Kai quickly declines, saying he is strapped for time right now and that they can pay him back in the future, leaving them all quite frustrated with his sudden departure. As soon as he manages to walk away from the group, the extreme exhaustion of spending days on end on high alert finally takes its toll, making the young man realize he urgently needs to find an inn to crash at. The young man seriously orders the girls to strictly follow the guard's instructions and wait in a private room, reminding them that they shouldn't let their guard down until they are actually inside their homes. Karen bites her lip but ends up accepting the advice, agreeing that he is extremely cautious, while Nina thanks him with all her heart for everything. The armored young man also gives a warm goodbye to little Remy, asking in a gentle tone for her to behave and tag along with the others. The little blonde girl timidly looks away and mutters a reluctant agreement, clearly bummed out about seeing him leave so suddenly. Kai then turns around and says goodbye to the guard soldier, leaving the rest of the young lady's security and escort in his hands. The knight bows again in a deep gesture of extreme gratitude, while the young man gestures awkwardly, trying to calm him down so he stops with all the formality. Feeling a bit suffocated by such courtesy, the armored young man timidly mentions that he is heading toward the commercial district of the town to go on his way. The soldier replies with a friendly smile, welcoming him to the town, and the young man just gives a brief thanks, picking up the pace. A few other soldiers approach and stand watching in silence as the protagonist's imposing armored silhouette fades into the main street. One of the recruits asks, highly impressed, what kind of unbelievable warrior that was, but the leader of the guard post cuts him off with a very serious look. The veteran claims with total conviction that the mysterious man is actually a true combat monster who commands extreme respect just by his presence. He reveals to his subordinates that he tried to use his appraisal skill on the young man, but the system only returned that he was carrying an extremely rare item found in a level 8 dungeon. The recruits go into total shock upon hearing about level 8, horrifiedly remembering that only the two largest elite factions in the world have managed to complete a challenge of that extreme level to this day. The leader adds that the young man not only faced and outsmarted the brutal crime syndicate called Red Freed, but also managed to rescue the 3 hostages without getting a single scratch. With an expression of deep admiration and awe, the guard captain concludes that the warrior prioritized their safety the entire time, keeping a watchful eye on every corner from the entrance all the way to the town gates. The captain claims with absolute certainty that he is an extremely experienced war veteran, while Kai himself, already far away, lets out a funny sneeze of surprise. The veteran confesses that he would have loved to see the man's face behind that heavy armor, leaving the recruits beside him wide-eyed. One of the soldiers questions him honestly, pointing out that not verifying the identity of an armed stranger is basically neglecting military duty. The captain reprimands him immediately, saying it would be an absolute absurdity to treat someone who risked their own life to save the 3 young ladies as a suspect, and that they must give him special treatment to avoid any offense. The subordinates end up agreeing with their leader, remembering that the warrior casually used priceless legendary elixirs on them, which proves his legendary status once and for all. Hearing that for the first time, the captain almost falls backward in total shock at the revelation about the legendary magic potions. The soldiers confirm that all 3 were miraculously cured of their severe health conditions, and that Karen, who could barely walk due to her leg injury, is now moving perfectly fine. They explain that they heard from the girls themselves that the young man doesn't care about ordinary mid-quality potions and simply handed over those legendary elixirs like they were nothing. While the young soldiers laugh in awe at that mysterious warrior's insane feat, the captain cuts the conversation short with a very serious tone. He orders with maximum urgency that all information regarding the armored young man be sent immediately to his military superiors and also to the Hunters Guild. Without leaving any room for questions, the captain tells them to step on it, making the soldiers run off to carry out the order. To give you an idea of the importance of those prisoners he saved, the red-haired young lady Karen Dior Aldi is the daughter of an influential duke and belongs to the highest echelon of this kingdom's nobility. Meanwhile, the young nun Nina Collier Ansage is a direct descendant of the founding lineage of the influential local holy church. And little Remy Tralia Alblera is the daughter of the richest and most powerful man in commerce, who commands a gigantic network of financial corporations. With that, the soldier's desperation makes total sense, since the protagonist was walking and talking casually alongside the 3 most influential girls in the country, known as the Iron Trio, after turning down any reward for saving them. The captain mentally concludes that by carrying a rare item from a level 8 dungeon, that armored man is, without a shadow of a doubt, a ruthless and highly seasoned warrior. He goes even further with his theories and deduces that the young man can only be a member of the secret peacekeeping force under the direct command of the Empire, known as Bertar. Oblivious to all this mess of rumors, Kai walks quietly through the sunny streets, checking out the details of the town of Aldia. He is highly impressed to notice that the local architecture and the coming and going of the residents are exactly identical to the setting of the game he used to play. Looking further ahead, the young man can spot the imposing headquarters of the Treasure Hunters Guild standing out in the landscape. Although he feels a massive urge to explore every corner of that familiar place, his current body is wiped out and begging for a good night's sleep. On top of that, the protagonist starts to feel uncomfortable as he notices that all the citizens on the street have stopped what they were doing to stare at him with curiosity and fear. As he passes near a resident, the man gets so intimidated by his presence that he starts trembling with fear, leaving the young man quite confused. He reasons that he put on that heavy armor thinking it would be common to see fully protected warriors walking around the central district of the town. Except that because he equipped rare armor pieces just to boost his base combat stats, he accidentally became the center of attention. Not wanting to draw any more eyes to himself, he decides to just pick up the pace and look for an inn right away so he can get some rest. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a little child who runs toward him in awe, shouting how awesome he looks in that imposing armor. The young man looks down in surprise and sees the little girl grabbing his armored leg with a big smile on her face, showing zero fear whatsoever. In another part of the town, in front of the grand Aldi family mansion, emotional shouts echo to celebrate Karen's miraculous return. The redhead's father hugs her tightly and cries rivers of tears of pure relief, while Karen tries to calm him down, a bit embarrassed by so much drama in front of the guards. Her father keeps crying emotionally while hugging his daughter, while Karen tries to calm him down once and for all so they can have a serious talk. He wipes away his tears and apologizes, still shocked to hear that her leg was completely cured thanks to the extremely rare universal elixir provided by her savior. The man becomes pensive, remembering that even with all his immense political influence as a duke, he was never able to get a single vial of that legendary medicine over years of searching. What impresses him the most is knowing that this unknown young man simply used the priceless universal elixirs as if they were the most ordinary things in the world. Karen adds indignantly that he didn't hesitate for even a single second when using the potions, and that when she tried to thank him, he even had the nerve to demand that she pay him back someday. Analyzing the reports, the Duke asked to confirm if the warrior really introduced himself as an intelligence agent and pulled off the entire rescue completely solo. Karen gets extremely confused by the question and asks if it hadn't been her father himself who was responsible for hiring and sending that secret agent to rescue them. The father denies it immediately, explaining that if he had connections to a warrior that powerful and influential, he would have gotten the elixir to cure her leg a long time ago. He deduces that the young man must have made up the story about receiving superior orders just to calm them down emotionally during the escape, leaving Karen intrigued about the true motive behind the rescue. The Duke begins to analyze the situation based on the fact that the savior refers to himself as an experienced undercover secret agent. He assumes that the young man probably already possessed highly advanced and privileged information regarding the activities of the dangerous crime syndicate Red Freed. However, since the hero's actual mission is still a mystery, Karen suggests sending an official letter of thanks to the organization he belongs to, aiming to uncover his true identity. Karen offers to help find him, but her father seriously warns that trying to track him down officially would be the equivalent of putting a noose around the young man's neck. The Duke explains in a serious tone that a secret agent's identity must be kept under absolute wraps, and exposing his name publicly would put his life in extreme danger with his leaders. Karen is startled by the revelation and asks if her father really knows which guild or secret organization that warrior belongs to, and the Duke confirms he does. He explains that he received a secret report 2 days ago, stating that all members of the Red Freed criminal crew were captured on the outskirts of the town of Wafer. Karen quickly connects the dots and realizes with a shock that the young man already knew exactly about the criminal's presence on the outskirts of Wafer, and that was why he insisted on heading south. She points her finger, exclaiming that this was the only reason why he took that incredibly long and exhausting route to throw off the enemy crew. Faced with this detailed account, the Duke smacks his hand on the table, even more convinced that his theory about the warrior's origin is totally spot on. He reveals that the unit responsible for arresting and dismantling the kidnapping crew was none other than the Empire's direct control troop, the legendary Vertar unit. Karen's eyes widen, and she trembles with fear upon hearing that name, asking if it really is the same elite Vertar that everyone talks about with so much dread. Vertar is an extremely powerful secret elite organization that operates under the exclusive command of the Imperial capital to maintain order at any cost. Furthermore, there are constant rumors that the members of this secret division are essentially made up of the most dangerous and highest-level treasure hunters in the world. In other words, they are known as the ultimate elite force among the most powerful warriors across the entire continent. The Duke adds that this is the organization that any criminal fears the most, and that her savior probably holds such a high command position that he has permission to carry out solo missions across the world. Holding Karen by the shoulders, he asks with extreme seriousness for her to keep this secret under tight lock and key, since the hero lied about his position just so he wouldn't scare them during the perilous rescue. Even so, the father insists that they have a duty to pay back this massive debt of gratitude, suggesting they look for him secretly around the town using his imposing black armor as a clue. He orders his daughter to go call Leafia immediately and tells the two of them to search for the young man around the town to invite him to visit the mansion discreetly. Thrilled at the chance to meet the mysterious young man again, Karen accepts the task joyfully and runs off to fulfill the request. Alone in his office, the Duke leans back in his chair and lets out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing after so many days of extreme distress. The Duke sincerely hopes that the young man holds a highly prominent position within the secret organization, swearing to himself that he will pay back this enormous debt of gratitude even if it takes decades to manage. He is absolutely certain that the leaders of the Ansage and Oblera families will share the exact same feeling of deep gratitude when they find out what happened. The next day at noon, Kai is savoring a hearty meal at an inn's tavern in Aldea, delighting in every bite as if it were the most delicious banquet in the world. The innkeeper is glad to see the young man's satisfaction and, with a friendly smile, decides to strike up a conversation a bit more privately. He asks quietly if the young man wasn't the exact same mysterious warrior who was moving around the town yesterday wearing black armor. Seeing the young man confirm with a timid nod, the man praises his politeness, commenting that most treasure hunters in the town tend to be arrogant and pick fights all the time. He asks if the youth came from outside the town, and Kai discreetly confirms that he came from a place very far away from there. Suddenly, the tavern door bursts open and an Imperial Guard soldier enters the establishment looking for information. With a rigid posture, the guard asks out loud if anyone wearing black gear has stayed or passed by the inn recently. At that exact instant, Kai and the innkeeper look at each other in complete shock, realizing that the search for the mysterious savior has already begun. Desperate to keep his peace and quiet and his cover, the young man begs in a whisper for the owner of the place to hide him from the guards. The tavern keeper turns pale with fear and whispers back that it would be absolute madness to lie to the personal guards of the Duke himself. Losing his patience, the soldier repeats the question in a firm tone of voice, demanding an immediate answer regarding the whereabouts of the man in black armor. Panicking, Kai keeps begging and promises to take full responsibility if they get caught, pleading for the tavern keeper's help. Won over by the young man's persistence, the innkeeper covers it up with a smile and lies to the guard, saying that nobody matching that description has passed through there, guaranteeing his guests' peace of mind. But before they can even breathe a sigh of relief, the door opens again, indicating that someone else has just walked in. The innkeeper gets startled, and the young man quickly tries to act natural as a new voice asks for permission upon entering the place. To everyone's surprise, a nun from the Holy Church approaches the counter and calmly asks if any guest in black armor has been around. The owner of the place panics upon noticing that now even the influential church is involved in the search, while Kai desperately pushes for the same plan of lies to get away. Left with few options, the innkeeper gulps and repeats the same excuse, saying that unfortunately, no warrior matching that description has visited the place. The nun thanks him for his time and leaves, but right after that, the sound of the door opening echoes through the hall once more. This time, a female guard soldier with a serious expression rushes in, asking if anyone in black armor has passed by the tavern recently. Completely on the verge of a nervous breakdown, the tavern keeper stammers the exact same lie as before, while the protagonist desperately hides underneath the counter. He forces an extremely fake smile and guarantees that he has never seen anyone looking like that description around there. The female soldier gets her thanks and runs off to continue the search on the street, wondering where on earth the mysterious warrior could have gone. As soon as the door closes and silence returns, the innkeeper slowly turns to the young man, trembling with pure terror and irritation over this entire situation. Kai feels the mood get heavy and stares at the man with a nervous smile, completely at a loss for words to calm him down. The man grabs his own head in despair and demands to know what on earth the young man did to have the three most influential groups in the kingdom hunting him down at the exact same time. The youth confesses confusedly that even he doesn't know for sure, suspecting that maybe he pulled off something absurd without even realizing the gravity of it. Having no patience for his excuses, the innkeeper slams the counter hard and orders the young man to go sort out this mess with the young ladies before it's too late. The young man gulps, feeling butterflies in his stomach and totally terrified, not knowing what to do to fix this massive mix-up. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bedroom at the mansion, Karen is chatting with her older sister, who insists on checking her leg to verify that she really isn't feeling any more pain. Karen wiggles her toes joyfully and guarantees that she is perfectly healed and bursting with energy without any trace of her old injury. With a sweet smile on her face, she thanks her sister for always worrying so much and taking such good care of her. The older sister lets out a dramatic sigh and confesses that while she is very happy about the cure, she will miss the daily routine they had of spending time together. She quickly changes the subject and decides to focus on another pending matter that is puzzling the family. The older one questions how it's possible that the guards still haven't found her savior, even after getting clues that he was moving around the town, accompanied by a little blonde girl. Karen bites her lip, convinced that the young man himself is hiding on purpose and erasing his tracks so he can't be traced by anyone. The sister agrees and reveals that their father had already told her the entire theory about the dangerous secret organization he belongs to. Worried, the redhead asks if he might be facing severe punishments for spending such rare potions on the rescue, and her sister advises her to just hope that his superiors handle everything in secret. Karen fondly remembers how the young man pretended to be a gruff mercenary just to make them accept the legendary elixirs without making them feel guilty or indebted. The older one adds that, furthermore, he probably acted that way to hide his connection to the Imperial Secret Guard at all costs. Karen lets out a long sigh, hoping from the bottom of her heart that he doesn't receive any harsh punishment for being so generous. Seeing her worry, the sister starts teasing her with a playful smile, commenting that it is very rare to see the proud Karen so smitten and pensive over a guy. Karen turns completely flushed and tries to defend herself by saying he just saved them all by himself, but the older one blinks knowingly, laughing and saying she never claimed that was a bad thing. Karen gets extremely red and tries to hide her embarrassment, muttering that all of this was completely ridiculous. The older sister keeps teasing the redhead and comments that Marie and Polka were also highly praising the young man for risking his life to save them. She even reveals that Nina and Remy told very similar stories and are anxious to thank their mysterious savior in person as soon as possible. However, Karen's sister laughs teasingly and guarantees that, despite everything, she is still the one who thinks about the mysterious hero the most. Karen goes completely grumpy and immediately denies that she is bothered by her sister's teasing. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, the innkeeper tries to calm Kai down by saying he didn't do anything wrong, but warns that continuing to hide there will only make things harder. The man explains that the rumors have already spread to the entire town and that the search for the warrior in black armor is getting more intense by the hour. Kai tries to play dumb about the situation, but the innkeeper points out that there is nobody else in the town who fits that description. Worried about the gravity of his unintentional actions, the young man asks what kind of punishment he could receive if the guards were to find him. The innkeeper explains that in the best-case scenario, Kai would be kicked out and banned from stepping foot in the town ever again if the three great families decided to team up against him. Despite admitting that his heart is in his throat for hiding him, the tavern keeper gives a friendly piece of advice and asks the youth not to change lodgings for now. He reveals that a rumor is going around town that anyone who reports the whereabouts of the mysterious warrior will receive a colossal reward of 3 million coins. Kai almost spits out his drink from the shock and asks indignantly why the tavern keeper didn't just hand him over to keep all that dough. The man gives a genuine laugh and explains that it's already too late to betray him, on top of suspecting that the young man is some important hotshot who has his own reasons for acting in the shadows. The young man tries to desperately insist that he is nobody important, but the tavern keeper just smiles, not buying a single word. The man then suggests that Kai take advantage of today to walk around and enjoy the town before putting his armor back on tomorrow. Kai thanks him for the advice and says goodbye to the innkeeper with a friendly smile, determined to make the most of his day off. Once on the street, the youth observes the grand buildings and accepts that even if he gets kicked out tomorrow, at least he will have great memories of that place. He walks calmly through the town while enjoying some local snacks, glad to have the chance to unwind a bit. Suddenly, the grand sound of the church bells echoes through the sky at dusk, catching Kai's attention. He spots the beautiful clock tower under the golden light of the sunset and remembers that he had climbed that place back in the game, deciding to visit it one last time. Upon arriving at the entrance, the young man deflates with disappointment upon realizing that the fee to climb the tower is still absurdly expensive. Even while grumbling about the steep price, he decides to pay the admission anyway, thinking that this might be his last chance before being banished. Kai climbs the stairs slowly and begins to walk through the quiet corridors at the top of the tower. Reaching the main balcony, the young man freezes in surprise upon realizing he is not alone there. He comes across a breathtaking red-haired woman wearing an elegant black dress and a mysterious mask. The lady slowly turns around upon noticing Kai's presence and stares at him with a serene and enigmatic gaze. The youth is completely paralyzed and breathless in front of that woman's mysterious beauty under the golden light of dusk. Trying to break the ice politely, Kai timidly greets her with a nervous wave. The beautiful woman returns the greeting with a friendly smile and wishes him a good afternoon. Kai recalls an old rumor from the game about a mysterious character who appeared in the clock tower and decides to keep his guard up so he doesn't get caught off guard. The two remain in silence for a few moments, contemplating the vast urban landscape of Aldea from their respective balconies. The lady breaks the silence by commenting that the view from up there is wonderful and perfect for clearing one's mind. The young man agrees with a discreet nod, appreciating the tranquility of that beautiful sunset. Curious about his presence, the masked lady asks what could have brought the young man to a place so high and isolated like that one. Kai reveals with an awkward smile that he went up there for the exact same reason as her, urgently needing some time to clear his thoughts. Right then, the woman changes the subject and asks bluntly if he happens to know or has ever heard of the mysterious warrior who wears black armor. The question catches Kai completely off guard, making the young man break into a cold sweat and stammer, not knowing how to reply. Trying to cover up his desperation, the youth gives a nervous chuckle and merely comments that this warrior has been the talk of the town lately. The lady sighs and reveals that there are many people looking for him, admitting that she herself would really love to meet him in person. Finding all that mobilization strange, Kai asks cautiously if that mysterious warrior happens to have committed some serious crime. The lady immediately denies it with indignation, guaranteeing that the young man is not being hunted for doing anything wrong. Curious about her reaction, the youth insists on knowing what the true motive would be for so many people to be after him if he isn't a criminal. With an enigmatic look, the woman apologizes and politely explains that this information is a confidential secret. Kai accepts the answer naturally and feels an immense relief in his chest upon confirming that the guards don't want to punish him for anything bad. Suddenly, the masked lady looks down and mentions that her escort carriage has just arrived to pick her up. Seeing the woman prepare to leave, Kai hurries to call out to her to ask one last question, mentally preparing himself for what would come next. The young lady stops at the top of the stairs and gently turns around, asking curiously what he would like to know. She just smiles behind her mask and expresses her hope that the search for the mysterious hero brings good results very soon. With an elegant gesture, the beautiful lady thanks Kai for his concern and says goodbye with a friendly laugh as she begins to head down the stairs. From the top of the tower, Kai watches in silence as the mysterious masked woman walks down the stairs back to her carriage. Under the fading light of dusk, the youth becomes pensive and wonders who that highly enigmatic lady could actually be. Once night falls, outside the tower, Karen is anxiously waiting to pick up her older sister in the family's luxury carriage. The redhead smiles excitedly and explains that if they go out disguised like this, they will have a much better shot at finding their savior. The older sister pretends to be upset about being used just as an excuse for the outing, but Karen quickly tries to explain herself, saying that both of them are equally important. The older one lets out an amused laugh from inside the carriage and apologizes for keeping up the teasing of her younger sister. Even knowing Karen's ulterior motives, she confesses that she was extremely happy with her sister's kindness and coming to pick her up. The lady then decides to mention that she just met a very interesting man at the top of the clock tower for the first time. Karen immediately gets suspicious and warns that this stranger could be someone with bad intentions trying to pry into their lives. The sister reassures the younger one, explaining that she was also very suspicious at first, but completely changed her mind after chatting with the young man. She adds with a nostalgic sigh that the young man talked to her in a very humble way, quite different from the usual, making that moment truly special. She confesses that she even tried to ask if the youth knew anything about the warrior in black armor, but unfortunately wasn't able to get any useful clue about his whereabouts. Karen laments the lack of progress in the search and mentions that their father believes the mysterious hero might have already left the town. However, the older sister becomes pensive as she recalls some mysterious words the young man from the tower had said during their chat. Curious about the tourist description, Karen asks in an anxious tone what kind of physical features that mysterious man possessed. Upon hearing her sister describe him as a charming man with a calm gaze and a scar over his eye, Karen goes into shock and asks if the mark wasn't on the exact left side of his face. The older one confirms right away that the scar was indeed on the left eye, exactly how Karen had described the mysterious hero before. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, the redhead jumps from the carriage seat in complete desperation. Without losing a single second, Karen throws open the carriage window and screams desperately for the driver to turn back to the clock tower immediately. The older sister observes her younger sibling's abrupt reaction and asks with concern if she is absolutely sure about what she is doing. Karen points out that their savior also has a scar exactly over his left eye and complains about her not revealing this crucial detail much sooner. With a serious and dark expression, the redhead explains that keeping his appearance a secret was a confidential pact between her and the Duke because the more people who know his face, the harder his job will be. The older sister listens to everything in silence, finally grasping the massive gravity of this entire secret situation. The noble family's carriage brakes abruptly upon arriving back at the entrance of the Grand Tower. Karen opens the door before the vehicle even comes to a complete stop and leaps out hurriedly to begin the search. The redhead runs with all her might toward the tower entrance, while her sister tries to keep up right behind her. The two of them go rushing up the countless flights of stairs until they are completely exhausted and out of breath. Reaching the top of the balcony, Karen looks around desperately and laments upon realizing that the young man had already left the place. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, things are moving along as usual in front of Aldia's renowned treasure hunters guild. Inside his office, the local guild master, Garog, pulls his own hair in extreme frustration over not finding a single shred of info regarding the warrior in black armor. He analyzes the reports from 3 days ago that indicated the arrival of a mysterious warrior wearing black gear, suspected of belonging to the powerful Vertar troop. Gar recalls that the mysterious hero rescued the daughters of the 3 most influential families in the kingdom all by himself from the clutches of the dangerous crime syndicate Red Freed. The guildmaster reasons that attacking a town under the direct influence of the kingdom is the same as declaring war on the empire itself, fully justifying the deployment of a Vertar agent. Faced with all the clues and reports scattered across the desk, Garag gets even more convinced that his theory about the warrior's origin is totally correct. He then stands up and severely orders all his subordinates that no treasure hunter is to make any kind of contact with the warrior in black armor. The leader remembers with apprehension when the mysterious hero was spotted carrying a little girl in his arms in broad daylight right in the middle of the town. He recalls in detail the image of the child joyfully holding on to the black-armored warrior's imposing helmet. The guild master also remembers that the girl's mother apologized deeply for the trouble and that the young man acted in a sweet and polite manner. With a visibly tense expression, Garrick hopes that the legendary warrior finishes his mission quickly and returns to the imperial capital once and for all. Suddenly, the receptionist bursts open the office door and warns in a panic that they have a gigantic problem to fix. The young lady desperately reveals that the feared warrior in black armor has just walked into the guild lobby, leaving the master completely shocked by the news. On the verge of a panic attack, Garrig laments his bad luck and mentally begs for a moment of peace faced with that unexpected visit. In the main lobby, the guild's massive double wooden doors remain wide open after the visitor's entrance. Wearing his imposing black armor with a horned helm, Kai walks silently through the hall under the curious gazes and whispers of all the hunters present. Under the guise of the Black Warrior, he approaches the main counter of Aldia's famous treasure hunters guild. Trying to keep up appearances, Garrick forces a friendly smile and greets the visitor in an extremely polite manner, making the adventurers in the background start snickering at his artificial posture. The local hunters whisper amusedly about how the guildmaster is acting strangely polite near the mysterious warrior. Swallowing his pride in the face of his subordinate's mockery, Garrick maintains his forced smile and asks what would bring the imposing warrior to the guild on this day. Sensing the tense vibe of the place, Kai answers bashfully from behind his helm that he just came to take a quick look at the facilities. Garruk had welcomed the newcomer with extreme courtesy before starting the conversation in a formal manner. Garruk keeps a tense smile and thinks to himself that this excuse of just taking a look at the guild was extremely sketchy. Noticing the sudden silence, Kai tilts his head confusedly and asks if he happened to say something wrong. The guildmaster panics immediately, waving his hands frantically to deny that he was bothered by the reply. However, he stares at the hero seriously underneath his imaginary mask, convinced that this excuse was just a cover for a secret scouting mission. Garruk assumes that the young man has probably already realized that they know about his true secret identity, deciding that it wouldn't make sense to keep playing pretend. The guildmaster is impressed by the youth's fearless attitude, concluding that warriors from the imperial elite truly operate on a completely different level. He recalls his past with a certain melancholy, back when his biggest dream was to be recruited into the prestigious Vertar troop, something that never happened despite all his accumulated fame. However, staring at Kai up close, Garrick finally understands the reason for his rejection, realizing that the warrior in front of him is a true monster in terms of power. Humbly accepting his own inferiority, he asks with a friendly smile if the young man would like to check out the layout of his personal office. The guildmaster breathes a sigh of relief when Kai accepts the invitation politely and without hesitation. Garrett makes a courteous gesture and guides the warrior toward the private quarters, asking him to make himself completely at home. As the two walk away, the adventurers drinking at the nearby tables watch the scene with expressions of absolute shock and dread. Kai formally thanks him for the warm reception and follows the guildmaster up the stairs in a natural manner. One of the red-haired adventurers gulps and asks in a whisper what his companions thought about this entire bizarre situation. The green-haired hunter sighs and comments that the black warrior seemed to be leaving his guard completely open, almost as if he were daring anyone there to pick a fight. The group's young lady trembles with pure dread upon noticing that if even the powerful Garag had to be so submissive, they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at survival if that man decided to attack. The red-haired youth fully agrees and adds in a discouraged tone that none of them would last a second in direct combat against him. The green-haired companion smiles, intrigued, and confesses that he would really love to see who would win in a duel between that mysterious warrior and an S-class monster. Kai keeps walking completely oblivious to the fact that the people around him are creating increasingly absurd and exaggerated theories about his strength. Behind that feared black armor, the young man is actually just strolling around distractedly, having zero clue about the terrifying reputation he just solidified. Shortly after, Garrett personally accompanies the warrior to the exit and says goodbye with a cheerful wave, thanking him for the visit and asking him to return soon. As soon as he steps onto the street, Kai breaks into a cold sweat from pure panic and swears to himself that he will never set foot in that terrifying place ever again. He remembers that his initial plan was just to use the guild to be discreetly located by the Imperial Scouts, but everything went south the moment he walked into the place wearing that flashy armor. The youth shudders, remembering how everyone in the hall was staring at him with intense looks, completely misinterpreting their expression of dread as an assassination bloodlust directed at him. He also gets confused by the guildmaster's attitude, remembering that in the game that character was known for his rugged and gruff personality, not for being someone so polite and refined. The young man remains puzzled, not understanding the reason for receiving such an exclusive and attentive VIP treatment from one of the town's leaders. Despite all the trouble and unnecessary tension, he concludes in an optimistic way that the visit to the guild ended up being an interesting experience. Kai takes a step forward resolutely and begins to plan which direction he should take now that his day off is almost over. He lets out a long sigh, realizing how difficult and uncomfortable it is to try to do sightseeing through the busy streets wearing such heavy metal armor. Suddenly, the loud noise of approaching horses catches his attention, and he stops walking as he notices a luxury carriage braking abruptly right beside him. The door swings open all at once, and Karen appears screaming excitedly that she finally found him, leaving Kai completely shocked to have been tracked down so fast. The young man quickly notices the ducal crest stamped on the side of the vehicle and remembers that this noisy young girl is actually a noble of a very important lineage. Karen steps down from the vehicle visibly annoyed and demands to know where on earth he has been hiding during all this time that she searched desperately for him across the entire town. Kai stammers nervously behind his helm and answers timidly that he was just resting at a simple inn nearby. The redhead crosses her arms with a furious expression and complains that she didn't receive any information about his stay, even though she put all the guards to look for him. The protagonist awkwardly explains that he had to ask a special favor from the establishment's owner so that his whereabouts would be kept a secret, leaving Karen even more indignant at the revelation. An awkward silence settles between the two, with Karen staring at him in a grumpy way while the warrior starts breaking into a cold sweat from nervousness behind his helmet. The redhead assumes in a sarcastic manner that, coming from someone so mysterious and skilled, bribing or convincing an innkeeper to lie to the authorities must have been the easiest thing in the world. A soft female voice emerges from inside the carriage, commenting that either way the young man probably wouldn't reveal his secrets even if they asked directly. Karen turns joyfully as she sees her older sister step down from the vehicle, while Kai goes into shock upon immediately recognizing that voice and the color of that red hair. The young man's eyes widen behind his iron visor, realizing with a shock that the woman he chatted with at the clock tower was none other than Karen's sister. Lifia joins her hands and gives an extremely graceful bow, apologizing for the delay in formally introducing herself to her family's savior. The young lady smiles in a sweet manner and confesses that mere words of thanks would never be enough to express the deep gratitude she feels for the miraculous rescue of her sister. She then gets straight to the point and asks politely if the mysterious warrior happens to have a free schedule to accompany them on this day. Worried about the noble duo's intentions, Kai asks in a cautious manner what would happen if he confirmed that he has free time. Lifia and Karen smiled joyfully and revealed that they would take him straight to the duke's mansion for a gratitude banquet, causing the young man to immediately cook up the excuse that he is extremely busy. The direct reply leaves Karen completely at a loss for words, while Lifia just blinks her eyes in surprise at the hero's unexpected refusal. Kai begins to tremble in panic behind the armor, fearing he might be severely executed for insolence against royalty if he decides to reject the invitation too rudely. Upon noticing his nervousness, the two sisters look at each other with knowing and mischievous smiles, realizing that he won't be able to escape that easily. Livia firmly holds the warrior's arm with a persistent smile and sweetly asks for him to stop standing on ceremony and just come with them once and for all. Karen approaches with a sweet smile on her face, insisting that he should at least allow them to return the massive favor. Lifia backs her younger sister up with a warm look and adds that they had already prepared an extremely comfortable carriage to take him. Kai feels butterflies in his stomach from pure nervousness, realizing that he will have no escape from this entire situation. Two red-haired sisters look at each other with mischievous and victorious smiles for managing to convince him. Sitting squeezed between the two high-born noble ladies inside the luxury carriage, the young man feels as if he is being secretly escorted to a maximum security prison. Lifia places her hand on her chest solemnly and explains that the banquet was essential to maintain the family's prestige, since failing to reward their savior would be a massive embarrassment for the duchy. Kai just listens in silence from behind his helm, pretending to understand royal logic, even though he didn't quite grasp the importance of that noble pride. Karen takes on a serious posture and comments that she would like to take advantage of this time alone to clear up a crucial doubt that was hammering in her head. Kai feels a shiver run down his spine and sincerely confesses that he finds it extremely bizarre and scary to see the proud Karen acting in such a polite and formal way. Offended by the candid comment, the redhead completely loses her elegant posture and exclaims annoyed that from now on she will go back to acting her usual way. The warrior breathes a sigh of relief at the change of attitude and encourages her to keep acting like that, asking right after what that doubt would be. Karen gets straight to the point and openly questions him about the day of the rescue, emphasizing that the young man used an absurd amount of those legendary universal panaches to cure them. With a genuinely worried look, the girl asks if he ended up getting into serious trouble with his superiors for spending such rare potions, suspecting that this was the real reason he was hiding around the town. The young man gestures with his hands and immediately denies any punishment, explaining naturally that the elixirs purely belonged to him from the start. Upon hearing that shocking statement, both Lifia and Karen widen their eyes in absolute astonishment. Karen leans forward desperately and begs for him not to try to carry that entire massive burden alone, offering her family's full help if he needs protection. Lifia also steps in with concern, asking for the youth to at least share the circumstances of his mission so that they can intercede with the imperial authorities. Completely baffled by the two girls' crazy theories, Kai starts breaking into a cold sweat behind his armor, realizing that he has completely lost control of that conversation. He goes into an internal panic upon noticing that, faced with that massive misinterpretation, it will be nearly impossible to convince the two sisters that everything is perfectly fine. Trying to calm things down, the young man quietly explains that he doesn't regret his choices and that the only important thing was to see Karen's leg healed, advising the two of them to just enjoy life instead of worrying about him. To make his situation worse, Kai's heroic words and his selfless posture make the two sisters see him as an incredibly noble martyr, and they become totally enchanted. The girls remain in a reverent and hypnotized silence, completely at a loss for words in front of so much generosity. Bowing deeply as a sign of absolute respect, Lifia thanks him with all her heart on behalf of the family, while Kai just laments in thought upon noticing that they interpreted his speech in an even more dramatic way. Trying to change the direction of the conversation, the young man comments that he would like to ask a small favor from the two of them in exchange for his help. Lifia and Karen straighten up on the seat attentively and ask curiously what kind of favor a warrior that powerful would want from them. He explains in a cautious manner that his request is directly related to the moment they go to meet their father, the feared Duke of the town. Kai asks that, if he ends up acting rudely and annoys the ruler by accident, the two of them promise to step in for his defense right away. The young man guarantees that if they agree to this single condition, he will consider the massive debt for the universal elixir completely settled, leaving the sisters in complete shock at the simplicity of the agreement. Karen exclaims incredulously and asks if he is really serious about waiving the payment for legendary potions over such a simple favor. Kai confirms seriously and explains that he considers himself just an ordinary guy and that the political power of nobility is the thing he fears most in the world. He trembles in thought as he admits to himself that survival and guaranteeing his own peaceful life are the absolute priorities. The two noble ladies stare at him with deep and pensive looks, completely intrigued by that enigmatic warrior's motivations. Lifia reflects in silence on the youth's attitude, finding it a bit strange and careless that someone of such a high position tries to cover up his rank by acting with so much humility. Karen also eyes the young man sideways, convinced that he just used that excuse about fearing nobles as a clever way to dodge the questions regarding his real identity. Lifia breaks the silence and states that she perfectly understands the terms proposed by him. Karen smiles amusedly and guarantees in a relaxed way that regardless of whatever rudeness he might commit, her father would never dare get angry at his daughter's savior. The older sister also agrees with her sibling, commenting in a relieved way that this agreement made things much easier for them. As the carriage keeps traveling along, Karen decides to ask one last question and inquires if the young man really intends to keep wearing that heavy armor the entire time inside the mansion. The young man scratches the back of his neck awkwardly and admits that it really would be a massive lack of manners on his part to keep his helmet on in front of the Duke. Karen turns red and tries to justify herself by saying she just thought the armor looked uncomfortable for the ride, while Lithia smiles in a charming way and confesses that she personally would love to see his true face. The younger sister gets completely embarrassed by her sibling's boldness and immediately reprimands her for making such an audacious comment. Caught totally by surprise by the young lady's direct request, Kai lets out a confused murmur from behind his helm. Lifia just smiles in a radiant and amused way at the two young people's embarrassed reaction. She observes the warrior in silence and concludes that he is a man of extreme sincerity, who shows zero arrogance and never treats people with superiority. The young lady deduces that the young man only keeps that imposing armor equipped to act as a guard on standby in case any danger pops up along the way. She perfectly understands the reason why Karen grew so fond of him, since his posture was the absolute opposite of ordinary treasure hunters. Lifia knows very well that most warriors who achieve fame tend to get corrupted quickly. She reflects that the stronger and more renowned an adventurer becomes, the more they become a target for society's envious eyes. As a direct consequence of this constant pressure, many hunters end up becoming arrogant and flaunting their wealth and status at any cost. However, she admires the fact that even possessing colossal strength and an undeniable fame, that man remained completely humble and risked his own life against cruel criminals just to save her sister. Lifia reflects in silence on how grateful she feels to the young warrior for him not taking advantage of her family's vulnerability, wondering how someone so incredible manages to be so loved by the people around him. While they travel in the luxury carriage, Kai admits to being pretty nervous about the upcoming meeting, but Karen quickly pokes fun at him, saying it is very lame to see someone with such imposing armor acting in such a cowardly way. A bit grumpy from the teasing, the young man mutters from behind his helmet that it is a shame she was saved by a warrior she considers so lame. Karen turns completely red and irritated at his comment, immediately exclaiming that the situation is totally different and that she is not an ungrateful person by any means. Lifia gets quite amused watching the argument between the two and finds it very curious to see a supposed member of the legendary elite Vertar squad confess that he feels nervous in front of a duke. She observes their interaction with a sweet smile, deducing that the warrior probably teases her younger sister on purpose just to give her the attention she seeks so much. Lifia recalls that because she is the oldest daughter of an important duke, she always needed to deal with the complex social interactions and formalities required by the high nobility. She remembers that the young aristocrats used to approach her with much courtesy due to her elevated social status and the small age gap between them. However, she knew very well that all those guys were only interested in pleasing her with ulterior motives to secure an advantageous marriage. Meanwhile, the young lady suffered, seeing that her younger sister Karen was constantly sidelined and ignored by all the other nobles due to her being in a wheelchair. Because of her mobility issues, none of the aristocrats who frequented the imperial halls ever bothered to waste time chatting with little Karen. Precisely because of that, seeing Kai play and interact in such a natural way with Karen fills Lifia's heart with an indescribable happiness. She fondly recalls the moment when the younger sister invaded her room, screaming to convince her to go to the guild, realizing that her sister was even more anxious than she was to meet the hero again. Lifia also notices Kai's care in agreeing to travel with them inside the carriage, knowing he did this mainly to preserve her father's reputation in front of the population. On top of that, she gets extremely pensive about the warrior's incomparable generosity regarding the miraculous healing of Karen's legs. For Lifia, it is unbelievable that he weighed the reward for a legendary elixir capable of buying entire castles in exchange for a simple favor of political protection in case her father got irritated. Moved by so much humility, the young noble lady places her hand on her chest and wonders if it really would be possible for another person in the world to exist with a character so pure and selfless. Feeling her heart beat faster, she catches herself deeply wishing to find a way to keep maintaining contact with the mysterious warrior in the future. Gathering her courage, Lifia breaks the silence and asks Kai how much longer he plans to remain in the town of Aldea. She smiles warmly and offers to arrange a comfortable residence if he has any interest in settling down in the region for good. Contemplating the beautiful urban landscape through the window, the young man answers in a vague way that the town is indeed very pleasant, but that his stay depends entirely on his own mood at the moment. However, the noble lady immediately interprets that casual reply in a much more serious way, assuming he meant that his stay depends on direct orders from his superiors in the empire. She reflects that this man's simple presence and actions are capable of saving countless innocent lives wherever he goes. Lifia questions if trying to tie him to the town wouldn't just be a selfish move on her part, just like Karen's desire to have him nearby. With a determined and focused look, the young lady seems to make an important decision on how she must act from now on. Meanwhile, Kai remains oblivious to the young lady's deep thoughts, just silently reflecting on how to handle the impending meeting. Shortly after, the carriage finally crosses the gates and arrives at the monumental estate of the ducal family, where dozens of maids are already properly lined up to receive them. One of the guards on standby approaches with impeccable posture and opens the vehicle door for the guests to step down. As they step outside the vehicle, the captain of the guard and the mansion's head housekeeper give a formal welcoming salute to the imposing official residence. Kai goes completely into shock upon seeing that gigantic and flashy reception, desperately asking himself why they decided to make all that fuss to receive him. Lifia just smiles in a radiant way and explains naturally that all this ceremony is the sincere demonstration of respect that her family makes sure to pay him. Uncomfortable with the situation, the young man steps down from the carriage and timidly asks for them not to overdo it so much, insisting that there is no need for so much formality. While helping the noble lady down, Kai comments worriedly that such a grand reception from high-ranking people for someone simple like him might end up creating unnecessary trouble, but she guarantees it was a unanimous decision by the entire mansion. With a gentle yet firm smile, Livia adds that anyone who dared question the honors paid to him would be severely punished, since failing to show respect to their family savior is a highly grave offense. The young man feels a shiver run down his spine at the girl's scary determination and just agrees in a timid way, hoping that nothing goes wrong. Karen also steps down right after with a proud and victorious posture, leaving Kai even more fearful about the type of severe punishments that influential noble family would be capable of applying. Sweating cold behind his dark helm, the young warrior tries to keep his posture firm in front of all the servants who observe him with deep admiration. The captain of the guard and the head housekeeper bow respectfully in front of the young man, expressing the immense honor and sincere gratitude they feel for him agreeing to make that trip to the mansion. Adjusting her glasses, the head housekeeper explains that the Duke and Duchess are already waiting for him in another hall and offers to personally guide him to the meeting place. At that moment, Karen cheerfully says goodbye to the young man, wishing him a good meeting and thanking him once more for the safe escort, leaving Kai confused upon realizing that the two sisters won't accompany him to the audience room. Livia smiles knowingly and explains that out of respect for his chat with her father, they will wait in the neighboring hall to be on standby in case they need to act. She places her hand on her heart solemnly and guarantees that at the slightest sign of any trouble or disagreement with the Duke, they will step in immediately to defend him, just as they promised. Although he understands the promise, Kai internally laments having to face the ruler completely alone, and before the housekeeper starts walking, he timidly calls the captain of the guard to ask him a favor. The captain turns in an instant in an extremely energetic way and answers with a firm shout of readiness, anxious to meet any demand from the powerful warrior. Pulling his sword from its scabbard, the young man awkwardly asks if the guard could hold his weapon during the meeting, as he thinks it would be a massive lack of manners to enter armed in front of his superiors. The captain of the guard widens his eyes in absolute astonishment at the unexpected request and asks, sweating cold, if the hero is absolutely sure of that decision. Kai calmly explains that it wouldn't be right to carry a blade into such an important residence, adding that he perfectly understands the need to maintain strict vigilance against any visitor, including against himself. He compliments in a relaxed way, saying that he actually feels much stronger fighting empty-handed, and that the absence of the sword wouldn't make the slightest difference, leaving the captain totally shocked at such self-confidence. Upon hearing that imposing statement, both the two sisters and the maids around let out exclamations of pure shock and admiration, interpreting his comment as the pinnacle of absolute strength. With eyes shining from emotion and determination, the captain of the guard accepts the weapon respectfully and shouts with fervor that he will take care of that sacred treasure with his own life. Behind all the imposing nature of his dark armor, Kai silently agrees in thought, knowing very well that his previous statement was by no means a simple joke. The young man recalls that because he reincarnated with completely different skills from when he just played on the computer, he actually tested using ordinary weapons, but quickly noticed that his new body couldn't move with the precision needed to handle them. Aware that he would be easily defeated by a fatal blow before even managing to attack with a sword, he concluded that he felt infinitely more confident and secure fighting empty-handed in close-quarters combat. Precisely because of that, handing over his powerful sword to the captain of the guard was no real issue for him, although the approach of the feared meeting still left him extremely tense. He gulps upon realizing that there is no more way to run from that situation, trembling just imagining what it will be like to stand face to face with the Duke, a man who carries the true power of nobility. With a welcoming smile, the mansion's head housekeeper makes an elegant gesture with her hand and invites him to follow her once and for all down the corridor. Kai takes a step forward, resolutely, trying to control his own breathing behind the metal helm. While following the housekeeper inside the sumptuous palace, under the watchful eyes of the maids, the young warrior just silently prays that this entire meeting goes in the most peaceful way possible. Meanwhile, on the outside, Kai's beautiful black sword, known as the legendary masterpiece Dillahan, gleams under the sunlight in the captain's hands. The armament possesses an extraordinary property that prevents it from suffering any type of damage or scratch, having as its only downside the fact that its luck is completely unpredictable. Before entering the mansion, the hero himself had amiably suggested that if they were curious, they could test and hold the weapon under the strict supervision of the seasoned guard captain. Thus, while the mysterious warrior enters the palace alongside the head housekeeper, the two red-haired sisters remain in the courtyard watching the captain hold the mysterious artifact. In the next instant, the mansion's massive double wooden doors close with a muffled thud, leaving the girls alone on the outside. Without wasting time, Karen begins to run in a hurried way toward the captain of the guard, leaving Lifia quite surprised at her younger sister's sudden impatience. With eyes shining intensely from pure emotion and curiosity, the girl approaches the official with an enthusiastic smile on her face. She gestures with her hands in a frantic way and begs for him to show her the sword once and for all, confessing that she was dying to see that gorgeous blade up close. Lifia approaches right behind, letting out a long sigh of disapproval, shaking her head at the extremely spoiled and childish behavior of her younger sister. Very carefully, the captain begins to pull the weapon from its scabbard and admires the flawless sheen of the gleaming blade, although he feels that it looks a bit fragile and not very sturdy for combat. As soon as the silvery blade is completely revealed, the two sisters are marveled by the radiant glow that emanates from the entire structure of the sword. Karen curiously asks what type of combat style the warrior usually adopts, and the official deduces that due to the light and flexible armor, he probably focuses on quick movements and skilled reading of enemy techniques. The captain of the guard then positions the sword and guides the young noble lady to hold the hilt very firmly using both hands before he lets go of it completely. He asks if the girl is already properly prepared and begins to pull his gloved hands away in a slow and careful manner. At the exact moment the captain removes his support, Karen's expression changes instantly upon feeling a strange and terrifying sensation. The captain exclaims startled upon realizing the colossal and out-of-this-world weight of the weapon, seeing that the young lady won't have the strength to hold it up on her own. Karen lets out a sharp scream of dread as she is violently yanked forward by the absurd weight of the legendary sword, leaving the official and her older sister in absolute panic. Without the girl being able to prevent it, the tip of the blade falls toward the ground and slices through the soil with extreme ease. A deathly silence takes over the courtyard, while Lifia and the captain watch, completely paralyzed from shock, the girl still holding the weapon that is now jammed directly into the stones. The three stare perplexed at the tip of the sword that penetrated deeply into the limestone floor of the garden without suffering a single scratch. Still in a trance from what happened, Karen asks in a trembling and desperate way for the official to take the armament back immediately, and he readily agrees with his face covered in cold sweat. The captain reflects startled on the fact that a simple involuntary and powerless movement from Karen was enough to slice the stone pavement, realizing that against such an overwhelming cutting power, any ordinary armor becomes completely useless. While tucking the weapon back into its scabbard, the official admits to himself that before he had doubts if the young man really belonged to the Empire's elite, but seeing that absurd weapon and remembering his preference for fighting empty-handed dispelled any uncertainty. He worriedly asks if the young noble lady is okay, while Lifia stares at the horizon with a renewed conviction, totally convinced that the mysterious warrior is indeed an agent of the legendary Vertar force. Lifia tries to reassure the tense captain with a friendly smile, guaranteeing that they will take full responsibility and explain everything that occurred to their father in detail. Meanwhile, the scene changes to the interior of the mansion, where a cup of hot tea rests quietly on the polished wooden table. Sitting comfortably on the couch of the luxurious waiting room next to the library, the two sisters remain in absolute silence while listening to the muffled murmurs of the conversation coming from the neighboring hall. On the other side of the wall, the voices of the Duke and Kai exchange formalities and mutual thanks with an extremely respectful tone. Karen stares at the floor with a sad and worried look, commenting in a low voice to her older sister that she already figured things would take that dramatic turn. Letting out a tired sigh, Lifia agrees with the younger sister and perfectly understands that it was precisely because of this massive solemnity that the staff didn't allow them to be present at the meeting. She focuses her attention on the distant murmurs, noticing something very revealing just by the tone of voice of the people inside that closed room. The young lady knows very well that her father, in his position as Duke, always needs to maintain an extremely imposing and authoritative posture to project dignity and prevent any rival from finding weaknesses in his leadership. However, Lifia gets visibly surprised and tense upon noticing the drastic change in the ruler's behavior during that private chat with the warrior. Karen looks away with a discouraged expression, confessing that she feels awful knowing that her parents needed to bow and show so much submission in front of a visitor. Lifia stares at the younger sister sideways with a serious expression, realizing she needs to shift the focus of that conversation before her sibling gets even more depressed. She gets a slight smirk and wonders if Karen really should be wasting time lamenting over their parents' attitude right now. Caught totally by surprise by her sister's mysterious questioning, the redhead raises her head with a confused expression on her face. With an amused and accusing tone, Lifia points out that the younger sister just opened a massive crack in the carefully polished courtyard stones of the family estate. She points toward the crack in the stone and recallingly teases that the destruction was caused precisely by the mysterious sword she insisted so much on holding, emphasizing that she will have serious trouble explaining this damage to their father. Karen goes into a comical despair and begins to cry from frustration, lamenting over being a true source of trouble and mix-ups for everyone around her. She tries to defend herself timidly, remembering that she didn't have the slightest intention of causing the damage and that she didn't even put any physical strength into holding the weapon. With open arms and an indignant expression, the little girl screams outraged, unable to comprehend how a simple sword can carry such an overwhelming and destructive cutting power. Lifia lets out a long sigh, trying to calm things down after the small mess caused in the mansion's courtyard. Karen rests her face on her hand in a pensive way and reflects that despite her blunders, she did many good things and now needs to compensate for all the trouble by acting as a dedicated daughter from here on out. The girl fondly recalls the gentle words the armored warrior said to her, encouraging her to enjoy life and do everything she couldn't do before due to her mobility issues. Lifia approaches her sister with a soft expression, making Karen raise her head in a startle at the sudden gesture. With a welcoming smile on her face, the older sister comments that she has no time to sit around lamenting when there are so many important things to be done. Faced with her sister's affection, Karen smiles in a sweet manner and feels visibly more relieved and comforted. Lifia recalls seriously that although the mysterious warrior tried to act in a discreet way so as not to draw attention, his intentions were extremely noble. She emphasizes to the younger sister that he cured her leg even knowing perfectly well that the emperor could get extremely irritated if he discovered the use of such a legendary elixir. Precisely because of that, she reinforces that the family has the absolute duty to return the favor properly this time, guaranteeing that they will do their utmost to grant any wish he happens to express. Karen gestures with her arms in a confused way and admits that she spent all this time intrigued, wondering the reason why the young man flatly refused to accept any type of financial reward. Lifia smiles amusedly and argues that this stubborn refusal only proves that he is far from being an ordinary citizen or a greedy treasure hunter. She reflects on the fact that the rewards offered by a duke are extremely valuable and coveted, including noble titles, vast lands, and an amount of gold sufficient to live in absolute luxury. On top of that, high-level political favors, like arranged marriages with influential partners, could easily be granted to him without any hesitation. Even knowing all of this, Lifia blushes slightly, admitting to herself that, after the striking meeting at the clock tower, her biggest wish is simply managing to see the true face behind that helm. She gets startled by the boldness of her own thoughts and, with her heart racing, realizes she would love to be the only person to whom he would allow revealing his real identity. Karen crosses her arms with a mischievous smile and teases her older sister, saying that she is way too smitten and that if she isn't careful, she will end up wanting to hog the hero all for herself. The younger sister blinks one of her eyes with an air of mystery and jokes that if her sister confesses her true feelings, she would be willing to describe his appearance, mentioning even the scar he carries near his eye. The two sisters stare at each other intently, with sparks of rivalry and compliance shining intensely between their different colored eyes. A vibe of comical tension and territorial dispute settles between the two redheads while they exchange challenging looks in the waiting room. They remain sitting in absolute silence on the velvet couch, pouting at each other in an extremely grumpy way. Turning her face embarrassed, Lifia tries to justify herself by saying she has the slightest intention of hogging the young man and that she harbors only a common interest in him. Karen lets out a sarcastic sigh and huffs back, retorting that this is the perfect motive to guarantee that the older sister keeps not seeing the warrior's face. Totally frustrated and blushing at her younger sibling's continuous teasing, Lepia shakes her fists in the air and complains about her sister's nagging attitude. While the two keep fooling around in the waiting room, the crucial meeting takes place in the main hall, where Kai is properly accommodated in front of the Duke and his wife. The ruling couple begins to break into a cold sweat from pure nervousness in front of the armored warrior, asking themselves in thought why that situation is becoming so tense. Faced with the legendary hero's intimidating presence, Duke Aldi feels completely cornered, having to watch in silence the visitor act in totally unpredictable ways. He clenches his hands tensely and questions why a warrior of such a high rank is being so polite and attentive with their family. The ruler recognizes that they are the only ones indebted for that immense debt of gratitude, deducing that the young man is deliberately acting with modesty just so as not to lower the duchy's dignity. The noble stares at the warrior with admiration, noticing that he shows the slightest intention of taking advantage of the situation or demanding any political benefit in exchange for his help. The Duke knows perfectly well that the young man is in such a privileged position of power that he could demand immense wealth or entire territories without any difficulty. He and his wife exchange knowing looks, aware that the family would be in a bad spot and in no condition to refuse any demand he decided to impose. The ruler reflects that by being an official directly linked to the emperor, the mysterious warrior possesses a political authority indisputably superior to theirs, which makes his true expression even more unreadable behind the iron visor. He imagines that the young man possesses such an overwhelming influence behind the scenes that any ordinary treasure hunter would accept the rewards right away instead of acting with such prudence. The Duke theorizes that if the warrior's real objective were simply to hide his special status, accepting the prizes offered openly would be the perfect strategy so as not to raise suspicions. Given this, the noble couple begins to break into a cold sweat when considering the terrible possibility of being secretly tested by that feared imperial agent. The ruler admits to himself that he never liked someone so much right on a first meeting, although he feels frustrated for not managing to decipher the real intentions behind the black armor. The Duke finds the young man's calm and contained posture extremely unsettling, as he is unable to predict what the next step of that enigmatic warrior will be. He feels as if he is being silently questioned on how he usually handles figures so important and powerful of the imperial court. The noble stares at the young man with a tense look, fearing to make any diplomatic slip that might ruin his lineage's reputation. Feeling an overwhelming pressure emanate from the imposing figure of the dark armored warrior, the Duke tries to find an honorable way out of the situation. He reflects that allowing a hero of such prestige to leave empty-handed would seriously stain the ducal family's name and give rise to malicious rumors in the court. With a worried expression, the ruler concludes that this refusal was a silent warning about his own imprudence, realizing that there is no margin for error in front of an imperial envoy. He imagines that the healing of his daughter's leg was a warning for him not to leave loopholes that could lead to his dynasty's ruin, feeling pathetic for not having realized such wisdom right away. Despite the regret, the Duke recomposes himself and expresses his immense satisfaction and joy for having had the honor of meeting a person so noble and virtuous. Turning to the youth, the ruler admits with embarrassment that imposing a reward is just for their convenience, but insists that their lineage's pride demands that they make a worthy offer. Kai, who is actually dying of fear behind his helm, breathes a sigh of relief and timidly agrees to accept the terms as long as the offer isn't anything over the top or unrealistic. With a warm smile and hands together, the Duchess speaks up cheerfully and guarantees that meeting that request is an absolute honor for their entire family. The Duke lets out a long sigh of relief and wipes the sweat from his forehead, feeling as if a gigantic weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He displays a confident smile and holds up 3 fingers, announcing in a solemn way that he would like to express the family's deep gratitude through 3 special concessions. Kai widens his eyes in absolute shock behind his armor upon hearing the Duke promise the free use of one of his luxury villas, an immense amount of cash, and the full political backing of his influential noble house. Bowing deeply alongside her husband, the Duchess begs with much humility for the warrior to accept the family's offers, leaving Kai quite surprised at that exaggerated demonstration of respect. The Duke stares at the young man seriously and gets convinced that he made the right decision, assuming that luxury property will serve perfectly as a new secret base for the confidential operations of the Verter Squad. Firmly shaking the young man's gloved hand, the ruler celebrates in thought for managing to establish, even if in a discreet way, a direct link of influence with an envoy under the immediate orders of the Emperor. Blushing slightly behind his dark helm, Kai accepts the agreement timidly and replies that he will gladly receive all the rewards offered. Upon hearing the positive reply, the Duke feels an immense relief and gets convinced that they finally managed to give the correct answer to that feared agent's test. The ruler gestures in a courteous way and suggests that if the young man has free time on this day, his daughters be in charge of taking him personally to check out the location and interior of the new property. Kai agrees in a timid way, saying that help would be excellent, and the Duke immediately passes the responsibility of the outing to the young ladies with a nod of agreement. The noble then turns to his wife and gently asks her to accompany the warrior to the room next door where his two daughters are already anxiously waiting for him. Very delicately, the Duchess rises from the couch and invites the black-armored young man to follow her through the hall, receiving a brief nod of consent from him. While watching the visitor retire in his wife's company, the Duke finally slumps on the couch with an expression of pure happiness and absolute relief. As soon as the doors close with a soft click, the audience hall plunges into a comforting silence for the solitary ruler. The noble looks fixedly at his own right hand and notices that it is still trembling from pure dread due to the crushing tension he felt during the entire conversation. Running his hand through his red hair to brush away the cold sweat, the Duke lets out a long and deep sigh, feeling that he finally survived that terrifying meeting. He silently reflects that his younger daughter, Karen, had immense luck in being saved by a warrior of such a formidable and influential level. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Kai collapses onto the couch, letting out a sigh of exhaustion and admits to the sisters that this formal meeting with their parents was one of the most draining experiences of his life. Karen crosses her arms with a suspicious look and comments in a teasing way that from the outside, he didn't look the least bit tense or intimidated by the situation. The young man scratches the back of his neck awkwardly and jokes that this apparent calm is entirely due to the fact that he is wearing that closed iron armor that hides any expression. Olivia smiles with sweetness and sweetly asks for him to stop with the formalities and feel completely at home from now on, receiving a sincere thanks from the warrior. The older sister rests her chin on her hand with a curious look and asks if he couldn't at least disguise a bit better his supposed indifference in front of the rewards. Karen backs her sister's argument and exclaims that it's impossible for someone not to be extremely happy and thrilled upon receiving prizes so valuable from her father's hands. Kai goes into a silent panic at the comment and questions himself in thought if they have lost their minds, because in reality he is jumping for joy inside since he was practically without a single coin in his pocket. The young man reflects that, thinking coldly, receiving such a colossal amount of cash and an entire property as a gift from a noble is something so absurd that it gets scary for an ordinary guy. He confesses to himself that if he were completely alone in a closed room, he would probably be celebrating non-stop and punching the air out of pure happiness at the news. Livia stares at him with a serious and worried look, commenting in a cautious way that she would like to ask him a question that might seem a bit invasive. The young noble lady openly questions if he is absolutely sure that simple offer is enough, suggesting that if he wants to demand more wealth or benefits, the opportune moment would be right now. Kai gets confused by the insistence and reflects that although he doesn't quite grasp the importance of a duke's political backing, winning an entire mansion and a lot of cash is already more than enough for him. Trying to sound firm and mysterious, the young man gives a slight cough and answers that this deal was formally decided between adults and that they don't need to worry about those details. The young warrior shifts the focus and asks if the two of them are really on board with the situation, questioning if giving up a family property wouldn't end up creating some type of regret or sentimental value for them. Livia laughs in a relaxed way and guarantees that they have zero attachment to assets outside the main mansion, while Karen adds naturally that the family owns several other vacation villas scattered across the region. The younger sister leans her body forward and points out that either way, she doesn't think it's ideal for him to go live in that property completely alone, warning that taking care of such a large place would be too scary and tiring for a single person. Livia backs her sister up and explains in detail that although the garden of that villa is a bit smaller compared to the main property, the palace structure itself is almost the same size as the mansion they are currently in. Upon hearing that shocking revelation, Kai goes into an internal panic upon realizing that the supposed simple villa is actually a gigantic property and incompatible with the living arrangements of just one person. The young man trembles with dread behind his helmet upon realizing how absurd and scary the concept of simplicity and accumulated wealth by the high nobility of that world is. Livia decides to clear up another doubt and questions if the hero plans to bring more companions to live with him on the property or if he intends to turn the place into a secret base of operations. Kai scratches his cheek bashfully and admits that, in a way, the place will function as his main base, but emphasizes that for now, he intends to live there completely solitary. Karen displays a mischievous smile and asks, in a teasing way, if he isn't hiding some secret lover, insisting that it would be impossible for a treasure hunter so famous and skilled to remain single. Livia also leans in interested and asks directly if the warrior in black armor has any interest in romance, causing him to immediately deny it in a desperate tone. The two sisters begin to whisper among themselves with amused smiles, erroneously concluding that he must be one of those extremely picky men who think nobody is good enough, leaving Kai outraged at the duo's conclusion. Trying to change the subject once and for all, the young man comments that he will probably need to be away from the house due to his missions, but make sure to invite them to visit the property whenever they wish to help him keep the place lively. Upon hearing the unexpected invitation, both Livia and Karen jump from the couch with their eyes shining intensely from pure joy and excitement. Showing extreme generosity, the warrior nods his head and guarantees that he will arrange a spare key so they can enter and settle in freely even when he isn't around. The young man concludes in thought that a property of that size will give him plenty of privacy and that the girl's frequent presence will be excellent to prevent the mansion from looking like an abandoned and haunted place. Karen raises her arm with an enthusiastic wave and guarantees that they will make sure to go bother him frequently, while Livia agrees with a sweet smile and confirms her constant presence at the place. Satisfied with the reaction, Kai asks for them to guide him to the new residence after tea, and the two sisters accept immediately, suggesting they leave for the outing at that exact moment. Shortly after, the group arrives at the sumptuous vacation property, which reveals itself to be a magnificent palace of flawless architecture surrounded by a beautiful, sunny garden. Upon crossing the entrance, Kai is marveled to come across an extremely luxurious living room, decorated with purple velvet couches and carved wooden furniture that gleams under the light. Next, they pass through a monumental professional-grade kitchen equipped with gleaming custom cabinets and a flawless marble counter. The young man also comes across a beautiful formal dining room containing a massive table covered by a flawless white tablecloth underneath a gorgeous crystal chandelier. Livia extends her hands in a welcoming way and explains with a radiant smile that all that exquisite furniture and luxury utensils are welcome gifts offered with affection by her family. Kai stares at the gleaming rooms with an expression of absolute shock, desperately asking himself if it really is all good for a simple treasure hunter to inherit a palace so absurdly sumptuous and complete. Karen stares at the warrior with a confused look and comments that he has a very peculiar humility, pointing out that despite treating her with extreme intimacy and informality, there is a glaring difference between his simple posture and the absurd luxury of that property. Kai contemplates the monumental library hall of the villa with butterflies in his stomach, feeling completely intimidated by the wealth and elegance of that new home. Trying to ease the tension, the young man makes a friendly gesture and invites the two sisters to sit on the velvet couch, insisting that despite having just inherited the property, he wants them to feel totally comfortable and at home there. Karen stares at him surprised and questions if he made that invitation out of pure consideration for her well-being, suspecting that he is worried over the fact that her leg was just cured. Crossing her arms with a proud and defensive posture, the redhead guarantees in a sharp way that she isn't the least bit tired from the walk, leaving the armored young man a bit confused by her reaction. Kai jokes with the situation and comments that children shouldn't exert themselves beyond their limit, which leaves Karen instantly red with anger and makes her scream outraged that she is by no means a child. The warrior explains with patience that he didn't use such a valuable miraculous elixir to cure her leg just to see her wear herself out physically in an unnecessary way right after. However, Behind that heroic lesson, the young man actually trembles with dread, thinking that if the Duke's beloved daughter ends up getting hurt under his care, terrible rumors would surface about him and ruin his peaceful life in the town. Watching front row at yet another amusing argument between the two, Lufia lets out a muffled laugh and feels deeply touched by the disguised affection the warrior shows for her younger sister. Displaying an amused smile, Kai opens his helmet visor and jokes that if she insists so much on not using the couch, she can sit directly on his rigid metal armor, leaving Karen completely in shock and at a loss for words at the bold proposal. Kai brags internally about his astute reply, convinced that any sane person would surely choose the soft comfort of the velvet couch over the stiffness of his metal armor. However, to his surprise, Karen accepts the challenge in a grumpy way and agrees to sit directly on the young man, who initially just nods with a smile without giving much importance to her reply. Only in the next instant does the young warrior finally process the meaning of those words, widening his eyes in absolute panic upon realizing the mess he just got himself into. Without giving time for him to react, the red-haired girl simply settles in a resolute way on Kai's lap, leaving him completely paralyzed and breaking into a cold sweat behind the heavy black armor. Rumbling with nervousness, the young man stammers asking what she thinks she is doing, but Karen just retorts that it was he himself who suggested she sit there, forcing him to explain that he was just joking and that the metal would be way too uncomfortable. Leaning quietly against the iron chest plate, the young lady admits in a cute way that indeed her butt will probably end up hurting, while the hero mentally agrees and laments her not choosing the soft couch. Sitting on the furniture right in front, Lufia watches that unusual scene in silence with a somewhat enigmatic expression. With a subtle and slightly teasing smile, the older sister comments that Karen is very lucky to get that privileged position, but the younger one looks away grumpy and lies, saying she isn't the least bit happy with the situation. Lufia gets amused by the defensive reaction and retorts with a mischievous smile that at no point did she ask if she was liking it or not, leaving the younger sister even more embarrassed. Trying to cover up her own embarrassment, Karen asks with curiosity why he still insists on keeping that heavy armor on even being inside his own house, and tells him to relax and take off the gear once and for all. Kai says out loud that he prefers to remain equipped with the armor just as a precaution in case some unforeseen event or danger pops up at the last minute. However, he confesses to himself that in reality, he would love to get rid of that weight, but fears that revealing his true face to Lufia now would be extremely embarrassing, since they met anonymously at the top of the clock tower, deciding then to change the subject anyway. The young warrior narrows his eyes behind the iron visor upon having a quick idea of how to shift the attention of the two sisters. With a gentle gesture, he slowly raises his massive metal-gloved hand toward the girl. In a sweet and unexpected way, the young man gives a light pat on Karen's head, leaving the little redhead completely static and surprised at the sudden affection. Karen turns red with embarrassment and, extremely irritated by the affection, complains out loud, demanding that he stop stroking her head and treating her as if she were a helpless little child. Ignoring the girl's comical protests, Kai just reinforces with firmness that she should go back to sitting on the couch before her butt starts hurting, for real, because of the rigid metal of his armor. Trying to engage in a more serious subject, the hero comments that he finds it admirable that the Duke trusted exclusively the two sisters to accompany him on the tour through the mansion, leaving Lufia quite intrigued by the statement. The young man explains that normally an escort task like that would be assigned to a male guard, emphasizing that despite having saved Karen, his past remains a complete mystery and that he could act in a hostile way against them at any moment. He questions if his reasoning makes sense, but Lufia just smiles with serenity and snaps back, saying her father never makes decisions without reflecting in detail first, proving that he simply judged the young man as someone of extreme trust. Kai reflects in silence that although indeed he didn't spend much time talking directly with the Duke, he notices that the nobleman's intentions were genuine while he keeps stroking Karen's hair in a distracted way. The young man deduces that for the ruler to have reached that conclusion of trust so quickly, he surely must have dealt with an immense amount of different people throughout his life of leadership, while the redhead insists in a cute way for him to stop with the patting. Changing the tone of the conversation in a sudden way, Karen stares at the warrior with sincerity and admits that it would be impossible for her not to trust him fully, remembering that he went as far as spending a legendary elixir of universal healing just to save them. Kai agrees timidly with the girl's argument and, right after, Lifia takes advantage of the moment to formally invite him to join them for dinner at the main mansion, but the young man turns down the invitation right away without any hesitation. Showing extreme understanding, the older sister smiles in a sweet manner and comments that he really must lead a terribly busy life full of important commitments. The hero tries to agree in a vague way, but Lifia makes one last request, demanding that he visit them before deciding to leave the town, besides warning them about his return. Receiving another direct refusal from Kai that leaves Karen completely at a loss and outraged. In thought, the young man confesses that in reality he is scared to death of meeting the Duke again due to the glaring difference in social status between them. Recalling with dread the moment when the ruler insisted for him to demand whatever reward he wished. To cover up his true fears, Kai talks around it in a mysterious way and claims in a vague way that his current routine is extremely complicated and full of bureaucratic hurdles. Karen pouts and stares at the floor in a visibly sad way at his evasive reply, forcing Lifia to step in a mature way to explain to the younger sister that unfortunately there is nothing they can do to change the warrior's decision. Staring at the young man with a begging and melancholy look, the small noble lady begs for him to at least remain in the town of Alda for the longest time he can, receiving a warm guarantee from Kai that he indeed intends to stay in the region for a good period to do sightseeing. In thought, Kai remembers that he still needs to act with extreme caution in the town, since other influential people like the nun Nina and little Remy are also looking for him. He reflects that they also hold prominent positions that can bring him trouble, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short upon noticing that Karen is staring at her older sister with a very suspicious look. Lifia begins to make frantic gestures with her hands in front of her own face in a relaxed way, trying to signal something discreetly without the young man noticing. However, the attempt at secrecy fails miserably when Karen just shakes her head in a bored way, leaving the armored warrior totally confused at that silent communication. Without any ceremony, the little redhead questions openly what type of bizarre gesture that was, causing her older sister to go into panic and try to cover it up, saying it was absolutely nothing. Karen exposes the secret without hesitating and reveals that Lifia was gesturing for him to raise his helmet visor, leaving the older sister totally red with white-hot embarrassment to the point of screaming the younger one's name in despair. Kai widens his eyes behind the metal helm upon realizing the real motive for all that fuss and the noble lady's timid wish to see his face. Covering her completely flushed face with her hands, Lifia complains in an embarrassed way about her sister's boldness, promising in thought that the younger one will receive a severe punishment later for having revealed her secret. Karen pouts and defends herself, saying it was the sister who started all the teasing, causing Lifia to change the subject quickly and firmly order that she get off the warrior's lap to stop bothering him, receiving a stubborn refusal in reply. Suddenly, in the middle of that small argument between the two sisters, one of their hands touches in an unexpected way Kai's metal glove, causing the young man to jump in pure startle at the sudden physical contact. Karen notices her sister's look and says, in a teasing tone, that if she is jealous, she should just admit it. Lifia is taken aback by the comment about jealousy, while Kai thinks to himself that she doesn't look the least bit jealous. Kai then calls Lifia's attention, saying with all composure that she really shouldn't act that way. The two sisters are completely in shock upon hearing the warrior's direct reprimand. Karen gets extremely irritated and questions why he is rejecting the older sister, but accepted that she herself sat on his lap. Kai explains that he isn't making distinctions, but emphasizes that Lifia is a gorgeous, almost adult noble lady who probably already has a partner, and he doesn't want anyone jumping to the wrong conclusions. Lifia agrees with his reasoning and admits that she really receives countless marriage proposals due to her position. However, she makes sure to clarify with a gentle smile that she still remains completely single. Kai gets quite surprised by that revelation, commenting that he didn't expect her to be unattached. Karen then reveals that suitors tend to fall head over heels for her sister and then get too embarrassed to face her again, which makes the young man find the situation pretty complicated. In thought, he confesses that he perfectly understands that feeling, since it really isn't easy at all to act naturally in front of someone so breathtaking. Karen continues the gossip, saying that her sister craves affection, but men get so scared of embarrassing themselves near her that they end up walking away. Lifia gets extremely embarrassed and begs for the younger sister to stop saying that, pointing back that she has no room to talk while she keeps sitting on the warrior's lap. With an idea in mind, Karen whispers to Kai and asks him to give a few light taps on the couch seat next to him. The young man is left without understanding the motive for the request, but decides to meet the young girl's insistence even without having the slightest clue of what is going to happen. Kai then gives 2 light taps on the couch next to him, immediately drawing Lifia's attention, who observes the gesture. To the young man's surprise, the older sister stands up right away and begins to walk toward him with determined steps. Lifia settles into the indicated space with a radiant smile, while Karen brags about having proved her point regarding her sister's longing for affection. The older sister gives a side glance, showing that indeed she was anxious for that invitation. When Lifia delicately touches his metal arm, the youth goes into internal panic without knowing how to act in front of so much affection from the two. Karen reflects to herself that she had never seen her sister act in such a bold and clingy way with someone before. A while later, the visit comes to an end and the sisters thank him immensely for the welcoming reception on that very pleasant afternoon. Lifia says goodbye in an extremely polite way, thanking the warrior for having given up his precious time to receive them. She explains that the last of the 3 promised gifts, the ducal family seal, is a bit more of a bureaucratic matter and should take about 3 days to be delivered. The young lady adds that they will make sure to bring the item personally so they can also debate all the details regarding the management of the massive villa. The girls then prepare to leave the property, wrapping up that meeting full of relaxed moments. Karen waves with a sweet smile, asking for the young man to take very good care of himself until their next meeting. Kai returns the wave and advises the young redhead to go back home soon so her parents don't get excessively worried about her. Karen agrees excitedly and calls her older sister to enter the carriage, while Lifia says her formal goodbye for good. The luxury carriage door is closed with a firm click, kicking off the return trip of the 2 noble ladies. The vehicle begins to move away slowly down the stone road, under the watchful eye of the warrior who watches them leave from afar. Kai gives a last parting wave and lets out a sigh of relief for finally being alone again. Taking advantage of the fact that the carriage is already banished from sight, the young man finally removes his heavy metal helm and celebrates the chance to be able to breathe a sigh of relief. From high above, the carriage goes on its way back while Kai enjoys the wonderful feeling of freedom without all that weight on his shoulders. Inside the vehicle, Lifia cheerfully comments that the afternoon flew by so fast that she ended up completely losing track of time. Karen makes a bummed pout and sincerely confesses that in reality, she would have loved to stay much longer in his company. Lifia agrees with the younger sister, who right after points out how lucky the older sister was for being called beautiful by the warrior. Lifia turns blushed with happiness remembering the compliment, but snaps back joking that he also showed much intimacy by calling the younger sister directly by her name. Karen turns all timid, admitting that yes, while the two pass to reflect on how a legendary and famous warrior of the Verdar elite manages to be someone so simple and friendly. Suddenly, Karen decides to expose the truth and questions if the real motive for her sister wanting to extend the visit was just to try to see his face behind the armor. Lifia loses herself in thoughts, recalling the moment when the mysterious young man acted in a heroic way to save her little sister's life. She also reflects on the strong possibility of him being the same gentle young man with whom she met by chance at the top of the clock tower. Faced with so many doubts and kept feelings, the young noble lady admits to herself that she really would love to uncover her savior's true identity. Seeing Lifia's sad expression, little Karen tries to comfort her and promises that she can draw the hero's face for her as soon as they get home. Lifia finds the gesture very cute, but rejects the offer with a forced smile, remembering that her younger sister's drawings have a style that is way too rugged to serve as a real reference. Karen gets indignant and snaps back, saying the sister draws even worse, but the conversation is interrupted when Lifia spots something intriguing through the vehicle window. Lifia looks closely through the rear window and spots the armored warrior standing in the courtyard in the distance. In the courtyard, Kai, believing to be completely alone, relaxes and holds the helm in his hands while letting out a tired sigh. Lifia widens her eyes in absolute shock upon finally managing to see the young man's face without the helm that covered it. Karen notices her sister's frozen reaction and calls her worriedly without understanding what left her so perplexed. Karen notices her sister's trance state and calls her, trying to bring her back to reality. Meanwhile, Kai continues in the courtyard with a somewhat apprehensive expression for having taken off the helm. A mysterious and satisfied smile begins to form on Lifia's lips inside the carriage. She comments in an amused way that this mysterious man made sure to tease her until the very last second. Karen goes completely into shock upon realizing that the warrior was indeed the young man with whom her sister had met at the clock tower. Lifia confirms with absolute certainty that no more doubts remain regarding the young man's identity. The older sister then questions if that meeting at the tower would have been a mere coincidence, remembering that almost nobody knows of her habit of going up there to appreciate the view. She reflects that if he already knew this beforehand, it would make total sense for him to have arranged time on such a busy day just to meet her. Lifia deduces that the young man perhaps had already predicted that the younger sister would go look for her at the tower, using the opportunity to discreetly verify if Karen's cured leg was fine. Karen gets enchanted thinking that he was worrying about her, while the older sister agrees that this is the only logical explanation. With a bright look of admiration, Lifia concludes with affection that the young warrior is an extremely kind person. She imagines that he must have suffered harsh punishments from his superiors in the army for having spent such a valuable elixir on his own to help them. However, she recalls that even faced with potential trouble, he guaranteed that he didn't regret his choices and that he preferred to see Karen enjoying her new freedom. Lifia notices that the hero chose each word with much care to free the younger sister from any guilt, showing a true strength of character by not charging any debt from them. She speculates that his presence at the clock tower could also be a way to watch the surroundings against potential remaining kidnappers. While Lifia gets impressed by all the young man's silent effort, Kai, oblivious to all of this, decides that it's a good time to take a relaxing bath. Inside the carriage, Lifia's heart beats faster thinking about how he acted in such a selfless way, without wanting to draw attention or reveal himself. The image of the gentle smile of the young warrior without a mask doesn't leave the beautiful noble lady's mind. She sighs deeply and thinks to herself that he is truly a wonderful man. Lifia confesses to herself that she can barely wait for the next 3 days because there are many things she wishes to talk about with him. Karen notices the older sister's smitten look and comments in a teasing tone that she has her head totally in the clouds. Lifia ignores the teasing and continues reflecting on how much the young man cared and took care of her younger sister's safety. Feeling her cheeks blush, the young noble lady admits that this huge affection makes her want to get even closer to him in the future. Karen observes her sister's silent reaction and lets out a suspicious murmur, trying to decipher what is going on in her head. Lifia wonders what her father's reaction would be if he knew about the feelings that are blooming in her heart for the hero. Karen, for her part, reflects that for their father, the warrior is someone extremely important and almost unreachable due to his legendary status. Lifia places her hand on her chin, pensive about the complexity it would be to reveal this situation to Duke Aldi. Far away from there, Duke Aldi ends up letting out a sudden sneeze, causing the people around to ask if he is okay. The scene changes to the local tavern, where the establishment's owner comments with a nostalgic tone that it will be sad not to see the young man around there so frequently anymore. The man cleans a glass quietly and reveals that he already figured his departure was near, after he didn't return to spend the previous night. While listening, Kai uses his utensils to cut a nice piece of steak with egg that has just been served. The young man guarantees with his mouth full that although he won't lodge there anymore, he will surely keep visiting the tavern frequently just to savor that wonderful food. The owner smiles in front of such enthusiasm, asking if he really likes his dishes that much, to which Kai answers that the food is incredibly delicious. Satisfied with the sincere compliment, the tavern keeper thanks him from the heart and states that the doors will always be open to receive him when he wants to come back. He then asks where the young man intends to live from now on, offering to get recommendations and contacts in the best inns of the region. Kai chews another piece and answers casually that he ended up scoring his own residence where he intends to settle down for a good while. The man is left jaw-dropped with the news, interrupting his service to ask if he really bought a house in the town. The warrior explains in a relaxed way that he tried to refuse in every possible way, but Duke Aldi insisted so much that he ended up giving him the gigantic villa as a gift. The tavern keeper almost falls backward from pure shock and incredulity in front of news so absurd and grand. The young man recounts laughing that the ducal family was turning the town upside down looking for him just to show gratitude for his rescue services. the man catches his breath and tries to open his friend's eyes, warning that winning an entire property directly from a duke is something extremely unusual and of a colossal importance. Kai just comments in a naive way about the exaggerated physical size of the mansion, leaving the tavern keeper even more frustrated with his lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. The owner details that a noble's number of properties serves as the main symbol of their power and influence, and that getting a piece of land there is an almost impossible privilege for ordinary people. He concludes that by giving up an asset so valuable, the ruler clearly decided that creating a direct trust bond with the young man was much more politically advantageous. Kai gulps and falls into complete silence upon finally realizing the deep political implications behind the gift he accepted without thinking much. The tavern keeper stares at him in a serious and suspicious manner, openly questioning what the true identity and origin of that mysterious warrior is. Kai tries to ease the tension, laughing nervously and guaranteeing that he is just a regular guy, but the man dismisses the statement immediately in a skeptical way. To change the subject, the young man pulls a heavy bag from his pocket and places it on the counter, thanking him immensely for all the help he received during his stay. The tavern keeper stares at the leather bundle with curiosity, listening to the unmistakable sound of metal coins colliding inside. Kai explains, smiling, that it is the payment in cold, hard cash to reward him for having given him shelter and excellent advice when he most needed guidance in the town. The tavern keeper steps back startled and confesses that he feels fear accepting that money, while Kai tries to reassure him, saying there is nothing scary about the situation. Kai jokes, asking if he would accept the payment if he knew it came from a dangerous guy, but the tavern keeper retorts, saying that this doesn't make the situation any better. The man explains that despite being stingy by nature, he feels guilty for having made the young man go through an absurdly crazy situation. He refers to the fact of having hidden the youth from the Duke himself, something that Kai admits he never saw from that tense perspective. The tavern keeper shudders, remembering all the trouble, confessing that he spent the entire time breaking into a cold sweat from pure dread. Kai shows total empathy and answers that he can perfectly imagine his friend's desperation. The tavern keeper states that his goal was always to treat customers in the best way possible, and Kai thanks him, saying he was extremely happy to have chosen that inn. The man tries to brag about his noble attitude, but gets totally embarrassed when the warrior seriously agrees with the praise instead of denying it out of modesty. Next, Kai takes his helm and goes back to covering his face with the metal gear. The tavern keeper smiles and says a warm goodbye, asking for the young man not to fail to visit him again when he has a chance. The warrior guarantees with conviction that he will return and waves while moving away toward the exit. As soon as the door closes and the entrance bell rings, the owner of the place stares at the mysterious bag of coins left behind. He gives a quick look around to guarantee he is alone and ducks discreetly behind the counter with the bundle. Upon opening the bag, the tavern keeper's eyes almost pop out upon seeing the golden and gleaming sheen of extremely valuable coins. He gets completely pale and incredulous, unable to believe the absurd fortune he just received for a simple lodging. The man realizes that no ordinary person would hand over such an amount so easily, questioning himself once more about who that young man really could be. The story then moves to a massive and imposing cathedral known as one of the three great forces of the continent. It is the headquarters of the Holy Church, where a soft voice echoes, catching someone's attention in the quiet hall. Marie holds her younger sister's cheeks in a mischievous way, ignoring her protests to stop squeezing her face. Nina, who before was blind and regained her sight thanks to Kai's elixir, contemplates her sister's face with affection for finally managing to see her. Marie, Mina's older sister, makes a posture of dramatic indignation and questions who she thinks she is touching with such intimacy. With an amused expression, the older sister asks how many times they will still repeat that same joke, to which the younger one answers that it is already the 7th time. Marie accuses the younger one of doing that on purpose, but Nina just looks away with an innocent smile and denies everything. Marie plops down in a relaxed way on a wooden bench of the church, while Nina gently warns her about her somewhat sloppy posture and way of speaking. The younger one insists for her not to cross her legs that way, warning that this informal behavior ends up ruining her beautiful appearance as a nun. Marie plays down the concern, arguing that there is no issue at all in relaxing when they are alone, although she agrees it would be bad if outsiders saw them like that. However, Marie's look suddenly takes on a deep seriousness as she changes the direction of her thoughts. She guarantees with a confident smile that she possesses all the necessary skill to stage a flawless and exemplary posture whenever the situation demands. Marie tries to prove her point, making a graceful pose, but Nina just stares at her with an expression of total disapproval and boredom. Marie comments that since she regained her sight, Nina has become extremely straight-laced and moralistic, but the younger one snaps back saying she is just acting like any sensible person would act. The older sister insists that there is nothing wrong with lowering one's guard once in a while, but Nina retorts that in Marie's case, this once in a while happens basically every day. The two enter a small and amusing argument, with Nina stating categorically that yes and Marie trying to deny it at all costs. Despite the small jabs, Marie recognizes that since she regained her sight, Nina has become a much more radiant and cheerful person, intensely enjoying each day. Marie points out that she has been observing this happy behavior of the younger sister not just today, but also over the last few days. She silently reflects that the family had never seen the young girl show so much liveliness and enthusiasm in her entire life. Marie then brings up the mysterious warrior in black armor, commenting on how much he tends to do extraordinary and impressive things. She recalls that the young man saved Nina's life completely alone and still used a valuable universal elixir to cure her for free. Marie highlights the fact of him having used 3 vials of the legendary potion all at once, which makes Nina fully agree with the grandiosity of that act of charity. Marie continues to tease the younger sister, saying that the warrior's face and heart seem to be wonderful, fitting perfectly into Nina's ideal type of man. Nina tries to defend herself timidly, explaining that since she just regained her sight recently, she hasn't even developed aesthetic preferences for male appearances yet. Marie jokes, saying she wants to see how long that excuse will last, but soon seriously warns that Nina is still way too young to try to win over the famous Black Warrior. She explains that by being capable of distributing legendary elixirs for free, the young man surely belongs to the military elite of Vertar, which means Nina would have hundreds of smitten rivals. Nina, however, argues in a joking tone that her youth can be precisely the advantage that would give her a chance to stand out in the middle of so many competitors. Marie gets amused seeing her younger sister so excited and blushing while defending her chances with the mysterious warrior. Nina tries to cover up the embarrassment, while Marie observes her with an affectionate smile, seeing her sister's genuine happiness back. Suddenly, the door opens and another nun enters to warn that it is time for Marie and Nina to take on their respective duties in the cathedral. Instantly, Marie changes her posture to a perfect elegance and answers with extreme politeness that they will do that right away, leaving Nina impressed with the quick acting. Marie invites the younger sister to follow her in a serene and graceful way, maintaining the flawless holy pose from before. Still taking in the incredible ease with which her sister manages to change personalities, Nina stammers a yes and prepares to accompany her. She stares at her older sister's back with a mix of admiration and awe to see how professional Marie manages to be in front of others. The Ansage sisters walk united toward their holy duties in the cathedral, showing a deep devotion to the service of the church. In the depths of their hearts, both anxiously await the day when they will have the opportunity to meet again with the hero in black armor. Meanwhile, the mysterious warrior follows his own path under the bright light of the sun, surrounded by an atmosphere of peace and respect. 3 days pass, and Marie appears completely wiped out, collapsing on a wooden bench to finally catch her breath after the tiring tasks. Suddenly, Lafia appears by surprise and catches her at the exact moment, joking that she is already being lazy and running from her obligations once again. Marie gives a startle upon recognizing her friend's voice and tries to defend herself quickly, guaranteeing that she isn't slacking off, but rather enjoying her well-deserved rest. She comments cheerfully about the surprise reunion and emphasizes that Lafia shouldn't have entered all the way to the back garden without passing through the formal clearances of the cathedral first. Lafia apologizes in a relaxed way with a sweet smile and invites her friend to settle next to her so they can chat quietly. The 2 young ladies then sit side by side on the comfortable wooden bench, surrounded by the green grass of the garden. They take advantage of the quiet and sunny environment to catch up and share the news in a moment of pure compliance. Marie soon asks about little Karen, finding it strange that Lafia appeared alone without the constant company of her younger sister. Olivia explains with a smile that the younger sister stayed outside chatting excitedly with Nina while she took care of cleaning the courtyard, leaving Marie quite satisfied with the news. Marie deduces that the sister's visit means the ducal family finally managed to deliver the due reward to the armored warrior, and Olivia confirms, revealing that she just delivered a gratitude letter from her father to the church superiors. Marie lets out a sigh and recounts that Nina has begged daily to see her savior again, proving that the younger sister really grew attached in a very intense way to him. Olivia finds it funny and comments that Karen is acting in the exact same way, as if she had finally found another special person to grow fond of besides her own older sister. She reveals in an amused way that the little one now spends practically all the time she can settled on the lap of the warrior in black armor. Olivia gets amused, recalling that even when the younger sister received a scolding or got her butt hurting from the rigid metal, she stubbornly refused to get off there. Marie gives a smirk and recognizes that the hero really must possess a very special magnetism to draw people around him so much. With her look gleaming with admiration, Olivia confesses with all sincerity that he's the most wonderful and charming person she has ever met in her entire life. Marie gets surprised by such a statement of affection, but Olivia guarantees that her friend will perfectly understand that feeling the exact instant she has the chance to meet him. Marie then asks with curiosity if the Duke offered some monumental reward during that meeting with the hero, making Olivia hesitate a bit before answering. The older sister insists in a sweet way, begging for her to share the secret just to serve as a baseline for her own plans of gratitude. Marie explains that the Ansage family still hasn't decided on how to show their gratitude and would like to know what the ducal house offered to avoid giving an inadequate or rude gift. Olivia agrees to reveal everything under absolute secrecy, but playfully threatens to expose Marie's true informal personality if she tells anyone else. The young noble lady approaches to speak in a confidential tone, apologizing for the whisper while she begins to detail the reward. She reveals that the first major gift offered by the ducal family was a luxurious and sumptuous residential villa. Next, she mentions that the hero also received a colossal amount of money as a direct financial reward. Finally, she wraps up revealing the official seal of the ducal family, totaling the 3 grand gifts that were delivered to the warrior. Marie gets completely confused and disappointed with the revelation, questioning if it really was only that which was delivered. She argues outraged that considering the young man saved Karen's life and spent a universal elixir of priceless value, those gifts don't seem to be anywhere near enough. Olivia gestures in a nervous way and admits she feels the exact same weight on her conscience, but explains that unfortunately there was no other viable alternative. Marie remains incredulous with the answer and snaps back, insisting that the family surely could have done much more for the mysterious warrior. Olivia then reveals the true obstacle, explaining that the young man not only refused to ask for any reward, but also balked immensely to accept the gifts they insisted on giving. Marie gestures surprised and says that this is already crossing the limits of a joke, stating that it's impossible for someone so incredibly selfless to exist in the world. Olivia remains in silence for an instant, with a pensive look that carries all the certainty of that absurd reality. Olivia takes the chance to reinforce, smiling, that she warned from the start about how he was the most incredible person of all, making her friend joke for her not to say that out loud if she is going to embarrass herself. The young noble lady recounts that even her father admitted to being unable to compare himself to the moral greatness and nobility of character of that legendary warrior. Marie gets shocked to find out about Duke Aldi's reaction, who lately has been racking his brain alongside his wife to think of ways to act in the next meeting with the hero. Marie deduces that for the town's ruler to be so worried like that, he feels he needs to prepare himself psychologically just to manage to maintain a conversation as equals. Olivia agrees and reveals that her father completely loses his smile whenever the subject pops up, proving that the warrior's imposing presence really caused an overwhelming impact on him. Marie jokes, saying the young man must be a true monster of influence to leave the influential ruler in that state. And Olivia just smirks, agreeing silently with the statement. Marie softens her tone and reflects on how both had the immense luck of having their beloved younger sister saved by a person so extraordinary and out of the ordinary. Olivia adds with a tender look that perhaps only a man so incomparable as him would be capable of pulling off such rescue miracles, leaving even the nobles feeling small near his grandiosity. Marie then shifts the focus of the conversation and questions if her friend really believes the hero belongs to the legendary elite force of Verdar, wanting to know her personal impressions regarding the mystery. Lifia stares at the garden pensively and reveals she received express orders from her father to never do anything that can turn that powerful warrior into an enemy of their family. Marie understands the secrecy message and comments that if he really is an elite agent, things become terribly complex when deciding an appropriate reward for someone of such a high rank. She points out that the warrior probably possesses more real influence than the local nobility itself, and that he must be capable of getting anything he wishes on his own. However, Lithia reveals a quite curious and funny detail, mentioning that during their chat, she felt the young man seemed much happier receiving the cash reward than the legendary official seal of the ducal family. Marie gets a massive sweat drop on her head from such perplexity, commenting that the simple reaction from the warrior doesn't make the slightest logical sense. She explains that money is something common that anyone can get working hard, while an official seal of the ducal house is an invaluable privilege of prestige that no money in the world is capable of buying. She explains that the seal represents a lifelong guarantee of unconditional backing on the part of that influential ducal house, being something extremely enviable by anyone on the continent. Marie then reasons that if he really is an agent of the Vertar military elite, he already counts on the direct backing of the Emperor himself, making it natural that he places more value on cold hard cash than on one more seal of political protection. Lifia adds with admiration that in her view, the hero was satisfied with the money, because that would allow him to help even more people in need, leaving her friend completely surprised at such naivety. The young noble lady reflects that someone who is going through financial hardships would be radiant to receive an entire villa, but would never be in a condition to afford weapons and gear so extraordinary as his. Marie understands the situation and concludes that her family side must also offer a good compensation in money, but soon is caught by surprise when Lifia jokes, saying she is sure the warrior is her ideal type. Marie turns extremely red with embarrassment and questions where they got that absurd idea, revealing with indignation that Nina had said the exact same thing before. Lifia lets out a funny chuckle and comments that her younger sister really showed herself to be very sharp. To notice that evident attraction, Marie retours, saying her friend is in no position to mock anyone since she herself exudes an obvious energy that she is completely head over heels for the mysterious warrior. The older sister playfully threatens that if Lifia keeps playing dumb, she herself will make sure to reveal directly to the young man that the noble lady is hopelessly in love with him. Meanwhile, in another part of the cathedral, little Nina walks excitedly alongside Karen, commenting that at first they were desperate over not managing to find the hero by any means. She adds that she found it very strange not managing to locate him since he usually wears an extremely flashy and imposing black armor. The young nun confesses she had her heart in her throat, considering the possibility of him being severely punished by his superiors due to spending the valuable universal elixir. Karen points her finger in a tone of certainty and guarantees that the young man himself would surely give Nina a scolding if he knew she is feeling guilty about that. The little redhead recalls the warrior's gentle words, highlighting that he preferred to see the people he saved enjoying their new lives with joy instead of worrying about him. Nina gets deeply relieved and touched by the revelation, thanking Karen warmly for sharing that comforting information. Karen adds, laughing, that the hero confessed he didn't regret his actions even if he received a lecture, which makes Nina ponder if he really would have acted against the direct orders of his commanders out of pure kindness. The little redhead speculates that perhaps he took that bold attitude, knowing that his high position and immense military achievements would protect him from any severe punishment from his superiors. Nina agrees pensively and smiles slightly upon noting that this brave and benevolent posture matches his personality perfectly. The two decide to join their older sisters and sit on the bench, with Nina commenting that the young man really seems to be the type who never gives in when he believes he is doing the right thing. The young nun takes advantage of the moment to ask if the redhead knows how much time he still intends to stay in the town, and Karen answers that he should remain for a reasonable period to sort out some pending matters. She adds that although indeed he seems very busy, he politely turned down Lifia's invitation for dinner, claiming to have pressing commitments to resolve. Nina speculates with admiration that he probably spends the nights doing silent patrols through the town or pulling off new secret rescue missions under the cloak of darkness. With her cheeks flushed from pure enchantment, the young nun lets slip a smitten sigh about how incredible and heroic the young man is. Noticing Nina's obvious excitement, Karen takes on a mischievous expression and promises to share a valuable piece of info that will surely interest her. She reveals as a secret that the mysterious hero tends to have lunch frequently at a tavern called Eldi, since he has a big preference for simple and everyday meals. Nina locks the details in her mind with her heart beating fast, imagining that golden opportunity to meet him. The young nun stands up from the bench in a determined startle, leaving Karen startled and asking if she is really planning to go there after him. Nina tries to cover up her nervousness and guarantees with flushed cheeks that she would never do something so impulsive before preparing the church's official thanks. However, contradicting her own words, the nun simply goes dashing off through the garden, leaving the little redhead completely without understanding a thing. Karen stares at her pulling away and mutters indignant that she truly hopes not to be left behind because of her friend's sudden rush. Meanwhile, Kai walks back down the main street of the town, humming cheerfully for being finally free from the mansion's formal obligations. The young man approaches the familiar local tavern, anxious to enjoy one more delicious quiet meal at the counter. However, upon approaching the entrance, he hears a female voice coming from inside the establishment, questioning the owner about the times the warrior usually frequents the place. The youth freezes with his hand on the doorknob upon realizing the tone of mystery and listening to the tavern keeper stammer and hesitate while trying to answer the question. To the warrior's desperation, Marie demands in an extremely imposing and intimidating way that the man reveal that info right away, leaving the poor tavern keeper trembling with fear. Terrified by the psychological pressure, the tavern keeper gives in on the spot and confesses, shouting that the mysterious warrior usually appears exactly around that time. On the outside, Kai listens to everything with a huge sweat drop on his head, deeply lamenting for his friend being interrogated that way while he just wanted to have lunch in peace. Leaving no respite, the imposing nun continues the ruthless interrogation and asks where the young man usually sits to eat. She reinforces the order with a sharp look and icy voice, demanding that he hide absolutely nothing from her. Totally dominated by panic, the tavern keeper points desperately to the counter seat right next to him to wrap up that tense situation quickly. Marie then questions about the young man's favorite dish, and the man reveals that he doesn't have a fixed order, forcing her to ask what exactly he ate on his last visit. He points quickly to one of the options on the previous day's menu, and the nun decides to order the exact same meal to try it out. Observing the entire scene from afar with an aura of discouragement, the young man is impressed by the high pitches of desperation his tavern keeper friend managed to hit during the interrogation. Although he recognizes the other nun as someone apparently sweet, he seriously ponders if the best decision for his own well-being wouldn't simply be to turn around and leave from there. However, he remembers that the tavern keeper always helped him and welcomed him very well, concluding that leaving him suffering alone in that situation would be a massive lack of consideration. He gathers his courage, holds the doorknob, and opens the door determined to enter, hoping that the presence of a new customer helps calm the heated tempers inside. Upon taking the first step inside the hall, he immediately confirms with his own eyes that the poor tavern keeper really was in a tight spot. The man makes frantic gestures of panic, begging for a moment of patience, completely cornered by the two nuns in front of the counter. Kai watches that comical scene and mentally asks for his friend to hang tough, promising to act as a discreet support in case things get even more tense. He finally approaches the young ladies in the counter, sighing with relief for having managed to gather enough strength to face that chaotic environment and give support to his friend. Kai, wearing his imposing dark armor, watches the situation cautiously and decides internally to pretend he saw absolutely nothing to avoid being dragged into the middle of that mess. The armored warrior observes the two nuns from behind as they talk to the tavern keeper at the bar counter, trying to maintain a safe and discreet distance while the room remains under an atmosphere of slight tension. Kai gets extremely tense and breaks into a cold sweat upon realizing that the noisy dialogue at the counter suddenly stopped, questioning himself in a panic why the conversation had to halt at that exact crucial moment. Marie asks Nina to hold her position, while the young white-haired nun, visibly blushing and anxious, immediately agrees with her superior's instruction. A close-up on the feet shows determined steps approaching, creating internal apprehension about why the tavern keeper is walking exactly toward the armored warrior. The tavern keeper approaches the counter where Kai is and, with a pleading look, begs for help, leaving the warrior perplexed, since he had just walked in precisely with the intention of helping his friend. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, the tavern keeper warmly thanks him and promises to return the favor by preparing an excellent meal, while Kai tries in vain to contain his friend's sudden excitement. Kai, acting as an improvised server, friendly asks if he can take their order, leaving young, white-haired Nina completely flustered and stammering upon finding herself face to face with him. The armored warrior looks back in surprise as he realizes the tavern keeper took the opportunity to slip away, leaving him alone to deal with the situation. Nina flashes a radiant, angelic smile, enveloped in a glowing aura of pure happiness as she looks fondly toward the armored warrior who appears to be nervous. The image highlights in detail the golden bracelet on Nina's wrist, from which hangs a small, delicate pendant shaped like a golden cross. In a close-up shot, the golden pendant shaped like a four-pointed star that adorns the young nun's neck over her white robes is displayed. Nina, her cheeks flushed with shyness, looks directly at the warrior and asks in a soft voice if he still remembers her. After a moment of internal shock upon recognizing Nina, the warrior replies serenely that of course he remembers and expresses his immense joy at seeing her in such good health. With her eyes shining and her cheeks turning even redder, Nina returns the sentiment with enthusiasm, declaring that she is also extremely happy to see that he is doing fantastic. Marie peeks timidly from behind the door and apologizes to the armored bodyguard, explaining that she herself asked the tavern keeper for secrecy and begging him not to be too hard on the man. Marie bows slightly in a gesture of respect and formally apologizes for her previous behavior, which she considered inappropriate, under the watchful and surprised gaze of the tavern keeper in the background. The tavern keeper waves his hands in a sign of modesty and panic, asking her not to worry about it and sincerely thanking her for the understanding and indulgence shown. Kai admits he did not recognize her right away at first, commenting that she looks like a totally different person now, especially because of her new religious garments. Enveloped by beautiful blue flowers that highlight her grace, Nina smiles sweetly and shyly, asks if the new look really suits her. The armored warrior reflects for a moment under his helm and replies gently that the outfit will fit her even better as she grows up and gets older. Nina thanks him immensely for the compliment, while Kai points to her ornaments and confesses that he really had no idea she belonged to the Holy Church. While Nina displays a radiant smile of pure satisfaction, Marie remains silent right behind her, watching the interaction intently under her metallic visor. Marie casts an extremely locked and piercing glare toward the warrior, whose presence hidden under the visor transmits a silent pressure that makes the young man sweat from nervousness. In an extremely tight shot on Marie's visor, the tense silence drags on, causing Kai to only be able to sputter an expression of hesitation in the face of that intimidating stare-down. Trying to ease the heavy mood, Kai quickly changes the subject and asks Nina how her vision has been since the day they met. Nina approaches suddenly and excitedly, replying with red cheeks that her vision is perfectly recovered thanks to the treatment he provided her. In a funny illustrated sequence, Kai does a quick test by holding up 2 fingers and asking what she sees, to which Nina answers correctly, repeating the success when he shows his palm with 5 fingers. Revealing a relieved countenance and a warm smile underneath his armor, Kai comments that she truly seems recovered, feeling a deep relief in his heart. Nina recalls with emotion that she spent years without being able to see her family members' faces, but states with pride that today she enjoys every single one of her days with more happiness than anyone else. Kai gets flustered by the depth of the heartfelt speech and comically asks her not to say such sentimental and deep things, making Nina quickly apologize, completely embarrassed. The warrior gently asks her to lift her head and keep enjoying life to the fullest, emphasizing that, otherwise, it would have made no sense at all to have used that valuable medicine to cure her. Inspired by the warrior's encouraging words, Nina raises her face with determination and firmly promises that she will do her best to fully enjoy her new life. The tavern keeper returns to the dining area with a radiant smile, bringing 2 generous, steaming platters of food and thanking the customers for their patience while waiting. Nina puts her hands together in a sign of gratitude before the dish of juicy steak topped with a fried egg and accompanied by mashed potatoes and vegetables, marveled by the huge amount of food served. Kai questions if she actually ordered the large portion, to which Nina timidly confirms, completely red, while Marie already prepares to eat her own meal, giving thanks silently. Sitting at the tavern table, Kai comments that the large portion is usually meant for adults, but Nina reveals with a smile that she chose the large dish because she wanted to eat the exact same thing as the MC. Bringing her index fingers together shyly with the radiant smile on her face, the young nun confesses that that desire was the real reason for her visit to the tavern that day. The armored warrior reflects in silence on how people are sometimes motivated by small whims and spontaneous feelings, receiving a simple confirmation from Nina. Kai suggests that if Nina cannot finish her whole meal, he and the bodyguard can help eat the rest, leaving Marie in a complete panic as she points out that even she would get stuffed with that much food. While Marie gestures nervously in the background, refusing the idea of eating more, Nina smiles sweetly at Kai and warmly thanks him for his kindness and concern. The warrior makes a friendly gesture with his armored hand, insisting that the two of them do not wait for his food and start enjoying their meals while they are still hot. He reminds them that they probably have a curfew to return and argues that it would be a huge waste to let food that was just prepared with such care get cold. The two nuns put their hands together and say a brief prayer of thanks in perfect harmony before beginning the meal in front of their respective dishes. In individual close-up shots, Nina and Marie take the first forkful of food to their mouths with expectation under the watchful eye of the armored warrior. The flavor of the dish exceeds both of their expectations, causing Nina to declare that the food is heavenly while Marie fully agrees, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. Satisfied with the young woman's reaction, Kai displays a proud and joyful posture underneath his helm, bragging that the cooking at this place is truly fantastic. A wooden mug is slammed hard and abruptly onto the counter, accompanied by an annoyed comment from the tavern keeper questioning why the warrior is bragging about the food as if he had prepared it himself. Kai complains about the rude way his order was served, but the tavern keeper retorts indignantly that he should let it slide just for today, since he almost passed out from shock and nervousness because of him earlier. Kai, in his chibi form and visibly shaken by the situation, laments in his thoughts that he had indeed already taken the blame before the bodyguard to try to spare his friend from more trouble. Nina lets out a fun little giggle and comments that Kai and the tavern keeper seem to be extremely close, noticing the obvious casualness between them. Kai states that they get along great, but the tavern keeper complains that the warrior never reveals anything about his true identity or connections, which makes Nina agree that it is hard to deal with someone so mysterious, gaining the merchant's immediate support. Realizing that he spoke too informally around the church bodyguard, the tavern keeper panics and quickly corrects his speech in a polite, nervous manner, stammering as he confirms the previous statement. Kai notices his friend slip up and mentally observes with a sigh that the tavern keeper ended up letting informal language slip right in front of a religious authority at that exact moment. Marie politely asks the warrior to overlook the informal attitude this time, and Kai replies, disguising under his bodyguard posture, that as long as Lady Nina is not bothered, he can turn a blind eye as many times as necessary. With a huge smile on her face, Nina assures that she does not mind at all and adds that she would like the bodyguard to also speak in a more casual and relaxed way with her, just like Jet Black does. The young tavern keeper, visibly uncomfortable with the situation and fearing the formalities, mentally begs to be spared from that high society conversation. Kai finds it funny to see his friend acting so stiff and formal, but the tavern keeper retorts annoyed that that is the normal reaction of any regular citizen before the nobility and the church, calling him weird. The young nun delicately uses her fork to cut and savor another juicy piece of her steak and fried egg meal. Nina briefly interrupts her meal and, with a slightly hesitant and serious expression, apologizes in advance for asking the warrior such a sudden question. The armored warrior and the tavern keeper turn their attention to Nina when she respectfully states that she has an important matter to question. Nina explains, while delicately holding her star pendant over her chest, that her free time for outings outside the religious temple is quite restricted. With flushed cheeks, she reveals that she would immensely like to schedule a specific date and time to be able to visit him and express her sincere thanks properly. Nina reinforces her desire to arrange a day to make this formal visit of gratitude, leaving the armored warrior in absolute silence and thoughtful before the proposal. Behind his visor, Kai's eyes widen in complete surprise and bewilderment as he processes the young nun's unexpected request. While the tavern keeper discreetly decides to step away from the table so as not to intrude on the serious matter, Kai gestures confused, asking if he is the one who should make an official visit to the Grand Cathedral. Nina waves her hands, denying it quickly, and clarifies that the plan is actually for her and her entourage to go directly to his residence or estate to pay proper respects. The young nun bows slightly, assuming he already knows she has knowledge of his estate's location, and adds that they will apologize immediately if this intention displeases him in any way. The warrior is terrified in his thoughts, questioning himself in absolute panic how she already has this information, considering he just received that luxurious estate a very short time ago. He tries to calm her down, gesturing with his hand and says it is fine, just impressed by the speed of the information, then suggesting that if they decide to visit him, they do it on a day off, since he has obligations during the week. Nina recognizes how busy he is and suggests next Sunday around noon, which Kai timidly accepts before asking who exactly will be part of the entourage visiting him. The image highlights the portrait of Nina's parents, revealing a distinguished man with glasses and elegant clerical robes next to a noble-looking lady with a golden veil. The narration continues, illustrating Nina's older sister, who shares the same religious lineage and wears a habit adorned with delicate pink flowers on her veil. Putting her hands together joyfully, Nina concludes the visitor list by mentioning that they will also be accompanied by several church security guards for the official escort. The young man is completely shocked and depressed upon realizing that Nina's family is immensely influential and powerful in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, mentally begging for a break from so many political issues. In chibi form, hovering over the table, Kai asks hesitantly if he would have the right to choose who is actually allowed to enter his estate, leaving Nina confused, not understanding the purpose of that inquiry. Kai confesses directly that he would prefer her parents not attend the visit, leaving the young nun in a complete state of shock and speechless before such an unexpected request. He calmly explains that he does not want an excessively formal or pompous visit, and that his main goal is to avoid drawing a lot of unwanted attention from the people around his residence. The tavern keeper peeks from behind the door and shouts ironically that the desire to go unnoticed makes no sense at all, coming from a man who walks around wearing a flashy, full black suit of armor, startling Kai. The young warrior adopts a tired and discouraged countenance in his chibi form, mentally grumbling about the lack of sensitivity and the constant teasing from his longtime friend. Kai tries to justify it by saying it would be better for her parents to prioritize their important duties at the church to avoid issues in their absence, while Marie finishes her meal, thanking politely in the background. He proposes that Nina will still be able to thank him even without her parents' presence, emphasizing that he is not asking her to go entirely alone, and sincerely confesses that high-ranking people simply freak him out. The warrior inquires if her concern is thinking that the exclusive presence of her older sister would not be enough, to which Nina and her sister vehemently object in despair in Kai's mental illustration. Marie takes charge of the conversation and declares that the deal is sealed, instructing the supposed armored bodyguard to relay all these logistical details and decisions to his military superiors. She adds that that division of tasks was exactly what she intended from the beginning, concluding in a relieved manner that this resolution immensely facilitates everyone's planning. With a look of pure satisfaction and relief, the young man mentally celebrates that negotiations are running surprisingly smoothly and without major complications this time. Under Marie's watchful and silent gaze, Nina remains focused on enjoying her meal at the tavern counter, making the most of the last moments of her outing. The scene shows a steak and fried egg dish completely licked clean, with only a squeezed lemon slice remaining, signaling that the delicious meal was entirely consumed by the visitors. Nina and Marie stand up and make a polite parting bow, expressing that they look forward to meeting again soon at his estate. The armored warrior, maintaining his restrained and discreet posture, says goodbye with a simple wave and wishes them a safe trip back. The shot focuses on the young nun's steps, fading away as they lead the tavern back to the temple, leaving the room in a peaceful calm after the hustle and bustle. As soon as he is left alone, Kai rests his hand on his silver helm and lets out a deep sigh of pure physical and mental exhaustion due to all that accumulated tension. The tavern keeper approaches bringing a new steaming dish of freshly prepared food and questions ironically if the warrior is the one who has the right to feel tired there. Kai defends himself, saying that interacting with figures of such importance tires anyone out, but the tavern keeper complains that he is the one who suffered the most by having to deal with the pressure of serving the royal church entourage flawlessly. Too exhausted to keep arguing, the warrior simply rests his heavy armored head on the wooden counter and suggests in a tired manner that they both agree they are equally exhausted. The tavern keeper assumes a more serious expression and confesses that, although he knew he was no ordinary guy, he never imagined he would be someone influential enough to deal as an equal with big names of the Holy Church. In his thoughts, Kai laments with irony that everything would be much simpler if this supposed colossal influence were true, while his friend watches him suspiciously because he is staring into space with a melancholy look. The merchant reflects out loud and notes with satisfaction that, despite all this apparent grandeur and hidden power, Kai's attitude toward him has not changed at all, concluding that acting normally is best for both. Kai agrees in a low voice, keeping his arm resting on the wooden counter, and confesses from the bottom of his heart that the simplicity of his friend's treatment is something that truly helps him relax and feel normal. The tavern keeper jokes, telling him not to sue him for insulting a superior in the future. And Kai, finally ready to savor his meal, assures with simplicity that he would never do such a thing, since he does not even possess real status to get offended by such nonsense. Kai comments while eating a piece of steak that the Holy Church guards are all highly trained elite warriors, agreeing with the tavern keeper's comment about Marie's intimidating presence. Kai explains that it would not be possible to take on a position of such responsibility otherwise, and advises the tavern keeper that he can freely tell the nuns the few details he knows about him. The tavern keeper shouts back in outrage, saying that he should have revealed this permission to speak much earlier, since he thought he would pass out from panic during the nuns' interrogation, while Kai apologizes humbly. The tavern keeper argues that the religious women went easy on him at the time, which leaves Kai quite confused and intrigued by his friend's definition of what a friendly treatment would be. The tavern keeper clarifies that they did not use threats or excessive authority, they just insisted politely, recognizing that the bodyguard's firm stance in protecting Nina's limited time was absolutely correct. The image highlights Marie in silence under her visor, while the conversation focuses on how this protective and rigorous attitude is the true way guards use to show their unwavering loyalty. While he continues chewing his meal with his back turned, Kai reflects thoughtfully that the bodyguard position must also be extremely difficult, resembling a painful dilemma of being caught between two pressures. The tavern keeper comments that this is a common burden for anyone serving directly under influential and powerful figures, adding that he feels Kai would understand this dynamic of subordination better than most. The merchant cleans a plate and reveals he knows it was Kai himself who defended the tavern keeper earlier, mentioning the concern with his reputation and public image, surprising the warrior. Kai smiles awkwardly and confesses in a comical tone that in reality he understands nothing about these bureaucratic matters of status, having only said words that sounded good and appropriate for the situation. The tavern keeper concludes reflexively that if Kai really does not need to worry about understanding these social complexities, it only proves that he enjoys an extremely privileged and untouchable position. Suddenly, the tavern keeper's eyes widen in complete shock as he entertains the terrifying hypothesis that his friend might have a real authority superior to that of a major influential figure of the Holy Church. Kai quickly denies it, laughing awkwardly and gesturing with his hand, explaining that in reality it is exactly the opposite. He is in such a humble and distant position that he cannot even comprehend such grandeur. The tavern keeper cuts the conversation short in a comical way, refusing to hear any more excuses, leaving the young warrior mentally lamenting that the misunderstandings about his identity only seem to get worse. The white and gold carriage travels along the paved streets, while inside Nina expresses her immense joy at having managed to share the same meal as Jet Black during the meeting. Marie takes advantage of the trip to ask for Nina's honest opinion about her personal impression regarding the warrior Jet Black, and the young nun replies right away that he is an undisputedly powerful man. Nina softens her tone and, with slightly flushed cheeks, clarifies fondly that her evaluation referred much more to his inner strength and nobility of character than to his physical combat skills. Marie humbly apologizes and confesses that because she felt under constant and relentless surveillance from the mysterious warrior, she did not have the necessary peace of mind to analyze the internal aspects of his personality. Nina is completely shocked and perplexed by her companion's revelation, repeating in her thoughts the expression about being watched with bugged-out eyes. Marie explains in detail that mealtime is crucial to test a soldier's vigilance, deducing that the armored warrior was discreetly evaluating her to see if she would lower her guard while eating. Marie recalls with deep pain the terrible previous failure of the bodyguard entourage that resulted in Nina's traumatic kidnapping, a grave mistake that still weighs severely on the shoulders of all the protectors. She adds that they also failed to notice Jet Black's stealthy approach on that occasion, considering the failure unforgivable, and reinforces that talking to the tavern keeper would never be an acceptable excuse to relax her own vigilance. Nina speculates if the warrior simply possesses a naturally low-key presence, but Marie dismisses the possibility, stating it is a glaring difference in technical level, thanking the young girl's concern anyway. Marie theorizes that the warrior calculated every detail meticulously, even predicting her disagreement with the tavern keeper, and concludes that the perfect timing of his actions rules out any possibility of mere coincidence. The bodyguard raises the hypothesis that the warrior possessed privilege and advance information about the group's destination even before they arrived at the inn. She assumes, in an impressed manner, that he holds a terrifying ability to analyze scenarios in real time, promising to report all her observations and suspicions directly to Nina's influential father. Nina, in her chibi representation and visibly apprehensive about the progress of that serious conversation, questions if the report to her father will also involve the matter about the official visit of gratitude. Marie observes that the warrior's detached attitude caught her attention, pointing out that any regular person in his position would never waste a golden chance to establish direct bonds with such powerful nobles. She compliments this by saying it is unusual for someone to pass up calling in a favor of such political magnitude, recalling that, despite him claiming to prefer discretion, his posture indicates something much deeper. Nina reflects in silence and concludes in a somewhat discouraged way that his argument about avoiding public attention might have just been an excuse to hide other intentions. The bodyguard ponders that regular people indeed fear the powerful, but the extreme naturalness with which the warrior talked to Nina proves that this fear definitely does not match his reality. Marie mentions the persistent rumors that he belongs to the legendary elite force Bertar, which would perfectly explain his familiarity and ease in dealing with figures from the high clergy and continental nobility. The two nuns stare at each other in absolute silence during the ride, immersed in an atmosphere of deep reflection and mystery about their savior's true motivations. Nina entertains with concern whether there could be some imminent problem or secret threat lurking around the Grand Cathedral, trustingly believing that he has a crucial and noble reason to act in that discreet way. The young nun reinforces her faith in the warrior, stating with conviction that he would never emphasize so strongly for her parents not to come if the reason behind his decision were something trivial. Convinced that they need to report the matter with extreme urgency, Marie asks Nina's permission to order the driver to speed up the carriage to arrive faster at the mansion. With a serious and focused look of someone who recognizes the implicit gravity of the situation, Nina promptly agrees and authorizes the trip's speed to be increased. Marie opens the small window of the carriage and gives express, energetic orders to the driver to lead the horses as fast as possible. The luxurious carriage accelerates sharply through the city avenue under a shower of green leaves, racing against time to deliver the urgent message to the patriarch. The magnificent and imposing manor house of Nina's family appears majestic under the bright sunbeams, boasting a grand and sophisticated architecture. Sitting on the luxurious velvet sofa in the mansion's library, the sisters talk privately, reflecting on the impact of having been personally invited by the legendary hero. Nina's older sister, displaying a gentle smile and flushed cheeks, teases fondly as she comments on the evident good taste Jet Black showed by making the invitation. In chibi form, Nina notices her sister's extreme anxiety and playfully points out that her voice and legs are shaking from nervousness due to excessive shyness. All clumsy and embarrassed, the older sister tries to justify herself, confessing that she never imagined the hero would make a point of excluding their parents from that formal visit of gratitude. Before the imposing crest of Vertar that arises in her thoughts, the sister understands the agent's reasons for discretion, while Nina comforts her, assuring that he is a truly wonderful person. The older sister timidly inquires about the black-armored hero's generosity, trying to mentalize a kind and welcoming image of him among golden flowers. Nina places her hand over her chest and assures with a loving smile that his generosity is as immense and pure as that of her own sister. Satisfied with the comforting answer, the older sister ponders that maybe she can act naturally and without stiff formalities, an idea that receives Nina's excited and enthusiastic support. Suddenly gripped by despair and panic upon imagining herself acting excessively informal around a legendary elite warrior, the older sister comically questions if Nina is trying to embarrass her to death. She arguments in a thoughtful way that being herself is much easier, but ponders that striking first impressions generally depend on a polite and flawless posture aiming to make a good impression on the host. Nina displays a beautiful smile and affectionately confesses that she prefers her older sister's authentic, real version 1,000 times over any polite formality. Moved by Nina's affectionate words, the older sister smiles tenderly and promises to keep that sincere advice fondly in her heart. The older sister stands up in a thoughtful manner and shifts the focus of the conversation, commenting with admiration that Jet Black truly appears to be an extraordinary and incredible man. She highlights how impressive it is that he was the first to detect suspicious movements from a new extremist religious group, theorizing that he must be investigating a series of mysteries on his own. Nina questions herself thoughtfully about how he manages to obtain such secret and confidential information, but soon concludes it is much better for their own safety not to try to uncover this secret guaranteed as top confidentiality. The image illustrates the armored warrior in an imposing pose under the serious warning that if they try to investigate his past or his methods, they run the imminent risk of being seen as enemies by him. The older sister warns of the worst possible scenario, him deciding that the relationship with their family is not worth the hassle, cutting bonds and ties of friendship in a definitive and permanent way. In a dark reddish representation under a terrifying atmosphere, the warrior's helm gains monstrous features, highlighting that, analyzed from any angle, he possesses the overwhelming power of a true monster. The older sister stares at the sunny window in a casual way and jokes that, given his legendary perception, it would not be surprising if he were listening to that private conversation at this exact instant. Both let out fun giggles in the room, with Nina shooting back that the mansion is packed with guards and that it would be physically impossible for anyone to spy inside there under the sudden sound of footsteps on the ceiling. The sisters' laughter freezes instantly and their cheeks turn pale when they distinctly hear the terrifying sound of firm footsteps echoing directly above their heads on the living room ceiling. Nina, trembling and huddled on the sofa, calls for her older sister while staring at the high ceiling, adorned with a large crystal chandelier, from where the mysterious footsteps continue to echo. Trying uselessly to keep calm and rationalize the situation, the older sister forces a trembling laugh and suggests it must just be some small animal that climbed onto the roof, just as had happened before. Nina ponders that the timing is too coincidental to be just an animal, while the older sister jokes in a somewhat nervous way that, if it is indeed Jet Black, he is being extremely protective by watching them from so close for safety. While the Chibizen thoughts agree with his kindness, the nuns are intrigued, knowing that the heavy guard at the main gate would theoretically prevent any common human infiltration. A transition frame over a green checker background solemnly announces the arrival of the long-awaited and promised day of their meeting. In the busy tavern, the tavern keeper comments that he would be mentally rehearsing the meeting if he were in Kai's place, and the warrior agrees, thanking him for the meal he has just enjoyed. The holy winged crest of the church appears highlighted, under the reminder that on that exact day, the influential Onsage family, rulers of the church, would make their official visit of gratitude. The portrait of Nina's imposing parents appears, while Kai recalls relieved that he managed, at least, to ensure that the two most powerful and terrifying figures of that influential family did not attend. The young man reflects with determination, fully concentrated as he mentally reviews and plans every step of the first meeting so that everything goes down without major issues. He admits that his only real concern at the moment lies in interacting and talking for the very first time with Nina's mysterious and unknown older sister. The young man works out his strategy and decides that, if things get too difficult or complicated, he plans to simply delegate and transfer all the responsibility of the conversation to Nina herself. The close-up on the imposing helm ends his strategic thoughts, with Kai self-proclaiming that idea of his as the ideal escape plan to bypass any tight spot. Resting his head on his armored hand with discouragement, the armored warrior reveals he has a specific reason for having come there on such a crucial day, sparking the curiosity of the chibi tavern keeper in the background. Kai explains that recently Duke Diggo has sent an official live-in housekeeper to manage and organize the luxurious mansion that had been given to him as a gift. In Kai's comical memories, he appears slipping away from the maid's formal tasks, while the chibi tavern keeper comments that he feels sorry for the person in charge who received the arduous responsibility of taking care of that stubborn warrior's mansion. Kai reacts with a completely blank stare and speechless, sweating from nervousness, while the comical sound of crumbling illustrates his perplexed state of mind with his friend's comment. The young warrior laments that, after having taken a tremendous scolding from Nina's strict bodyguard previously, the tavern keeper seems to have completely lost any ounce of compassion for him. Serving 2 large mugs of fresh drink at the wooden counter, the tavern keeper starts a new topic about the current state of the establishment, capturing the attention of Kai's chibi. Kai looks around and comments that the tavern seems to have become incredibly more crowded and busy lately, even noting the presence of new employees working at the venue. With a bright, proud smile plastered on his face, the merchant joyfully points toward the warrior and reveals that all that new clientele is thanks to him. He explains that Nina's visit to the tavern motivated all the town residents to want to try the dish consumed by her, leaving Kai surprised at the immense level of popularity and influence of the young nun. The tavern keeper comments that the young girl has been going out much more after recovering her vision, and Kai agrees thoughtfully that she truly possesses gorgeous features and will surely become a beautiful woman in the future. The conversation takes a different turn when the warrior remembers something important and warns his friend that he also has crucial information to share with him. Kai questions if the tavern keeper heard rumors about the sudden rise of a mysterious new religious faction that started to directly challenge and provoke the Holy Church in which Nina serves. He analyzes the considerable scale of the imminent conflict, while the tavern keeper ponders that the rumors circulating in town indicate a political problem of large proportions within the clergy. The tavern keeper asks if he heard this from some customer, and Kai confirms, revealing that the plotters are spreading slanderous rumors about archbishops and bishops being involved in illicit, evil acts. Kai explains that the slanders seek to destabilize the church from within, instigating discord among the faithful with the clear goal of weakening and undermining the massive political influence of the powerful Onsage family. The young man sighs slightly and comments with sincere empathy that it must be extremely exhausting to carry the burden of power, since high-ranking people live being dragged into complex intrigues and problems. The tavern keeper smiles knowingly and hints that the warrior certainly already had awareness of all these secrets and rumors before him, but Kai calmly questions him about what he would say if he really knew nothing about any of that. The merchant in chibi form shrugs in a comical way, claiming that the warrior would probably just reply in a non-committal, vague way to throw him off, leaving the young man confused by the answer. Adopting a focused and intense look, Kai inquires his friend if the grand and influential Holy Church would not easily be capable of managing and resolving an internal political intrigue of that scale on its own. The tavern keeper shares his concern, observing in a serious way that, although he hopes the church resolves everything, the new religious movement gains strength and momentum with a terrifying speed for something that arose out of thin air. Kai tries to calm the heated spirits and assures with optimism that everything will end well, reminding him that the Holy Church is an immensely famous, respected institution and holder of a colossal power of containment. With a conspiratorial, mischievous look, the tavern keeper approaches and hints that Kai probably already resolved everything, pulling his own strings behind the scenes, leaving the chibi warrior completely shocked by the absurd accusation. Silence settles in the tavern while the tavern keeper continues staring at Kai with extreme suspicion, making the young man sweat from nervousness and uncomfortably question the reason for that accusing look. The chibi tavern keeper states that he does not buy his excuses at all, while Kai tries to laugh off the situation awkwardly, commenting that at least he managed to collect some extremely useful information for himself. Kai decides internally that he will take advantage of the official visit to subtly question Nina herself about the progress and severity of these church rumors, seeking to understand what she knows about it. The tavern keeper fully agrees and points out that her family will trust him much more than anyone else, but Kai modest beats it back, saying he does not believe he holds such trust from them yet. Charging the bill for the day, the tavern keeper asked if 10,000 regals would be enough, including the fee for the valuable information passed along, to which Kai notes, laughing that is absurd, since he only shared things his friend already knew. The tavern keeper explains in a generous way that because the warrior brought the influential Lady Nina to the establishment, all his next meals will be on the house for some time. Kai reacts surprised, asking if he is really sure about that, and the tavern keeper, with a slight blush of satisfaction on his face, warmly confirms and asks him not to be a stranger and return soon. In chibi form and enveloped by a glowing aura of happiness, the young man thanks him with sincere joy, commenting that courtesy will represent an immense help for his savings. The armored warrior says goodbye with a wave from behind as he leaves the busy establishment, under the narrative reflection that we reap exactly the good we sow in the world. Upon closing the mansion's front door with a firm click, the warrior rests his hand over his armor and sighs with immense satisfaction upon noting how satisfied and full he got after that delicious meal. While the image focuses on the details of the stately sunny mansion, the housekeeper's voice questions timidly if he really needs to keep that full suit of armor on when receiving the illustrious guests, Nina and Marie. The warrior stares at his own armored fists in a serious way and explains that he prefers to keep the armor on as a precaution, since you never know what unexpected mishaps or emergencies might happen. The housekeeper, who acts as the live-in manager of the estate, observes him thoughtfully and points out with logic that he theoretically would be even more dangerous fighting empty-handed if some combat did indeed occur. The housekeeper maintains an erect, polite posture, while reflection silently reveals that the mysterious warrior's presence and power have been causing a certain reverent fear in her lately. The warrior reacts under his helm with extreme surprise and bewilderment, questioning where she managed to obtain that specific and alarming information about his actual capabilities. The housekeeper calmly clarifies that she obtained the information from Duke Dago himself, assuring that it is a strictly internal and classified matter, leaving the young man with a hesitant reply. Behind the visor, the young man lets out a sigh of extreme relief, immensely celebrating having kept the dark armor on, preventing the housekeeper from noticing his reaction of panic and bewilderment on his face. Kai clears his throat in a fake way under the helm and requests that she take charge of guiding Nina and Marie through the mansion, receiving a prompt and professional reply from the manager about where they should start the tour. Kai suggests the private library or perhaps the cozy living room as the ideal spots to start the reception, a proposal that the housekeeper evaluates with readiness and promptly approves. The armored warrior officially decides they will start the guided tour through the library, and the housekeeper accepts the order formally, tilting her head in a sign of total obedience. Observing the manager's flawlessly serene posture, Kai admits to himself in thoughts a hint of envy for the unshakable composure and calm displayed by her in any situation. The housekeeper questions with professional focus how he would like to handle the church guards who will surely come accompanying the religious women's entourage at the mansion entrance. The young man ponders and suggests that the security escort wait outside the library, justifying that he prefers to have a quiet conversation without the discomfort of being under the guards' watchful, constant eyes. The housekeeper agrees and proposes in a practical way that, to avoid the boredom of a long wait, the church guards be free to wander in a relaxed manner to the mansion's other rooms. The housekeeper freezes for a moment and widens her eyes slightly, asking with visible surprise if he is really absolutely sure about granting such freedom to armed guards. Kai tilts his head confused under his helm and asks if there would be any inconvenience, but the housekeeper recomposes her polite posture right away and says there is no problem at all if he is comfortable with the idea. The young guy gets somewhat apprehensive in his chippy form upon noticing the housekeeper's subtle emotional instability, rooting in silence for that small hesitation not to represent a bad omen. Kai shifts the direction of his thoughts and entertains the idea of offering the visitor some of the delicious sweets Karen had gifted him previously, wondering if the housekeeper would find them appropriate to serve. Upon hearing the unexpected suggestion about the ducal house's sweets, the housekeeper turns in a jolt of extreme shock, exclaiming in an incredulous tone under the armored warrior's confused look. With her countenance completely pale from panic and stammering before his inquiry, the housekeeper tries in vain to formulate a coherent answer under such involuntary psychological pressure. Visibly embarrassed and intimidated in her chibi form, the housekeeper can only sputter in a trembling manner that she believes there is absolutely no problem in sharing the sweets. Kai agrees to go ahead with the idea and casually asks what the estimated price of a box of those treats would be, receiving the shocking estimate that the value revolves around an absurd 50,000 regals. The young warrior is hit by a shock of absolute incredulity and cold sweats, paralyzed upon processing that a measly box of noble sweets costs a true fortune for regular people. Kai brings to mind the image of the magnificent sparkling diamond ring that he also received as a gift from the duchy, and the housekeeper, maintaining a serene posture, estimates that rare jewel costs between 5 and 10 million regals. Before an imaginary shower of gold coins representing that fortune, Kai only murmurs shocked, causing the housekeeper to solicitously question if he considered the prize value insufficient to report to the Duke. Desperate with the insinuation, Kai gestures frantically to deny it and clarifies that his surprise is solely due to the fact that nobles gift things of astronomical values with such naturalness and without any ceremony. He asks if he really comes across as someone greedy for money, but the housekeeper denies it right away, explaining politely that the Duke only instructed her in a preventive way to readily report any need of his. Kai comments that the Duke did not need to be so excessively attentive or worried about him, but the housekeeper clarifies with respect that this posture of flawless zeal is a noble's natural way of preserving their honor and prestige. Demonstrating his usual friendly attitude, Kai surprises the manager by questioning in a casual way if she herself has any personal desire or request she would like to make to him. Scratching the back of his neck in an awkward way, the warrior explains that he feels a bit uncomfortable just receiving constant favors and courtesies from all sides, expressing his genuine desire to return her dedication. The housekeeper maintains her firmness and professional dignity, politely refusing by explaining that she is a simple contractor and that the Duke already remunerates her in an extremely fair way for her domestic services. Kai approaches with casual determination and insists for her not to be so formal and stiff, stepping up suddenly to firmly ask that she reveal what she actually likes. Completely flustered with the warrior's sudden proximity, the housekeeper shyly averts her gaze and confesses quietly that she has a big preference for eating sweets. Kai welcomes the revelation with enthusiasm and joyfully promises to bring a large amount of treats at the next opportunity, receiving a simple, polite thank you from the chibi housekeeper. Resuming the chores, Kai warns that he will focus on organizing things inside the private library and instructs her to strictly follow the agreed plan when the guests arrive, to which she promptly agrees. The dark-armored warrior turns his back and decidedly enters the mansion under the watchful, respectful eye of the housekeeper who remains on the entrance steps. As soon as the heavy door closes with a dry click, the housekeeper adopts a focused countenance and reflects thoughtfully that she must immediately report that new occurrence to Duke Diggo. She trembles with fear in her chibi representation upon recalling the warrior's terrifyingly informal language, reflecting that boldness and extreme self-confidence are exactly the behavior expected from a legendary Vertar elite official. Inside the luxurious carriage, the formal reception begins to take shape under a sincere thank you for the illustrious religious women's effort to attend the mansion despite their busy schedules. The elegant entourage, led by Marie, Nina, and an experienced church escort official, disembarks under the sunny sky and is formally received by the housekeeper at the property doors. The housekeeper opens the front doors of the residence in a ceremonious way, clearing the path for the graceful religious women and their respective official escort guard to enter the entrance hall. Nina and her older sister walk joyfully arm in arm and hands joined in a sign of respect and prayer toward the armored warrior who awaits them in the hall under the watchful eye of the housekeeper in the background. A shot focuses on the hand with dark garments and white cuffs, turning the elegant golden doorknob to open one of the mansion's large internal doors. Marie, identified as the deputy captain of the guard, and Nina's personal bodyguard, expresses her subtle surprise and satisfaction upon noting with a polite smile that the housekeeper continues providing her competent domestic services at that residence. The housekeeper clarifies politely to Marie that when the property was gifted to him by the Duke, she actually feared losing her job, but that the generous armored knight made a point of considering her position and keeping her in the role. The housekeeper answers yes, commenting that, knowing the warrior, he could have easily demanded someone much more qualified take over the position in her place. Marie points out that this actually indicates the warrior evaluated her as someone of a high level, but the housekeeper ponders that this is unlikely since she had never met or dealt directly with Jet Black before, so that he could judge her actual skills. Marie, however, reminds with seriousness that they are talking about a man who completely escapes any regular standard. The housekeeper just remains in silence with a sweat drop on her face before that sharp observation. Marie lets out a slight laugh and suggests that the two of them would just keep walking in circles if they carried that discussion any further, with which the manager fully agrees. After all, Jet Black is an extremely mysterious man who rarely leaves clues about himself, and everyone was strictly forbidden from investigating his past. While walking down the mansion's massive hallway, the housekeeper confesses she has been feeling more tense than anyone, especially because even Duke Diggo himself bows his head to him, and the massive property does not even count on security guards. The housekeeper reveals that, as Marie must already imagine, the warrior himself dismissed the security, claiming that the presence of guards would only make the environment suffocating. Before a justification so simple that it would surprise anyone, the manager confirms that those were exactly the young guy's words. To Marie, that attitude basically means a bold invitation for any enemy to try their luck, recognizing that he indeed possesses plenty of power to back up that arrogance. The housekeeper agrees that being in his territory is probably the safest place in the world, even without guards, though she admits there is a certain mental price to pay for all this tension. Marie laughs slightly and advises the housekeeper not to let the anxiety wreck her stomach, changing the subject right after to confirm if they are truly free to pass the time as they wish until the meeting with Jet Black ends. With her back turned, the housekeeper confirms politely that that was exactly the instruction she received from her boss. Marie then takes the opportunity to ask the manager's personal opinion about this order, assuming that, by living with him daily, she might have some clue of what he actually meant. The housekeeper warns that she cannot take responsibility for her words, but is willing to share a mere speculation under Marie's immediate approval. With that, the housekeeper opines that Jet Black definitely did not mean just that. They were free to rest or take a sightseeing tour around the mansion. She squeezes her own hands from nervousness as she explains that, at the very least, that permission hides a much greater meaning than it appears at first glance. After all, since escorting the two of them is her guard's most important duty, the housekeeper points out it would be a complete absurdity if Jet Black simply suggested they abandon their work posts. She speculates that, if a specific waiting room were designated for the guards, it could delay their reaction time before an emergency or even prevent them from fulfilling their duties with precision. Because of that, the housekeeper concludes that the permission to act as they please was, in fact, a test for them to position themselves and act according to their own tactical skills and judgments. Marie analyzes the theory with her finger on her chin and concludes that, if that is truly the case, it means that, from his perspective, Jet Black does not trust or rely on their military strength one bit. The housekeeper denies it right away, shaking her head, assuring that the reason for that attitude is not his lack of trust in them. Instead, she suggests that he probably wants them not to rely on his help, forcing them to face the harsh reality that he will not always be around to save them from any danger. Marie is extremely touched upon realizing that, to protect Nina's innocent smile, they themselves need to adopt the strong and independent mindset readily. The housekeeper emphasizes that everything is just an assumption of hers, but Marie thanks her immensely for the brilliant explanation and asks her to pass along her gratitude to the master of the house. Meanwhile, Kai himself appears in his armor sitting on the sofa and breaking into a cold sweat from nervousness, unable to understand the reason for all that tension, since he just told them to relax a bit in a totally friendly way. Before him, Nina's older sister displays an extremely stiff and dark countenance, leaving the youngest visibly worried by her side. The young warrior observes the deadly silence on the other side of the table and starts to wonder if it is not the two of them who are reacting in too bizarre a way to his casual comment. Finally, Nina's older sister breaks the ice with hesitation and begs massive apologies before questioning if she could ask just one important question to him. She explains that she needs to know this to adjust her future conduct, leaving the warrior confused, not understanding what she means by having been found out. When he repeats the doubt about how she should behave in the future, the young nun confirms with seriousness and firmness. Behind his helm, Kai enters mental despair, begging for her not to answer with just a yes, since he has no clue what Nina's older sister is trying to talk about. The tense mood and the piercing look from the silver-haired young woman only increase the overwhelming pressure Kai feels at that moment. Desperate and in imaginary tears in his chibi form, the guy mentally begs for Nina or any other charitable soul to help him get out of that tight spot. Trying to remedy the situation, Kai stammers a bit and assures that everything is just a huge misunderstanding, stating that he did not discover or decipher any secret about her. He calmly explains that his words were totally literal and that he just wishes for her to relax so they can talk in a lighter way, especially because they have not even entered the main subject of the meeting yet. Nina's older sister remains in silence with a terribly serious look, forcing the youngest to quietly alert that continuing with that stiff posture will end up hurting her own dignity. Upon noticing the mood get increasingly heavy, Kai enters total panic upon realizing that the whole room's atmosphere is about to completely collapse for good. Trying to break the tension in a friendly way, the warrior comments in a vague way that mishaps with someone's dignity actually happen from time to time, and that there's nothing to worry about. To his surprise, the older sister lets out a long sigh and collapses from exhaustion on the sofa, admitting she hid that from everyone until that moment and wondering how he found out her secret, while Nina laughs victoriously for having won a bet. Before that sudden change of behavior, Kai is left completely speechless and paralyzed in his chibi form from so much confusion. Kai gets extremely shocked to see the young woman's drastic change of behavior and wonders where all that imposing posture of a serious nun from moments ago went. He notes surprised that, without that stiff and cold facade from before, she appears to be a totally different and incredibly warm person. Adjusting her own veil with a casual smile, the young woman agrees to accept Jet Black's suggestion and finally decides to relax for real in his presence. She points her finger in a playful way and asks for him not to think her rude for acting like this, making the guy realize that that light and fun personality is her true essence behind all the formality. The silver-haired young woman then decides to start the main subject by formally thanking him for his help, but Kai quickly interrupts her, asking her to hold on a moment. Under his imposing helm, he explains that he has another urgent matter to deal with before that, secretly thinking that discussing formal rewards is too tiring and that he prefers to postpone this moment as much as possible. Upon hearing that, little Nina tilts her head with a look of extreme surprise and curiosity as she questions what that other matter would be. The armored warrior confirms and reveals that he wishes to talk about the mysterious new religious faction that arose recently and started directly challenging the Holy Church. He gestures calmly toward the two sisters and questions with sincere concern if things are under control regarding this dangerous internal threat. Nina asks if the warrior really does not mind debating this first, to which Kai replies that not at all, confessing that in reality he would feel much more comfortable dealing with this matter. The armored warrior adds that they can deal with thanks at any other opportunity, leaving the young nun immensely grateful and happy for his immediate attention. Behind his metal mask, however, the young man gets somewhat confused, unable to understand Nina's real reasons for thanking him so warmly for something so simple. Meanwhile, Nina's older sister observes him with extreme reverence, mentally wondering how deep that enigmatic warrior's knowledge is, as he seems to predict every detail before everyone. Ready to clarify the facts, the young nun takes the initiative to explain the church's situation once and for all. She reveals that, thanks to the guy's previous actions, the church managed to strategically prepare with efficient measures to contain any predictable mishap from the new heretical sect. The young woman explains they decided to lure the conspirators out before they gain more strength, while her older sister ponders that they do not care about other beliefs but will not tolerate deliberate slanders against the Holy Church. Kai tries to just nod along, but inside enters total panic upon realizing that a simple casual conversation turned into a complex military strategy meeting. Nina details the counterattack plan and reveals that they intentionally spread the rumor that the entire influential Ansash family would be absent from the Grand Cathedral on this very day. With the recent increase in activities from the mysterious sect, the two believe that this unprecedented absence of the ruling family will be the golden opportunity the enemies expected so much to carry out an attack. Kai analyzes the situation with seriousness under his helm and agrees that, if the fake information spreads successfully, today indeed represents the best chance of an onslaught for the invaders. Nina widens her eyes and reacts with subtle surprise upon seeing the warrior validate the counterattack strategy worked out by her family. He then questions if her parents actually remain protected safely at the cathedral with military reinforcement, which Nina promptly confirms. The young man assures with good humor that with all that security things should end well, making Nina ask with hope if he also believes everything will be resolved without major issues. He confirms with optimism that, given such preparation and if they keep their guard high, the church will surely manage to overcome this crisis even if the attack does not occur today. The two sisters remain in silence for an instant, absorbing the powerful warrior's encouraging words with looks filled with relief. Kai adds that anyone practicing evil ends up paying the price sooner or later, and simply asks for them to pass along his thanks for the hard work to their parents. Nina's older sister reacts with visible confusion upon hearing a message of thanks so common and humble coming from a figure they consider legendary. Nina also repeats the phrase in a hesitant way, trying to comprehend if there is some hidden meaning or military secret behind that unexpected courtesy. Laughing in a relaxed way under his armor, the warrior just confirms and asks for them not to worry so much about it and just pass the message along willingly. Silence settles again in the room while the two nuns stare at the warrior with looks filled with deep reflection and silent admiration. Meanwhile, at the Grand Cathedral, one of the guard commanders questions with extreme distress if they really should keep just waiting there doing nothing, warning that this inertia can ruin the religious institution's reputation. The leader of the Holy Church sighs slightly and replies calmly that he understands the soldiers' distress, confessing that he also feels very guilty for not being able to exercise his usual duties on that crucial day. However, he adjusts his glasses with determination and states firmly that the family decided to fully trust Jet Black's words and that nothing will make them change their minds. The guard commander squeezes his fists indignant outside, thinking how ridiculous it is to rely on someone's predictions, since if it were possible to predict the future with such precision, nobody would suffer in the world. He reflects with annoyance that a person with prophetic gifts like that simply does not exist, especially dealing with a mysterious warrior who arose out of thin air a very short time ago in the region. The official joins his escort companions at the door and questions himself how a mere outsider would be capable of obtaining such detailed and secret information about rival sects. To the skeptical commander, Jet Black is just making up theories that sound plausible to the leader's ears to easily manipulate them and gain prestige. He snorts from dissatisfaction upon noting silently that nothing relevant will happen on that day, and that all that exhausting wait is a complete waste of time for the church warriors. The warrior bites his lips with restrained anger, extremely frustrated at having to submit to lockdown orders based on a stranger's mere hunches. A whole hour passes without any news, which makes the commander complain to his subordinates that things always end up like this and suggest they return soon to their usual patrols. Past another half hour of pure monotony, the guard leader starts pacing back and forth in the cathedral, completely impatient and fed up with that situation he judges useless. 2 hours after the start of the vigil, the Holy Church leaders continue in absolute peace, with the father focused on reading his documents while the mother quietly savors a cup of tea. The close-up on his mouth clenched in pure fury and impatience illustrates the limit of the proud escort commander's tolerance. At the exact moment he decides to end the vigil, thinking it all a waste of time, one of the guards at the entrance opens the door abruptly, shouting with an urgent report in hand. The guard commander freezes right away with an expression of pure shock upon being interrupted in such an abrupt manner. The messenger reports panting that the mysterious and dangerous rival sect was spotted rapidly approaching the cathedral's main entrance carrying protest signs. He warns about the possibility of a large violent demonstration or even an armed invasion attempt at the Holy Temple, which makes the mother's eyes shine with a dark and imposing aura. With total leadership and seriousness, the father rises from his seat and immediately orders that the first and second security units strategically move to the right side of the main entrance. He roars with authority for the third and fourth units to surround the left side on standby, demanding that none of the heretical plotters escape and summoning all available priests to join the front line of battle. The cleric declares with determination that he will face the liars head-on and expose all their slanders publicly before the gathered people. Firmly slamming his golden staff onto the marble floor under his soldiers' unison war cry, he proclaims that everyone present will be witnesses to the Holy Church's justice on this day. While the cathedral prepares for the clash, the scene returns to the cozy room of Kai's mansion, where the young armored warrior hesitates a bit to start a new delicate subject. Behind his imposing helm, He admits in a shy and awkward way that he does not need a reward so exaggerated and valuable as that for the service rendered. Before several chests crammed with shiny gold coins and rare precious jewels, Nina begs with hands joined for him to accept them, while her older sister ponders that refusing the prize would cause major diplomatic issues. The young warrior observes all that fortune displayed on the coffee table and mentally reflects that, in reality, accepting such a treasure is what truly puts him in a quite complicated and embarrassing situation. Nina goes as far as bowing in a comical way in her chibi representation while fervently begging for him to receive the gifts, leaving the warrior completely awkward before such insistence. Unsure of exactly how to react to all that drama, the guy just gestures clumsily under his armor while trying to contain the illustrious guest's despair. Observing the young hero's genuine reluctance to accept the treasure, Nina's older sister recalls Lifia's warnings and notices with a shiver down her spine how terrifying that legendary warrior's material detachment is. She reflects in silence on how he risked his own life and used a potion of priceless value to cure her little sister's eyes, and yet refuses any earthly wealth with total naturalness and detachment. Kai firmly closes one of the large treasure chests and explains that he really cannot accept all that fortune, considering it a complete exaggeration, indicating he will accept only a small part. He points with his armored fingers to a reduced amount of gold coins and to the small, shiny case that holds the holy protection seal. The young man explains in a comical way that he refuses to take anything else besides that, joking that receiving too much money ends up giving him a tremendous fear. Nina and her older sister stare at the warrior with absolute silence and sweat drops running down their faces, completely speechless before such financial detachment. Clearing his throat under his helm in an awkward way, Kai slightly changes the subject and asks Nina if, even after sending all that fortune, her parents still plan to visit him personally to thank him. The young nun confirms with absolute enthusiasm that her parents' visit is already decided, making the guy enter mental despair upon realizing he will not manage to escape this formal meeting. Nina's older sister notices the warrior's slight hesitation and silently wonders if he is starting to panic at the prospect of receiving the church leaders. Kai raises his hand in a serious way and asks permission to make clear two extremely important things about that matter. He points out first that all that reward he just separated is already more than enough as thanks for his services. Secondly, the young man states he will not accept any additional favor beyond that, concluding that, therefore, there is absolutely no need for their parents to come all the way here. The two sisters try to protest right away, but are contained by the guy's firm stance. Kai clarifies that he understands the need to maintain appearances and social standings, but insists he will not accept more thanks and that their parents should focus on their other priorities at the moment. Nina's older sister tilts her head with a confused look as she questions what exactly those other priorities mentioned by him would be. The warrior points out that high-ranking people like their parents have no time to lose with unnecessary visits, since they surely possess urgent and important duties to manage at the church. Obviously, behind all that brilliant strategist pose, the young man mentally admits in a comical way that he has no clue what those urgent duties would be. Nina and her sister get thoughtful with that deep statement, trying to decipher what the real meaning and the grand hidden lesson behind that advice from the warrior would be. The guy tries to justify that, instead of wasting time with a useless trip all the way here, he would prefer they dedicate that effort to something that actually helps the city and its residents. He gestures toward the chests of gold coins and explains that the real reason he is refusing so much wealth is that all this money would be infinitely more useful if it were invested to help the people out there. Kai assures with kindness that the more noble and meaningful the use of this treasure in favor of others is, the greater and more genuine the feeling of gratitude he will feel back. He concludes poetically that if the Holy Church strengthens itself by helping the needy, the protection power of that holy seal he accepted will also become infinitely greater and more effective for him. The two nuns stare at the warrior with looks totally paralyzed from such awe and admiration before a life philosophy so incredibly pure and altruistic. Completely moved and with a sigh of relief, Nina's older sister finally accepts the decision and solemnly promises that she will use the returned treasure to do good to others. Nina reacts with visible shock upon seeing her older sister yield so easily and agree to the warrior's unusual proposal. The silver-haired young woman explains that there is no other choice but to respect Jet Black's noble wishes, leaving the young man relieved to finally manage to rid himself of all that wealth. She reflects thoughtfully that attitude from the warrior actually represents an implicit invitation to work together and make the world a much better place for everyone. In her thoughts, she recalls Lifia's words about the warrior genuinely rejoicing upon knowing that the resources from his actions would indirectly help the needy. She remembers Lifia wishing he would dedicate his immense power directly to the church and teasing in a mischievous way that Jet Black was exactly the ideal type of man for her. Upon bringing back that embarrassing teasing to mind at the exact moment she stares at the warrior, the young woman turns completely red from shame. She shakes her head in a comical way to push away those improper romantic thoughts, mentally blaming her friend Lifia for making her remember such nonsense at a time like this. Oblivious to all that sudden shyness, Kai leans forward a bit and warns that he also prepared something special to hand over to them. He extends his large armored hand toward Nina, calling her in a gentle way under the little nun's curious gaze. Nina extends her small hands, joined and receives a shiny golden key, asking surprised if that is really what she is holding. The warrior confirms with naturalness that it is a copy of the key to his own mansion, leaving the white-haired young woman completely jaw-dropped with the unexpected gift. He explains in a relaxed way that he rarely enjoys all the space of that massive property, inviting them to use the mansion however they see fit, whether together or alone at any time. Kai mentions he already handed an identical key to the Duke's daughters and suggests they all use the mansion as a cozy meeting spot to relax and have fun. Nina's purple eyes shine with deep joy and emotion upon realizing the immense level of affection and consideration the warrior has for her. Unable to contain her immense happiness, the little nun throws herself into the armored warrior's arms for a warm embrace while thanking him with all her heart. Nina's older sister observes them with a confused expression and a slight blush on her face, mentally questioning who in their right mind would hand over the house key to girls they barely know. She immediately suspects that, if Lifia indeed also gained one of those keys from Kai, she surely kept the secret under lock and key from everyone so as not to generate gossip. While affectionately petting Nina's head, Kai turns toward her older sister to call her by name in a totally relaxed way. Being caught totally by surprise by the direct call, the young nun stammers from nervousness while feeling her heart race from shyness. Surrounded by imaginary flowers in his mind, the guy says in a charming way that she does not need to hold back in his presence, revealing that in reality he prefers her spontaneous way of acting much more. Feeling literally hit by an arrow of love amid a background of floating hearts, the young woman averts her face flushed and tries in vain to understand why he said something so romantic out of absolute nowhere. Nina takes advantage of the moment to tease her sister with a smirk of mockery, receiving an annoyed whisper from Marie to shut her mouth immediately. After the end of the warm visit, the elegant nuns say goodbye politely at the mansion entrance, with the housekeeper wishing them an extremely quiet and safe trip back. The wheels of the luxurious carriage begin to turn slowly over the stone pavement as the church entourage moves away from the imposing mansion under the sunny sky. Upon returning to the silent interior of the residence, the manager walks through the hallways thinking that, under normal circumstances, that mysterious mansion would be the last place in the world where she would wish to work. However, she reflects in a fully concentrated way that her new boss is a man so incredibly peculiar and powerful that he was capable of leaving even the astute Dugoat unsure how to act before him. The housekeeper brings to memory the image of her former noble master, visibly exhausted and massaging his temples from so much worry because of that enigmatic armored warrior. Before so much responsibility and state secrets involved in that residence, the professional manager places her hand over her chest and solemnly vows to herself that she will not make the slightest mistake in her domestic services. Light knocks echo on the library door, and the young man, now without his armor helm, promptly authorizes the entry of whoever is outside the room. The housekeeper enters with a polite posture and warns that Nina and her sister Marie have already departed safely, receiving a sincere thank you from Kai for her effort in informing him. Upon noticing her boss's countenance, the manager silently thinks that he looks somewhat worn out physically, but soon dismisses the idea, thinking it just a figment of her imagination. She asks in a curious way if he kept that heavy armor during the entire conversation with the visitors, and Kai confesses laughing that he very much needed to wear it for reasons of force majeure. Before that enigmatic answer, the housekeeper reflects thoughtfully that if she were a bit smarter, maybe she could decipher the true tactical meaning behind needing that protection. Kai takes the opportunity to warn that he handed copies of the mansion keys to the two religious women and asks for her to manage things if they decide to show up there, surprising himself with the housekeeper's extremely quiet and unsurprised reaction. The housekeeper explains she is not surprised because she saw Nina practically radiant testing the key in the lock and opening and closing the carriage door repeatedly before leaving. The young man cracks a warm smile upon hearing that and comments joyfully that, despite everything, the little nun still behaves like an adorable child of her age. The manager adds that Nina's older sister declared holding a very high regard for him and expressed the genuine desire to return for a new visit soon. The young warrior smiles in a friendly way in his chibi format and admits he is very happy to hear such praise, even knowing it might just be a polite courtesy from her. The housekeeper, however, mentally disagrees because she remembers the nun's infatuated look and concludes that that definitely was not just a hollow flattery from Marie. She reflects whether Marie's relief is due to the success in delivering the thanks or if it was the warrior's impressive eloquence that moved the silver-haired young woman's feelings so deeply. Noticing the direction of the housekeeper's thoughts, Kai gestures frantically with his hands to immediately deny any insinuation of that kind on his employee's part. Before his vehement denial, the manager casts an extremely suspicious and narrow-eyed look in her boss's direction, leaving him quite uncomfortable with the situation. She recomposes her polite posture right away and clarifies that she did not mean to insinuate anything too much, though she points out that someone capable of dealing with Duke Digo with such ease is worthy of attention. The housekeeper adds that it is impossible not to think he would be equally capable of manipulating or influencing anyone else's emotions around him with the same ease. The guy lets out a long sigh under the armor and mentally laments that he would immensely like to possess all this enviable composure she praises so much. To the housekeeper, however, that humble and non-committal response from the warrior is living proof that he truly masters the art of composure and self-control like nobody else. She reflects fascinated on how Jet Black used extremely gentle and affectionate words to calm the young and naive sisters of the influential Ansage family. On the other hand, to deal with Duke Digo, who already suffered from stomach aches caused by tension, the warrior adopted an implacably sharp and intimidating tone of voice. Before this impressive psychological duality of her boss, the housekeeper prays in silence that he never decides to use that same intimidating tone of voice against her in daily life. She concludes thoughtfully that she needs to hurry to get used for good, to that mansion's peculiar atmosphere, and to her mysterious master's values and philosophies. The housekeeper trembles slightly with fear in her chibi version upon mentally admitting that her boss is, in fact, a man outside any common comprehension. Meanwhile, inside the carriage that travels along, Marie grabs her youngest sister by the shoulders and joyfully repeats that Jet Black declared preferring her natural way of being much more. Nina tries to contain her older sister's excitement, warning that everyone outside will end up hearing her shouts. But Marie continues sighing with love as she confesses that no man had told her something so beautiful before. Completely intoxicated with happiness, the silver-haired young woman dismisses her youngest sister's concerns, laughing out loud and claiming there is no problem at all in celebrating that way. Nina observes her with an incredulous look and recalls how trembling with fear Marie was before the meeting with Jet Black, contrasting totally with the infatuated hysteria of now. Marie quickly shoots back the teasing, pointing out that the mockery comes right from the girl who was joyfully playing at locking and unlocking the lock with the golden key moments ago. Sparks of electricity and narrow-eyed looks of pure childish rivalry arise between the two sisters amid that comical discussion inside the moving vehicle. Marie then extends her hand in a firm way and demands Nina hand over the precious golden key to the mansion under the pretext of keeping it stored in total safety. Nina immediately backs away and hugs the key against her own chest, vehemently refusing to hand over her precious gift to her older sister. Marie insists that that is no time for childish stubbornness, but Nina shoots back with firmness, claiming the key was a gift of trust, given personally by Jet Black to her. The older sister lets out a long sigh of defeat and yields to the youngest's insistence, warning that she will assume total responsibility if she ends up losing the important object. Marie adds that despite Nina appearing mature, she is still quite distracted and scatterbrained sometimes, leaving the little nun somewhat thoughtful with the warning. Silence settles while Nina begins to break into a cold sweat from nervousness upon realizing the immense gravity of carrying with her an item of such priceless value to her. Before the mental panic of making a grave mistake, Nina quickly changes her mind and hands the golden key into her older sister's hands, agreeing that losing it would be a true disaster. Upon looking out the window with seriousness, Marie reflects that, away from the joking, Jet Black is a genuinely terrifying man for having deciphered her mask of formality in the blink of an eye with a flawless observation ability. Nina recalls that their own father had already warned about the warrior's genius intelligence, to which Marie agrees, admitting that deep down she still maintained a certain skepticism about the rumors being true. She confesses that if her father had not expressly ordered to follow Jet Black's orientations without questioning, her stiff attitude at the beginning could have ruined her family's image before him. Marie asks in an apprehensive way if she gave any obvious reason to raise suspicions, and Nina comforts her, assuring that her sister behaved in a flawless and dignified way during the entire meeting. The conversation takes an even more serious turn when the two recall how Jet Black appeared to possess surgically precise and detailed information about the rival sect's secret movements. Marie ponders with silent admiration that the feeling that remains is that enigmatic warrior possesses absolute control of all confidential information circulating through the city. Nina shares her own suspicions and reveals she started to strongly entertain the possibility of the mysterious, anonymous informant who alerted the church, previously being Jet Black himself. Marie recalls that the informant claimed maintaining anonymity just as a precaution in case they were wrong, pointing out that the fact that the warrior never removes that heavy armor in public also corroborates this theory. Nina reveals that their father shares the same reasoning and trustingly believes that today's counterattack strategy at the cathedral was planned and orchestrated in an indirect way by the warrior himself. The white-haired young nun concludes with firmness that, if a brilliant and well-informed man like him suggested their parents stay at the cathedral, it is because a great event is surely about to occur today. Marie ponders that, to obtain secrets so precise from the sect, the warrior would need to be infiltrated in the rival group itself, which would be theoretically impossible given he barely arrived in that city. Nina brings to mind the day she was miraculously saved by him, and recalls how Jet Black acted in a stealthy and discreet way, and the shadows even back in that turbulent time. Marie shoots back, saying it would be asking too much for him to make so much effort just for them, especially because he already appears to be a man immensely busy with his own elite chores. She concludes thoughtfully that if Jet Black truly dedicated himself so much to protecting them in the shadows, he would be worthy of a title of sainthood, and laments that they should have insisted even more for him to accept the Ansage family's great treasure. Marie concludes with admiration that Jet Black definitely is not the type of person who performs good deeds aiming to receive material rewards or earthly wealth. Sighing deeply with flushed cheeks, the silver-haired young woman passionately confesses that the warrior is simply the most incredible person she has ever met. She rests her hand on her chest, while feeling her heart throb stronger upon recalling Kai's beautiful and gentle smile in her mind. Turning to the youngest, she comments in a sincere and affectionate way that Nina had the immense luck of being saved by a truly kind and pure person. Nina laughs with mockery and recalls she had already said that dozens of times before, to which the older sister answers that only now did she manage to fully understand the truth behind that. The luxurious carriage follows its way back, shaking gently along the dirt road surrounded by green foliage under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Church remains surrounded by its official armored guards who watch the main gates intently against invaders. Upon approaching the venue and looking curious out the carriage window, Marie notices an unusual movement at the temple entrance and wonders what is happening there. Nina stares at her with a subtle apprehension and confesses with humor that her older sister's intense and focused expression is starting to give her a certain fear. With a warm and protective embrace, the silver-haired young woman welcomes the youngest against her chest and asks in a soft way for her not to worry about any of that. One of the entourage escort guards pulls his horse's reins on standby as soon as the carriage finally parks in front of the Grand Cathedral. The official gently knocks on the glass window to open the purple velvet curtain and check the safety state of the two young religious women. Marie pulls back the curtain in a hurry and asks the guard in an apprehensive way what the real state of the situation is out there. The knight reports proudly that, thanks to the brilliant preventive plan established previously, they managed to contain and resolve the rival sect's entire threat without slanderous rumors spreading. Nina breaks into a bright smile of immense relief upon receiving the good news, being warmly embraced by her proud older sister. Upon entering the main hall, the father and church leader raises his voice indignant from his thrones as he questions why the daughters dared refuse and bring back the valuable gifts. Besides returning with copies of the warrior's keys, the young women's mother also observes them with a visibly worried countenance and softly reprimands Marie's unexpected conduct before the host. Marie keeps her head held high and explains she perfectly understands her parents' frustration, recognizing that their entire simulation and meticulous preparation ended up resulting in a clean victory and without casualties, thanks to his predictions. She admits that, because of this great strategic victory, the Ansage family had the moral obligation to deliver a flawless thank you and up to the level of Jet Black's feat. However, the young nun argues almost out of breath that it was simply impossible to force and deliver that reward to a man of character so firm as him. Marie gestures with firmness before the thrones and assures that it is no excuse, revealing that it was totally impossible to deceive him since he deciphered her mask of formality in a matter of seconds. She confesses with humility that she felt like a puppet dancing on the palm of the warrior's hands, concluding it is unfeasible to win a debate of ideas against someone who appears to have absolute control of everything. The Holy Church leaders exchange looks filled with awe and break into a cold sweat upon hearing the older daughter's impressive report about the guy's intellectual abilities. Letting out a long sigh of resignation, the cleric adjusts his glasses and admits that, if Marie herself witnessed that with so much conviction, he has no other choice but to believe the truth. The silver-haired young woman points out that the outcome was already expected, given Jet Black truly managed to put the entire influential family under his control in an indirect way. She then questions her father if, even after hearing her entire detailed report about the warrior's wishes, he still plans to insist on sending more gifts against his will. The mother displays a polite smile and confirms with elegance that yes, reinforcing that this diplomatic insistence remains the noble family's official plan. Marie then reveals with a focused countenance that the warrior had already predicted exactly that diplomatic stubbornness from her parents and left a specific message for them, shocking everyone in the hall. She brings to light the literal message left by Jet Black, who suggested that her parents not go visit him and that they spare their time, since he would categorically refuse any new reward they delivered to him. The cleric in chibi format adjusts his glasses, breaking into a cold sweat, and asks incredulous if the warrior really used those words, to which the older daughter solemnly vows before the divinities that yes. She adds that they tried to show the Ansage house's sincerity and gratitude in every way, but the guy firmly insisted that her parents had matters much more urgent to deal with at the moment. She repeats the warrior's advice about preferring the church, dedicate its efforts to helping the city instead of wasting time with visits, also recalling his mysterious mention about them becoming stronger first. Upon processing that deep moral lesson, the father reflects with his chin resting that, from Jet Black's perspective, the Ansage family's prestigious seal currently has no practical utility for him. Trying to see the positive side of the reprimand, the silver-haired young woman suggests that the warrior meant that the Ansage family needs to first grow and strengthen themselves to be able to be useful to him in the future. Marie points out the despair and shame stamped on her progenitors' faces to make them understand once and for all the reason for it having been impossible to deliver the matching perfect thank you to the guy. She sighs and admits she just repeated Jet Black's arguments and that the plan worked perfectly to convince even her wise parents, revealing that the warrior's long-range vision is almost terrifying from being so precise. Marie brings to mind the young man's piercing look upon recalling the silent challenge implicit in his words about what a true act of sincerity in favor of that city would be. With a subtle side smile, she confesses that that was exactly the grand and silent message she felt coming from him during the entire conversation. In a practical way, the young woman concludes they managed to close the deal in a respectful way that pleased both parties, receiving praises and the sincere recognition from her parents for the excellent diplomatic work exercised by her. Interrupting the elder's conversation with a shy wave, little Nina calls her parents' attention right away to reveal a final special message left by him. The church leaders widened their eyes in absolute shock upon receiving the warrior's affectionate message, wishing an excellent rest and thanking for their hard work. A deep and respectful silence takes over the massive marble hall, while Nina's parents process the grand demonstration of empathy and humility coming from the guy. In turn, the guy just makes a thumbs-up sign in his mind in a comical way, celebrating for having sent the girls back at the exact moment the sex mess at the cathedral would be finalized by the troops. Impressed with such precise strategic timing and military intelligence, the Holy Church leaders admit breaking into a cold sweat that Jet Black is a terrifyingly reliable ally. The mother declares with seriousness that he is the last person in the world she would wish to have as an enemy, to which her husband fully agrees, pointing out that with such a genius intellect, it is no surprise he is part of the Verger elite forces. Marie observes her parents in silence and adds to herself that Jet Black surely must occupy a position of very high standing and leadership within that secret imperial elite faction. Resuming the professional focus, the silver-haired young woman questions her parents if they managed to obtain any concrete information about the hidden leader behind all that heretical religious conspiracy. The mother confirms politely and clarifies that all confessions from the captured members have already been forwarded to the city's local authorities, predicting that the coup leader will try to flee from there at any moment to save his own skin. Marie furrows her brow with visible indignation and questions right away the reason why the church forces are not mobilizing readily to hunt and capture the fleeing criminal. The cleric clarifies calmly that investigations remain underway, but warns of the imminent danger of the villain attempting a desperate and violent revenge against the innocent faithful or even against Jet Black himself if he feels cornered. The cleric concludes that fully closing all the villain's escape routes might not be the smartest move to make. Marie grumbles annoyed upon recalling all the malice and bad intention the enemy demonstrated previously. Meanwhile, night falls under the starry sky of 2 moons, and a voice calls someone's attention in a busy place. The tavern keeper questions if the warrior really has no other place to eat, pointing out that there are much better and fancier restaurants around the city. Kai cracks a friendly smile and answers that he likes it there a lot, adding that those sophisticated places usually are too expensive for his pocket. The tavern keeper shoots back, saying he could even use that price excuse, but finds it weird someone with so much accumulated wealth complain about that, whereas the young man insists his notion of money is perfectly normal. The redhead just stares at his friend in a deep and quite expressive silence before that humble justification. He concludes, sighing, that the warrior is simply the type of person who prefers to spend everything he has on others instead of investing in himself. The tavern keeper recalls that, after all, the guy handed him a massive amount of cold hard cash without hesitating previously. Kai explains that that value is just the fair payment for having hidden him and admits that, if the church had not given him a reward, he would have nothing to offer. Changing the subject, the tavern keeper warns he has a serious complaint to make about his behavior, leaving the warrior curious about what it would be. The redhead tells that they are spreading rumors that the two act as equals, and now everyone in town calls him Jet Black's personal informant. Kai starts to laugh and jokes that they will just suffer with this partner reputation together, but the tavern keeper makes it clear he is not finding the slightest humor in the situation. The tavern keeper is suspicious and asks if his friend had not already predicted all this and started to move the pieces behind the scenes, but the young man denies it right away. Without believing much, the redhead scratches his head and complains that his stomach is hurting from so much worry, insisting that the warrior surely has some hidden plan behind everything. To calm his friend, Kai warns with sympathy that he has a medicine at his mansion that cures absolutely everything and that he would be happy to give him a vial. He remembers that this is the same miraculous elixir he used to save Nina's and the others' lives in the forest previously. Upon hearing that, the tavern keeper makes an expression of complete panic and absolute shock. The redhead stammers horrified as he asks if that really cures everything, while Kai guarantees the product's effectiveness, recalling that was the medicine he used to cure Nina's eyes. The man asks him to stop a bit and tries to process if the potion he is mentioning is the same legendary one he has in mind. He exclaims that, if it is indeed the legendary universal elixir, it would be a complete absurdity to spend something so valuable to treat a simple stomachache, but Kai smiles and says that just demonstrates the size of his gratitude. The tavern keeper shouts, begging for his friend to stop being so grateful like that, leaving the young man confused about the reason for so much rejection. The man confesses, trembling with fear, that the warrior's exaggerated and mysterious generosity is simply scaring him for real. He gestures indignant and asks why the guy still carries with him an item so incredibly valuable and dangerous in his pocket. Kai suddenly remembers one more detail and warns he has another thing to hand over to him, making the tavern keeper slam the table in despair and beg for him to put that away. The warrior places a heavy sack of money on the table to settle the debt of having been hidden there, but the redhead gulps upon hearing the terrifying noise of those gold coins. The man backs away with hands raised and refuses the shiny sack of coins, claiming his help from the past was already more than rewarded. Kai joins his hands in a sign of plea and answers that he perfectly understands his feelings, but insists there is a good reason for it. The warrior assumes an extremely serious and intimidating look as he asks what his friend thinks would happen if he refused to accept the payment. With a joyful smile on his face, he answers casually that he is not the right person to say what will happen, leaving the tavern keeper in complete panic. Dying of fear of the mysterious consequences, the redhead grabs the sack of coins tightly and accepts the money on the spot, to the young man's immense relief and joy. He observes the heavy sack of money in his arms with a melancholy and quite thoughtful look. While the young warrior drinks a sip from his wooden mug, the tavern keeper calls him with a serious tone of voice. With his back turned, the redhead asks for him to take a lot of care because he has the clear impression that his friend usually walks around carrying absurd fortunes in his pocket. The guy just blinks his eyes, confused, without understanding very well the reason for that sudden advice. The tavern keeper stores the sack of coins in the cabinet and jokes that, in Jet Black's case, any foolish thief who tried to rob him would end up being beaten mercilessly. Several question marks arise around the young man's head, who continues totally without understanding his friend's reasoning. Already wearing his imposing black armor, Jet Black waves saying goodbye to the tavern keeper while walking toward the establishment's exit. The redhead peeks sideways at the cabinet where he hid the heavy bag of gold, still a bit apprehensive with the whole situation. He slightly opens the bag's fastener and almost goes blind with the gold coin's intense golden glow, leaving his employee in a complete state of shock. Meanwhile, the story reveals that the prestigious Holy Church was originally founded and established under the command of the influential Onsage family. Over time, this new temple's immense power and influence ended up suppressing and leaving aside the old beliefs that the local ancestors had built with so much effort. To try to weaken and stain the powerful church's reputation, the opponents decided to seal a mutual benefit pact with the dangerous crime syndicate known as Red Freed. In a dark hideout inside a cave, lit by torches, the plotters gather in secret. The blonde leader slams the table furious as he questions how the strategic plan could fail in such a pathetic way, given they possessed valuable confidential information provided by Red Freed itself. One of the female plotters explains, trembling, that all information from the secret plan leaked and that the cathedral guards were already positioned awaiting them the whole time. Another member of the group laments, annoyed that they were completely made fools of, and that authorities probably already ripped all possible confessions from the captured companions. He laments that this is the worst possible scenario and wonders where exactly their so well-elaborated strategy started to go wrong. The woman points out that the Ansage family could never pull off a counteroffensive so perfect alone, revealing rumors that a Vertar elite agent named Jet Black helped them secretly. Upon hearing the mysterious hero's name, one of the plotters trembles with fear upon recalling that this is the same relentless warrior who had completely destroyed Red Freed's previous kidnapping plan. The plotters comment that the Red Freed Syndicate held an immense grudge against the black-armored warrior and provided all kinds of confidential information for this mission, though they clearly had not predicted a defeat so humiliating. The blonde man questions his companions if that does not bother them, pointing out that if they fell into a trap, it is because someone already knew about the whole secret plan and the information they received from Red Freed. He goes straight to the point and suggests there is an infiltrated spy working directly as an informant for the legendary Jet Black right in the middle of their group. The blue-haired man tries to contain the spirits and asks for him to stop with that, claiming this exaggerated suspicion is already passing the limits of paranoia. The brown-haired young woman agrees with him and reinforces that everyone there united, just with the common goal of destroying the same enemy. The blonde shoots back furious, saying that trying to hush up the case only makes him even more suspect, starting a tense back and forth filled with mutual accusations between the two. At that moment, one of the female plotters slams her hands hard to interrupt that useless discussion once and for all. The blue-haired guy begs for everyone to calm down and not allow Jet Black to manipulate them and make them fight each other. The young woman points to the suspects board and suggests that the real culprit for ruining their plans was the mysterious personal informant who works directly for the armored warrior. The blonde gets intrigued with the mention of an informant, to which the woman reveals having heard rumors on that day that the owner of a tavern named LD is extremely close to the hero. She adds that the red-haired tavern keeper not only maintains contact with him, but also willingly accepts valuable bags filled with gold coins as a way of thanks in the warrior's name. The plotters conclude it makes all the sense in the world, the black-armored warrior having used the tavern keeper's information to help the Onsage family prepare the trap at the cathedral. The blue-haired man observes the conversation in silence with a quite focused and thoughtful countenance. The woman then takes the floor to reveal that the Red Freed crime syndicate left a final desperate request for them to fulfill before departing. The request consisted of finding and attacking at least one person very close to Jet Black to pressure him and totally divide the dangerous elite warrior's attention. In exchange for this favor, the crime syndicate promised to demonstrate their total gratitude, destroying the influential Onsage family for them in the future. Upon hearing that tempting revenge proposal, an extremely cruel and evil smile arises on the blue-haired plotter's face. He mentally admits they really would not have the slightest chance of victory in a direct confrontation against Jet Black's overwhelming force. However, he concludes with the sadistic look that invading a simple tavern and beating up a mere civilian tavern keeper will be an incredibly easy and fast task to perform. Despite her partner's enthusiasm, the brown-haired young woman confesses she continues with a terrible gut feeling and suggests the best would be just to flee from there immediately. The other two plotters in chibi format laugh and mock her fears, claiming it will be a fast job under the knight's cloak, and that they very much want to teach the tavern keeper a lesson before hitting the road. The young woman bites her lips thoughtful upon recalling the plan that took years to be built and admits she desires that revenge as much as the others. She clenches her fist with extreme determination and decides they really need to carry that mission forward, cost what it cost. She ponders that, if they manage to conquer the valuable favor and the alliance with the powerful Red Freed Syndicate, things will change picture. The syndicate will take charge of crushing the hated Onsage family in their name, allowing them to achieve their goals in an indirect way. The group leader declares the time to hesitate is over, and orders everyone to put on their masks and prepare to start the night invasion. Meanwhile, the imposing black-armored warrior walks calmly through the city's deserted streets under the two moons' silver glow. Behind his closed helm, Kai breaks into a cold sweat from nervousness and tries to understand what is really happening around him on that mysterious night. The guy recalls the tavern keeper's warning about carrying fortunes around and his ironic comment that the elite warrior probably would teach anyone who tried to mug him a lesson. The warrior gets extremely apprehensive with that mention of turning the tables against attackers and starts to wonder if there really is someone watching him or trying to attack him in the shadows. He deeply laments that, if he knew he ran such a risk of an ambush, he would never have gone out to walk through the city's dark streets at that late hour of the night. The warrior in chibi format mentally grumbles that the red-haired tavern keeper definitely could have given him this important warning much earlier. He follows his silent path along the stone sidewalks, with his long dark gray cape billowing gently in the night wind. Kai reflects he should have just accepted the invitation and spent the night comfortably at his friend's tavern, but concludes that turning back now would be extremely weird. He tries to calm down, thinking that with that scary armor, hardly any common thug would dare attack him in such a reckless way on the streets. In a cautious and preventive way, the guy rests his gloved hand on his great sword's hilt, which starts to emanate a mysterious, glowing, bluish aura. Upon feeling a suspicious presence, the hero draws his blade in a fast movement, unleashing an impressive wave of blue energy that cuts the air around him. Kai smiles awkwardly upon realizing that, if any city guard saw him wielding that mystical and shiny weapon in the middle of the street at night, they surely would end up reporting him for suspicious conduct. However, he ponders that, even if some real criminal appeared, the mere sight of that legendary warrior ready for combat would be enough to make them flee from there running. He continues his silent patrol and crosses the city's stone bridge while closely observing the surroundings in search of any hidden threat. Suddenly, the young warrior hears a subtle noise coming from a nearby alley and gets in a state of total alert with someone's approach. He halts his steps in the middle of the stone bridge upon spotting a group of hooded silhouettes blocking his path right ahead. Kai widens his eyes in absolute shock behind his helm upon realizing his terrible hunch about being ambushed that night was perfectly correct. Ahead of him, the four dangerous religious plotters appear armed and with faces covered by black masks, ready to start the combat. The blue-haired plotter stammers in absolute panic upon recognizing the legendary Black Warrior's imposing and scary figure right before him. While slightly trembling from nervousness inside his armor, Kai apprehensively concludes that that man's startled reaction confirms they are indeed the dangerous assassins sent to hunt him down. The young elite warrior decides he needs to use his firm voice to say something intimidating that scares the enemies and makes them give up fighting right there. With a terrifyingly calm and sharp timing, the hero points his shiny sword and declares they finally decided to show their faces with those murderous intentions in mind. The warrior adds coldly that sending only 4 men against him is a clear demonstration that the plotters are immensely underestimating his actual combat power. The blue-haired villain bites his teeth in rage with the provocation and shouts for the hero not to dare underestimate their group's strength and determination. The plotter shouts, desperate and furious, accusing the warrior of being the sole responsible for completely destroying all their plans. In turn, the hero tries to calmly argue that everything is just a big misunderstanding, but the enemy group's blonde loses his patience and barks for him to stop talking nonsense. Feeling guilty, the blue-haired guy apologizes for dragging them into that situation because of Jet Black and orders his 3 companions to flee from there while he buys time against the warrior. The companions refuse the selfish escape offer and start to draw their weapons and staffs on standby, decided to fight together until the end, since they came this far. The staff young woman decides to stay to fight alongside her partners, while the swordswoman agrees the only real way out for their survival is defeating the legendary enemy at that exact location. Before his opponent's immense determination to start a life-or-death combat, Kai enters internal panic and mentally begs for them to wait a moment. He raises his hands in a peaceful gesture and desperately asks for them to talk first, insisting there is indeed a gigantic error in that situation. The blue-haired opponent shoots back furious, pointing out that the black-armored warrior has a lot of audacity to ask for dialogue while continuing to hold his own shiny weapon, given he himself was the first to assume an aggressive combat stance. Seeing the 4 opponents channel magias and raise their weapons simultaneously, the hero realizes the situation got completely out of control and concludes no other option remains but to fight for real. The guy gulps and mentalizes he will need to execute the combat techniques in a precise and surgical way, exactly as he used to do when playing his favorite game. The hero positions himself defensively and activates his legendary equipment's special ability, called Last Second Critical, while his blade's blue energy shines with even more intensity. The enemy leader shouts for his group to prepare for the devastating attack's imminent impact, while the warrior's silent countdown advances to the first seconds. The maid raises her staff and conjures a powerful defensive magia barrier to protect herself and her companions around the entire area. The blonde swordsman activates his physical reinforcement and mana increase magias, wrapping his body in an intense reddish combat aura. The blue-haired man focuses his entire strength on a high-level physical enhancement, while the hero's countdown continues advancing silently. Upon observing his opponent's united defensive formation, Kai recalls that this is exactly the same heroic scene of cooperation he saw in his video game, though he admits the moment's actual tension is too suffocating for him to enjoy it. The black-armored warrior remains in his firm stance while concentrating his entire mystical energy under the silent countdown approaching the climax. The story reveals that one of his legendary Dillahan sword's most powerful abilities requires a total charging time of 15 seconds, while the guy laments in silence that his opponents continue to refuse dialogue. The blue-haired opponent answers curtly that the hero should not say lies he does not believe in and warns him not to blame him for that combat's tragic outcome. The 4 plotters advance in a coordinated way in a fast and mass attack, while the hero desperately notices their approach is too fast for his charging time. When the count finally hits the crucial 15 seconds, the opponents are already a few inches away from his armor ready to land the blows. The hero instantly releases all the accumulated destructive power of his attack, generating a massive blue shockwave that cuts the scenery with violence. The four plotters are violently thrown backward by the energy gale's devastating force spreading across the stone bridge. The group's mage widens her eyes in complete panic and incredulity upon seeing her protection barrier be completely shattered in the blink of an eye. A deafening crash echoes through the entire city at the moment the huge power discharge collides against the stone bridge, lifting a massive column of dust and debris. The mage's red staff slips from her trembling hands, while she observes the destruction around her with an expression of pure dread. With the structure totally destroyed by the warrior's devastating blow, the four plotters plummet in freefall toward the river. A massive water splash echoes in the night's darkness at the instant the group hits with violence the riverbed right below the destroyed bridge. Kai breaks into a cold sweat from pure despair behind his closed helm upon realizing he immensely overdid the attack's strength and ended up causing a gigantic disaster. Attracted by the explosion's deafening noise, several local citizens come out startled from their houses at that hour of the night to try to find out what happened. The curious gather on the sidewalk and observe stupefied the huge crater opened in the stone bridge, where Jet Black remains standing in an imposing way under the moonlight. The hero peeks sideways at the river current down there to try to verify if the plotters somehow managed to survive the fall. Luckily for them, the four invaders are dragged by the current and end up lying on the riverbanks completely wet, defeated, and groaning from pain from the impact. Feeling extremely relieved for not having taken anyone's life by accident, the warrior in chibi format lets out a long sigh under his helm. He stores his sword back in the scabbard and decides to leave quickly from there while citizens whisper startled, mentally insisting that all that bridge destruction really was not his fault. On the next morning, the sun shines bright under the blue sky and illuminates the busy town's large clock tower in Aldia Town. Several local newspapers spread the shocking news that the heretical group that tried to ambush Jet Black's partner Tavern Keeper ended up being intercepted and crushed by the hero in a single and powerful blow on the stone bridge. The articles reveal in a detailed way that the four prisoners maintained secret connections with the Red Freed crime syndicate to try to weaken and overthrow the influential Ansage family from their position. The knights themselves responsible for the plotters' interrogation break into a cold sweat and exchange apprehensive looks upon analyzing the crime group's detailed confessions. The black-armored warrior's impressive victory spreads rapidly through the streets and consolidates for good Jet Black's feared reputation as a relentless man who must never be crossed or provoked. Inside the luxurious cathedral, Marie opens a beautiful smile of admiration upon receiving the news and celebrates Jet Black having finally captured the true coup leader he sought so much. The silver-haired young woman gestures, excited before her mother and the other religious women, as she points out that the Imperial elite warrior is simply capable of performing the most extraordinary feats without any effort. She, however, gets somewhat worried and questions her mother if the warrior will have to personally bear all the financial costs of the destroyed bridge's reconstruction. The armored cleric reassures her right away with a polite smile, clarifying there is no reason for worries given the warrior acted purely in self-defense to contain and capture the dangerous fugitives. Marie and Nina exchange somewhat skeptical looks in their chibi forms, commenting to each other that, knowing Jet Black's incredible skills, it was to be expected that he resolved everything in a surgical and clean way. The armored cleric breaks into a cold sweat from nervousness and gets awkward under the Ansage sisters' intensely suspicious and curious looks in the room. She recomposes her polite posture readily and decides to reveal a quite intriguing detail about the real motives behind that combat action from the warrior. The cleric reveals that the true mastermind behind the entire heretical religious conspiracy maintained direct and secret links with the dangerous Red Freed crime syndicate. She speculates that Jet Black used that devastating and destructive force on purpose as a form of exemplary punishment for all the evils committed by the rival group and to send a clear power warning to the crime syndicate. The cleric concludes thoughtfully that the elite warrior's implicit silent message to the criminals was that they should never dare try anything against the city again. She recounts that the Red Freed Syndicate tried to use that new religious sect as puppets under their control with the main goal of overthrowing the influential Ansage family from their position. However, they all ended up falling straight into Jet Black's palm, who destroyed the organization's structure and completely deprived them of their power of influence. Marie sighs infatuated in her chibi version as she comments that the hero only does the most incredible things, while Nina points out that being praised by a man of that level is reason to brag for the rest of your life. The older sister laments not having asked at the time if he had a girlfriend, making Nina mentally beg for her not to try to steal her hero Jet Black away from her. Marie shoots back the youngest's concerns, pointing out that, despite the excuses, the golden spare key to the mansion mysteriously continues disappearing from where it was stored, questioning if Nina is not the culprit behind that. Nina tries to play it off, whistling and claiming having no idea what her sister is talking about, but the armored cleric advises her in a playful way to be more honest with her own feelings. Confronted about her intention to sneak alone to Jet Black's mansion, the silver-haired young woman confesses embarrassed she would never cause trouble to him, and that she just keeps the golden key under her pillow to sleep. Marie bursts into laughter before the youngest's innocent revelation, but Nina soon shoots back, pointing out that the older sister is equally obsessed with the beautiful armored warrior. Even the imposing armored cleric accompanying them displays flushed cheeks and a timid smile upon mentally recalling the young elite warrior. Meanwhile, a platter packed with delicious fresh bread and sweets is served on a luxurious table. On the town's sunny streets, the hero walks calmly in armor while carrying a book under his arm and thanking for the local citizens' kindness. The scene then shifts to the next day's afternoon, revealing the sunny interior of a luxurious room decorated with fresh flowers in a vase. A female voice comments in a serious way that what the hero did on the previous night was truly shocking and cruel, without showing any type of mercy against the opponents. Kai gestures desperately with his hands to explain to the housekeeper that that massive destruction really was not his original intention, while the young woman admits being deeply shocked by the speed of the events. The guy sheds comical tears in his chibi version upon realizing how much his relentless warrior reputation ended up increasing after this accidental bridge disaster. He recomposes his posture and sincerely thanks the housekeeper for having dealt so well with all the bureaucracy and investigations that followed after the incident. The manager reflects that her boss probably caused that destruction, also to test her own management skills, pointing out relieved that the bridge in question will not affect the city's main trade routes. Kai tries to argue that the disaster's real reason definitely was not testing her, whereas the young woman asks permission to ask him just one final routine question. The warrior questions what it is about, and the housekeeper timidly asks how her general performance was and if there was any flaw in her conduct that she needs to correct right away. With a large, friendly smile, the young man guarantees her work was flawless and that he is immensely grateful for her never having dragged him out of his precious room against his will. The housekeeper rests her hand on her chest, relieved, and thanks her boss in a polite way, admitting that hearing that sincere praise immensely comforts her heart. She readily offers to continue acting officially as his diplomatic representative in city matters, which the guy accepts with huge enthusiasm and relief. Internally, the young man laments he had no way to guess that those 4 attackers were dangerous plotters linked it to a radical sect and Red Freed, insisting he continues without understanding why they decided to ambush him on the streets. When the employee prepares to leave the room, Kai calls her back to change the subject and warns he also has an important question to ask her. With a slight cold sweat from nervousness, he questioned in a shy way what ended up happening with the billing of the financial costs for the stone bridge reconstruction he destroyed. He admits he barely managed to sleep on the previous night from so much worry with the debt, but the housekeeper reveals that no financial billing will be made to him. The young warrior widens his eyes in a complete state of shock and questions, disbelieving if that is really true. The manager confirms and explains she justified the destruction as an inevitable force in self-defense to ensure the criminal's capture, leaving the guy surprised to learn that authorities simply accepted that explanation. She admits, of course, that there was indeed a massive initial resistance and complaints by some citizens and local authorities against that tax exemption decision. The opponents argued indignant that someone capable of imploding an entire stone bridge could not claim inevitable self-defense just to arrest 4 common criminals. However, they all quickly changed their minds and accepted the deal as soon as Duke Aldi questioned them in an intimidating way if they were implying that the legendary Jet Black was a liar. Kai points out, sweating from a cold sweat, that approach from the Duke sounds exactly like a grave political intimidation. But the housekeeper insists it was just a peaceful diplomatic confirmation. The guy insists that threatening people with the danger of offending an imperial elite hero is indeed pure intimidation, but the employee maintains her polite stance that it was just a mere verification, leaving the young man to agree awkwardly. In any case, the young woman concludes with a sigh of duty fulfilled that the matter is officially closed and guarantees he will never be questioned about the damages again. She warns for him to inform her if anyone tries to interrogate him, revealing that the Holy Church's influential Osage family already mobilized and that the reconstruction costs will be totally split and paid by the city's three largest local powers. Kai widens his eyes confused upon noting such political mobilization and starts to wonder if all this excessive protection is not, in reality, a disguised diplomatic pressure. He shakes his head frantically to push away the worries from his mind and decides to just ignore all that, convincing himself it is all a thing of his fertile imagination. Looking out the window in chibi format, the hero notices the scaffolding structure set up around the damaged bridge and asks if repairs already started in fact. The housekeeper confirms joyfully and explains that thanks to the intensive use of engineering magia by the town's mages, the entire structure will be completely rebuilt as soon as the next day. The guy gets up from the sofa and warns he will go out to make an important delivery he had planned on that morning, politely refusing his employee's offer to send a servant to perform the work in his place. The hero cries comically in his mind upon thinking he would feel completely useless if he stayed just with arms crossed while others do everything for him, reaffirming he is just a regular guy who prefers to avoid to the maximum depending on those large and scary political authorities. The housekeeper smiles and praises her boss's laudable humility, questioning him readily if he plans to wear his imposing black armor to take that walk through town. The employee blinks her eyes in a confused way and slightly tilts her head as she tries to understand the real motive behind that clothing choice from the young man. She sighs resigned before her master's stubbornness and agrees with the decision, wishing him an excellent and safe stroll through the streets. With an extremely sweet and gentle smile, the guy says goodbye to her and thanks from the bottom of his heart for all her precious help and daily dedication. The housekeeper in chibi format gets her cheeks completely red from shame before that beautiful and unexpected thanks from her boss. Meanwhile, on the urban center's busy sidewalks, several pedestrians start to whisper and exchange looks of pure awe upon seeing an imposing figure approach. It deals with Jet Black himself, who walks in an imposing way through the streets wearing his full-plate black armor under the bright sun. Behind his helm's visor, the guy breaks into a cold sweat from nervousness and desperately laments that all those intense and suspicious looks from people on the street are deeply hurting his shy psychological health. He reflects desolate. He only decided to wear that heavy combat armor to protect himself from possible new attacks from assassins, but did not imagine he would end up drawing so much unwanted attention from people. The warrior laments that, to the eyes of anyone watching, he probably looks just like a bridge destroyer parading through town without any worry in the world. Kai cries comically upon thinking the housekeeper could have been a bit clearer about the matter, since he had no head to predict that walking in armor would cause so much ruckus through the streets. He recalls the ambush moment and tries to mentally justify himself that he did not break the bridge on purpose, since the enemies appeared out of nowhere and his sword's blade was simply too sharp. The young man sighs, knowing nobody in town has a way to guess this technical detail, and that everyone probably thinks he was just displaying his immense destructive strength on purpose. He decides to hurry his steps and mentalizes he needs to avoid to the maximum, drawing even more unnecessary attention from people from then on. With a subtle sigh under his helm, the guy tries to calm down to focus fully on his important mission of that afternoon. He reflects that, to clear his bridge destroyer image, he needs to buy the best sweets possible from the pastry shop, recalling those Karen and Livia brought previously and concluding that, though the price of 50,000 Regula box will hurt his pocket, it is a necessary expense. Determined to follow with the social redemption plan, the elite warrior enters the shop with fists clenched with enthusiasm, startling right away the counter attendant. The employee stammers from panic upon welcoming the scary black plate warrior who just opened the luxury establishment's door. Breaking into a cold sweat and forcing a friendly smile, the attendant asks for the hero to wait just a brief moment at the entry counter. She runs off desperate toward the back of the shop, leaving the warrior only to answer with a confused tone of voice. Kai sheds comical tears behind the visor upon realizing the shop employees surely already know about the whole bridge story and are terrified with his presence there. The black-armored warrior remained standing waiting silently while observing the refined decoration and the bread displayed in the sunny showcase. The pastry shop's main manager appears with a chef's hat and warmly thanks for the illustrious visit, while the hero anxiously supposes that she must be dying of fear that he destroys the pastry shop just like he did with the stone bridge. He concludes apprehensive that the manager's personal coming is clear proof he was marked as a client of very high risk and imminent danger. Forcing an expression of extreme friendliness and sweating from nervousness, the manager questions what brings the feared black-armored warrior to her establishment on that day. Kai asks for 5 boxes of the house's most popular sweets, to which the manager promptly offers to guide him to a private and comfortable room in the back of the pastry shop so he can relax while awaiting the order's preparation. The young man tries to politely refuse the special treatment, guaranteeing he does not mind at all, continuing to wait right there in the main lobby, along with the other customers. The manager bows deeply in a sign of absolute respect and firmly insists for him to accompany her to the reserved area right away. Seeing himself without a way out before so much professional insistence, the guy accepts the proposal reluctantly and mentalizes that that level of exaggerated hospitality was to be expected from an establishment so expensive and renowned. The manager politely asks for him to follow her down the luxury pastry shop's refined hallways. With a welcoming smile on her face, she opens an elegant carved wooden door and indicates the exclusive room's entry. The black-armored warrior with a long gray cape takes his first steps inside the massive and luxurious room reserved for special customers. He asks for leave in an extremely polite way upon entering the sumptuous room decorated with elegant carpets and noble wood furniture. The warrior gets impressed with all that golden sophistication and accepts the manager's invitation to sit and feel at ease on the comfortable velvet sofa. He mentally concludes with total conviction that he was brought to the establishment's maximum security VIP room just so as not to scare the other customers in the main hall. The manager asks in a polite way if he would like something to drink or some sweet snacks to pass the waiting time, but the young warrior thanks and gently refuses the offer. Kai ponders tense that, with all that intimidating and luxurious atmosphere, he hardly could swallow any food in a natural way, deciding then to call the manager's attention with a doubt. The hero questions if it is really appropriate to leave him in a location that seems reserved exclusively for the house's most frequent and elite customers, to which the manager confirms in a polite way that that room indeed is destined only to the pastry shop's most valuable guests. The manager then reveals that Chief Director Lordy Bonlard recently issued a very important official directive to all shops under his commercial organization's command. She explains joyfully that the director's express order determines that, whenever the legendary Jet Black visits any establishment of the group, everyone must offer him the best level of hospitality available at the venue. Behind his helm, the young warrior gets extremely confused with that revelation and tries to force his memory, realizing he does not recognize in any way Lord Bonlard's name. He starts to suspect that all that warm and isolated reception maybe is less for hospitality and much more a desperate attempt to avoid him losing control and destroying the luxury pastry shop the same way he imploded the city's stone bridge. The manager in chibi format adds in a mysterious way that there was also a second and crucial instruction in her superior's directive, leaving the hero quite intrigued with the revelation. The guy widens his eyes in surprise when she reveals that the order consisted of entering into immediate contact with the director himself if Jet Black appeared at the pastry shop, questioning right away the reason for such a measure. The manager speculates that Lord Bonlard or some high-ranking ally linked to him probably wishes to visit him personally, highlighting that the director's residential mansion stands very close to there. The young elite warrior enters absolute internal panic upon processing the imminent possibility of having to face a large political authority without any prior warning. In total desperation to flee from there, the hero begs for her to expedite his order's preparation as fast as possible, promising to pay a generous tip if she manages to run with the process. The manager guarantees with a cold sweat from nervousness that she will do everything possible to hurry the employees, though she points out that the luxury suite's separation and packaging usually demand some time. Holding his head in complete panic in his mind, the guy desperately concludes he is not one bit psychologically prepared to face a large governing authority and suspects the manager is stalling on purpose to buy time for the director's arrival. Suddenly, the elegant wooden door is opened with extreme violence in a scary crash, making both the warrior and the manager jump from fright with the shout that the hero finally was located there. Kai turns his helm on standby and gets completely stunned to see a finger pointed in a decided and firm way in his direction right at the room's entry. It deals with the beautiful blonde little girl with green eyes who runs joyfully toward the hero while celebrating out loud that little Remy finally arrived at the meeting location. With open arms and with a huge happiness smile on her face, the little girl runs in a dash toward the imposing black plate warrior. With a muffled crash, the little girl throws herself against the guy's heavy armor and wraps him in a warm and tight embrace of immense longing. Completely without understanding anything, the hero holds her with care and questions surprise the reason why she was the one who appeared there, to which little Remy explains joyfully that she received a message that he would be at that pastry shop. He stares at her behind the visor and starts to wonder if the mention to those important associates of Lord A. Bonlard, the manager, had cited previously referred in reality to that sweet blonde little girl. Little Remy opens a beautiful pride smile as she clarifies that her own father is the great leader and the maximum chief of that city region's entire prestigious commercial organization. She displays an extremely cute and joyful expression in chibi format before the armored warrior, who continues breaking into a cold sweat and trying to process all that unexpected situation. In the background, the pastry shop manager observes the sweet and friendly interaction of the two with a polite smile and nods positively with her head in a sign of immense satisfaction. Remy keeps looking in a quite confused way without understanding very well what is happening there. Kai agrees thoughtful that she could not enter there so easily any other way and asks little Remy where her parents are. The girl asks, smiling, for him to call her just Remy for having a special permission, but the guy answers awkwardly that he really should not do that. She insists that it is fine because of it being something special, while the hero sweats from nervousness, thinking he cannot in any way let flip. He is just a regular guy, under the risk of ending up dead if they find out. Trying to change the subject, the armored warrior asks again where her parents are. The little girl answers she has no clue, and that she herself was the one who received his visit's report, leaving the young man surprised to notice she came alone. Remy then asks with shining eyes if she is someone impressive, leaving the black plate warrior totally confused with the question. She approaches even closer and insists on knowing if now she is impressive, but he answers only that he cannot say. Before this, the girl decides with much pride that she herself will decree that he is the impressive person there. The hero lets out a long sigh of relief and only comments that, in any case, the little girl seems to be doing fantastic. Remy smiles from the side and starts to hum joyfully, appearing extremely satisfied with his comment. Upon seeing the little one sit comfortably by his side, Kai thinks to himself that that universal elixir really was worth being used to save her. He sketches a sincere smile of pure satisfaction upon realizing that seeing her happiness makes all the effort have been worth it. When the pastry shop employees return, the hero politely asks for the little girl to step away a bit, but she categorically refuses in a cute way. The manager asks permission for the interruption and presents the finalized order with 5 items, informing that the total gave 200,000 regil. She deeply apologizes for taking the warrior's precious time and offers a special gift from the house as a sincere apology request. The guy thanks in a polite way, but inside enters complete despair upon thinking he just spent a fortune of 200,000 regil just with sweets. Remy looks at the bag curious and asks if he really likes sweets that much, since she did not know about that detail. He quickly explains that the sweets in reality are a small treat for the workers who are repairing the bridge, saying it is a long story. The little girl points out right away that he is doing that because he broke the bridge, making the guy shoot back huffy that it simply broke on its own. At the moment the warrior pulls his sack of coins to pay the bill, Remy extends her hand with firmness to prevent him from making the payment. The little blonde calls manager Diva and asks for her to resolve the situation, to which the employee respectfully agrees and says she will pass along the charge to the director at the end of the month. The guy tries to protest, insisting he wishes to pay for his own purchase, but the little girl denies it in a quite decided way. He enters panic internally, thinking he does not want in any way to stay owing favors to anyone for something he himself has full conditions to pay. Manager Diva explains in an extremely polite way that, as they already closed the billing deal with Remy's family, they cannot accept any type of direct payment from him today. Before this, the hero mentally recognizes that astuteness to close business is exactly what is expected from a traditional and influential merchant family. He reflects she manages to use her immense influence in a much more skillful and strategic way than Karen or Nina, even if the method looks a bit unfair. The armored warrior only comments, surprised that she demonstrates being incredibly mature and intelligent to deal with this type of financial subject. Remy explains, proud, that her father always taught her that a true merchant must accumulate the maximum of favors they can from their important customers. The guy smiles from nervousness and advises that this is exactly the type of secret teaching she should not keep repeating around, making the girl promise she will not talk more about it. The warrior makes a final attempt, asking the manager if it is really impossible to accept his money. But before her polite refusal, he ends up giving up and thanks Remy for the huge favor. He thinks he even would like to insist a bit more, but realizes that against that duo, it would just be a waste of time, so he gets up warning he needs to leave with his package. The girl asks right away where he is going, and while he explains he will just deliver the sweets, thinks distressed he needs to flee from there before her father appears by surprise. To the guy's surprise, Remy holds his armor's cape with firmness and announces with total decision that she will accompany him on that walk. He questions, startled, the reason for that, imagining with pure despair the terrible rumors that would arise if people saw him walking through the streets by the side of the influential director's young daughter. He tries to argue, saying she really does not need to accompany him, but the little girl shoots back with firmness, recalling she had already decided he would be her personal bodyguard today. The young warrior stays completely without reaction and paralyzes before that so direct answer from the little one. He finally comprehends the reason why she is without any escort guard nearby and discovers that she even sent her own carriage back home on purpose. The hero starts to gesture desperate, saying he never agreed to that deal and that he does not even have certainty if he would be capable of protecting her properly. Remy turns to him with a look of expectation and asks once more if she became someone truly impressive now. She smiles in an extremely sweet way and adds that, by doing that, he for sure will manage to accumulate a gigantic quantity of valuable favors with her family. The guy sheds comical tears under his helm and ends up surrendering, admitting in silence that whole cleverness from the girl is indeed very impressive. Laughing from happiness, the little girl joyfully clings to the imposing black armor's arm and starts to walk skipping by his side. Behind his helm, the young man cries copiously from despair, while wondering how it is that things always end up coming so much out of his control like this. While they move away, Manager Diva waves from the window and asks for little Remy to send her most sincere compliments to Director Banlard. She adds in a polite way she hopes to continue counting on the legendary Jet Black's illustrious and valuable preference at the establishment in the future. The guy answers in a friendly way, though he thinks to himself he only will return there if he really has an excellent delivery opportunity in the future. The pastry shop manager makes a final and respectful bow with a satisfied smile on her face. Little Remy waves joyfully back to the employee while walking side by side with the imposing black armored warrior along the city sidewalks. Suddenly, the little girl stops walking for an instant and stares at the hero in silence with a thoughtful and slightly worried look. Suddenly, Remy gets with a visibly happy expression upon noticing a specific detail while walking by the hero's side. She calls his attention in a sharp way, making the guy turn his helm, intrigued with that sudden call. The warrior asks the reason for that so huffy face, observing that her cheeks are completely flushed from anger. He stares at her fixedly behind his helm and insists on asking if some serious problem really happened. Without saying any word, the little girl extends her open little hand toward his imposing metal gauntlet. She announces with flushed cheeks that she will grant him the special honor of holding her little hand during the walk. Before the guy's silence, Remy insists in an impatient way and repeats that he has the official permission to hold her hand. The hero gets confused with that attitude and internally wonders why she is talking in a tone that makes it look like she is doing a huge favor for him. He ponders, thoughtful, that because it deals with a more private location, maybe holding hands is indeed a good idea, so she still is a young lady of high class. The guy breaks into a cold sweat upon recalling he will be the sole responsible case any mishap happens to the girl, concluding he needs to have triple the care from now on. Remy then warns that she can easily scatter and end up getting lost through the streets, leaving very clear that the blame for any disappearance will be entirely his. He gets shocked to note that the little girl wants to hold his hand so much that she reached the point of making a direct threat of these. The little one stares at him in a serious way and asks in a challenging way if he has any type of objection against what she just said. The warrior answers timidly that he has no problem and admits that, for someone tasked with protecting her, that is in reality a very useful suggestion. Right after, the hero lets out a deep and discreet sigh under his black plate helm. The hero finally extends his massive armored gauntlet and asks with kindness for the little girl to hold it once and for all. With a firm and decided gesture, Remy wraps his cold iron gauntlet with her small little hand. She complains that the metal surface is too hard and difficult to hold, to which the guy ironizes, pointing out that if it were soft, the armor would not be fulfilling its protection role. Seeing that looks uncomfortable and painful for her, the warrior suggests, laughing, that he himself hold her hand with care from now on. He wraps the girl's hand in an extremely smooth and delicate way so as not to hurt her with his armor's strength. The guy jokes, threatening to let go of her hand, but the girl shoots back, saying she can end up disappearing if he does that, forcing the hero to ask for her to just hold tight to the metal's hardness. Remy accepts the situation and agrees reluctantly, making the plate warrior notice how much she changed attitude in an incredibly fast way. She calmly explains she thought well and decided that was an acceptable middle ground, leaving the guy surprised to see she really comprehends this type of concept. The little one reveals that her father always says that knowing how to negotiate and find a balanced middle ground is one of the most important lessons for any merchant. She recalls the paternal advice that things always run much better in business when this fundamental principle is put into practice. The guy admits, impressed, that her father really gave her an excellent education, while recalling with affection that the little girl used to live gravely sick in the past. She comments joyfully that passing time studying was her only distraction at that time, since reading books was one of the few activities allowed in bed. The guy lets out a brief whisper upon listening to that melancholy revelation about the little one's past. He recalls with regret how the girl used to stay just lying in that massive bed, almost without strength to perform any simple movement. The hero sketches a warm smile and reflects that seeing her now so full of life, walking and swinging her arms in a joyful way, brings a genuine happiness to his heart. He ponders that, after passing most of her childhood deprived of playing freely like any other healthy child, it is natural that now she wants to focus only on having fun and ends up picking up a certain aversion to studies, but the guy mentalizes she needs to continue stretching herself to never regret it in the future. With a huffy expression, the little girl vents in a whiny way that her greatest desire at the moment is being able to play every day without stopping. The warrior advises that she must first fulfill her obligations to, after have fun without any worry, to which Remy grumbles, saying that all adults repeat exactly this same phrase. He smiles with sweetness and says she does not need to make this ugly face because that repetitive advice only proves how much people around her care deeply about her. He mentally recognizes with good humor that the little one for sure already listened to this lecture so many times that she must be completely fed up with hearing it. Trying to change the conversation's direction, he comments in a friendly way that passing the whole day playing on the street must be quite tiring for someone who used to stay just inside the house. Remy stares at him with cheeks flushed from tiredness and confesses in a low voice that, in reality, she already is feeling extremely exhausted at that exact moment. The hero enters panic upon noting that her fatigue arrived much earlier than expected, questioning if she really believed they would catch a carriage in the middle of the way instead of walking on foot. With little eyes half closed from physical tiredness, the little girl admits without rounds that was exactly what she was expecting from her walk. The guy bows desperate, asking 1,000 apologies, and explains embarrassed that he almost never uses carriages in his daily routine, so he did not even think of this possibility. The little one says it is fine, but he concludes the best thing to do is look for a carriage as soon as possible while she still has a grain of energy, since they have no urgent commitment with the schedule. Remy shrugs and states with naturalness that, case her legs fail, he can simply carry her in his lap, just like he did in the past. The armor warrior insists, nervous, that a carriage still would be the most sensible option, but the little girl crosses her little fingers in a cute way and demands to gain a ride on his back anyway. He accepts the proposal reluctantly and mentalizes he will need to redouble the attention on her from now on, under the risk of realizing too late case she hits her physical limit. Without losing even a second of time, the girl places her little hand on her forehead and announces in a quite dramatic way that total exhaustion finally hit her. The guy shoots back with a vein of irritation popping on his forehead, saying he knows very well she still has plenty of energy left and that the universal elixir should have left her 100% recovered. Upon realizing her small dramatic trick did not yield the desired effect, she smiles yellow and admits without grace that she still manages to walk a bit more. While they continue the walk under the afternoon's fresh breeze, the hero notices sideways that the little girl does not look one bit upset with the lecture she just took. In the end of the day, clever Remy ended up getting exactly what she wanted and joyfully climbed onto the hero's back well before they arrived at the destroyed bridge. One of the mages warns, terrified for his boss, to look out the window, pointing out that bizarre scene brings the bridge destroyer himself, carrying the daughter of one of the city's largest commercial powers on his back. Thanks to the intensive use of magia, the Millennium Engineering Guild manages to perform the entire reconstruction work in an extremely fast and effective way. However, the guild leader adjusts her glasses, breaking into a cold sweat, and wonders what type of bizarre and scary combination that would be. She gets tense upon seeing together the bridge destroyer himself and the young heiress of one of the three large financial powers that are banking the whole reconstruction, questioning if there was any prior warning about that unexpected visit. Her young blonde assistant theorizes, worried that they probably came to make a surprise inspection to verify if the team is not sparing efforts or materials on the work. The chief enters complete panic upon imagining a surprise audit coming directly from the project sponsors, while her assistant begs for her to maintain calm. She shakes him desperate, insisting that they never would dare save resources or do a sloppy work on that so important reconstruction. After all, she knows very well that even a renowned company like Millennium could be completely ruined case it pleased the wrong people of those three large powers. With the company's reputation and future at stake, they in no way can give themselves the luxury of making any slip in the work's execution. Biting her nails from pure nervousness, the leader concludes that they have no other alternative but to go down immediately to receive the two illustrious figures. She reflects, terrified, that duo looks like a man carrying a time bomb on his back, with the little girl who functions at the same time as the fuse and the detonator, being the worst possible combination for her mental health. She takes a drastic decision and orders for her assistant to send the whole team to activate the total mana infusion immediately to speed up the process, leaving the guy completely shocked with the order. The guy tries to argue in a desperate way, saying that extreme measure was in no way in the plans traced for today. He insists that costs will come out of control and that the team simply does not possess mana or enough labor to sustain a work rhythm so absurd. But the chief ignores the protests and orders that they do that on pure willpower, promising to provide recovery potions for all workers to withstand the jolt. The mana infusion technique consists of uniformly coating the entire structure with hardened mana, making the final result infinitely more resistant and durable than normal. The only large problem of this advanced magical engineering technique is its absurd and exhausting energy consumption from operators. Convinced that it deals with a strict surprise inspection, the leader evaluates that delivering a work of flawless quality is the only guarantee of keeping safe her company's excellent reputation. She tries to motivate her assistant, promising that, case they manage to perform the feat with success, everyone will receive a generous bonus and a large celebration party at the work's end. Before such determination from his chief, it remained to the young assistant only to accept the situation reluctantly. With a deep sigh of pure resignation, he sadly agrees to pass along the difficult order to the rest of the workers. The guy leaves, dragging his feet through the massive wooden door, while the leader observes him withdraw with a quite serious face. Upon arriving at the construction site, the young assistant waves to the workers who are carrying materials and asks for everyone to gather immediately for an urgent announcement. With an expression of extreme discomfort, he starts to explain the new and exhausting work directives sent by management. Upon listening about the total mana infusion, all operators at the venue let out a unison cry of complete panic and indignation. Despite the initial protests, the engineering mages give immediate start to the exhausting process and start to channel their magical energies with full strength into the stone structure. Observing the scene from afar, the guild leader thinks to herself that she is the one who really would like to be crying from despair in that delicate situation. She evaluates that the sweet blonde heiress at least is someone quite harmless and easy to deal with most of the time. Her true dread lies in the feared warrior Jet Black's figure, whose rumors say is capable of intimidating with a simple look the region's largest powers. She gulps upon noting from afar that the power aura exhaled by the black-armored warrior looks even darker and more imposing than usual. The leader starts to theorize if the hero possesses some legendary magical artifact that amplifies his strength according to his mood, or if the process works in a reverse way. Trying to push away the panic from her mind, she convinces herself she will manage to survive that tense meeting if she focuses her attention only on the docile and friendly little Remy. She breathes deep and tries to recover her professional posture, remembering that she is Melendum's main manager and the responsible for building the company's huge confidence reputation in that town. With her determination renewed, she finally opens the elegant wooden doors to receive the two visitors who await at the work's entry. She displays an extremely polite and welcoming smile upon declaring that it is an immense honor to be able to finally know personally young Remy and the legendary warrior Jet Black. The little blonde answers in an extremely cute and friendly way with a wave, while the black plate hero only murmurs a rustic and dry greeting right behind her. The leader presents herself on standby as Oliva, the general director and the main project manager tasked with coordinating all that grand reconstruction work. Behind the closed helm, the guy sweets from extreme nervousness and answers in a quite awkward way that it also is a huge pleasure to know her. Upon listening to that direct and minimalist answer from the hero, Oliva enters internal despair, imagining that silent and openingless posture for conversations is an attitude typical of who holds true absolute power. She deeply thanks in her mind to the heavens for little Remy's presence there, believing that the girl's sweetness is the only thing that prevents the warrior from getting even more impatient. Taking courage, Manager Oliva questions him in a quite respectful way about the real motive that brought the legendary warrior all the way to the construction site on that day. Internally, she knows that a figure so enigmatic and influential never would reveal his true intentions in such an open way, even more wearing that black armor that prevents any reading of his facial expressions. The young elite warrior answers in a quite bashful way that in reality he has no serious subject to treat, explaining that he came just to make a simple delivery case she has interest in accepting. He extends the bag of sweets and explains with all his sincerity that, for having caused so much confusion and trouble with the bridge incident, he would like to offer that as a humble apology request for the whole team. Oliva gets completely surprised with the unexpected gesture and thanks immensely for the kindness and consideration on his part. Upon opening the bag and looking at the luxury packages, she starts to ponder suspicious about what the real hidden goal behind that so generous gift coming from a figure so powerful would be. However, she widens her eyes in complete shock upon identifying the famous brand stamped on the boxes of sweets and realizing that it deals with the most expensive and renowned luxury products in the entire city. She reflects in panic that a single box of those fine sweets cost dozens of thousands of coins, and as he brought in quantity, that apology gift easily cost hundreds of thousands of regil. Without giving time for her to process the shock, the hero says goodbye, politely asking apologies for disrupting the work's progress and warns he is already withdrawing along with the smiling little Remy. Oliva stays completely paralyzed and in an absolute state of shock while observing the two's silhouette move slowly away from the construction site. Oliva stays completely dumbfounded without understanding that so sudden departure, thinking to herself that it is absolutely impossible to perform any type of serious inspection in so little time. She realizes shocked that he really came just to deliver the sweets and go away, which means all that desperate rush to activate the total mana infusion was completely in vain. Holding her head in absolute despair, the manager laments that things came totally out of the plan and realizes that now it is too late to turn back and cancel the heavy work order. She reflects worried that all the brilliant reputation built by her guild would crumble instantly case the city's gossip nobles discovered the ridiculous real motive by which they decided to suspend the mana infusion. A terrible suspicion starts to take over her mind, making her wonder if all that unusual situation did not pass as a plan coldly calculated by the warrior Jet Black himself since the beginning. She reasons startled that by delivering a gift of just a few hundreds of thousands of coins, the black-armored hero somehow forced them to spend millions of regil with that exhausting infusion magia. Oliva realizes, desolate, they just delivered a diplomatic victory on a silver platter into the hands of a formidable figure with whom they did not even have any type of debt or prior commitment. She wonders, astonished, what type of strategic genius would be capable of architecting a masterstroke of these against a person whose personality he did not even know yet. Determined not to accept that psychological defeat so easily, the leader decides that they need to shoot back at the level to save their renowned guild's pride and dignity. She runs in a dash toward the exit and shouts, begging for little Remy to wait just one more brief instant before departing. The black-armored warrior stops walking on standby and turns his helm, intrigued with that desperate last-minute call. Both the guy and little Remy exchange confused looks without understanding in any way what that so agitated project manager intends to do from then on.